Hey everybody, tonight we're debating Flat Earth versus Globe Earth, and we are starting right now with the Globe Earth side. Thanks so much for being with us. Planner Walk, the floor is all yours.
Thank you. Let me just get around to sharing my screen. Hold on, Zoom is being weird.
It sure is.
Not a problem. There's a share screen button that's green on the bottom usually, but sometimes it's at the top and it's in the middle.
There we go. Are you able to see that?
Yep.
Okay, so the Earth is flat, and here's why. So when it comes to Earth, it isn't flat, but it isn't a perfect sphere. This is going to be important. I promise that I'm going to get to why later. But mountains disprove that the Earth is flat. It also disproves that it's a perfect sphere. These two things, to say that Earth is a perfect sphere would be wrong. To say that it's flat would be wrong. But these aren't equally wrong. And it would be absurd to say that, well, because the Earth is neither flat nor a perfect sphere, it must be a donut. That would be absolutely ridiculous. And so flat Earth, I think, is this philosophy. It's about alternative ideas to absolutely everything. Flat Earth for a long time hasn't really been about any sort of evidence, even though it has tried in the past to be about evidence. Instead, it's about misunderstanding the globe model. You'll hear a lot of people will say, if the Earth was spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, then we'd all fly off, which is not actually what would happen. And if you were to try and present that as evidence for the Earth being flat, then that would not be evidence that the Earth was flat. Even if you are correct about the people flying off, that doesn't mean that the Earth is flat. That might just mean that the Earth is a globe and stationary. It used to be that people thought that the Earth was a stationary globe back in, I think it was 500 years ago. People thought that the Earth was a stationary globe. Now, I think that, if you do try and get to the sort of evidence, I think that flat Earth is a pseudoscience, because it isn't really about trying to prove that the Earth is flat, trying to give reasons that the Earth is a flat. It's more about trying to debunk the Earth as a globe. Now, let's say you did debunk the Earth as a globe. Is it then reasonable to say that it's then flat? No, because it would be like saying that the Earth is a donut because it's neither flat nor a perfect sphere. There's a lot of ad hoc justifications. So when you try and ask, okay, why does this happen on a flat Earth? There'll be an ad hoc justification that will be put into it. Quite often, I don't know if Jiren or Witsit use this, but quite often when you say, why do things disappear bottom first over the horizon? Some flat earthers will say, well, perspective, as an ad hoc justification. There's a few other ones that I can't quite remember at this point in time. There is no falsifiability to flat Earth. If you want to be science, you have to have a falsifiable hypothesis. So this means that there is a way to test what you are saying, and then if we were to test what you're saying under reasonable conditions, then we can say, okay, well, this is what the results say, and your thing could be false. There have been multiple times when I've seen flat earthers do experiments, but then their experiment fails or whatever, and they do not accept the result of that experiment. Another really good thing is when you try to provide things like calculations, right? Calculations are very important. If you can say, okay, this is why things fall at this rate, give calculations for why they fall, and all that kind of stuff, then that is really good. That actually lends to falsifiability. If your calculations are accurate, then testing it should be able to prove whether your calculations work or not. I haven't seen any sort of calculations that flat earthers say, okay, this is the calculation for things like relative density. Okay, so let's get to the evidence. I want to make this debate more about evidence rather than trying to say, okay, this is something that Einstein said or whatever. I want this to be about evidence. So this is a thing that a lot of flat earthers bring up, and it's called the black swan. And it is a image that shows the horizon being behind two platforms. Now, one thing that I find that a lot of flat earthers do is they ignore other images of the same platforms, which show the platforms being hidden by the horizon. And you can look, and there's very clearly something going on, especially in the first image. You can tell that there is refraction, very heavy refraction here on both the platforms. Why is that? Well, I would say that it's because it's very heavily refracted. There could be some refraction going on here, but again, no flat earther has ever tried to give any kind of calculations or something to try and explain why this would happen on a flat earth. Then there is also this image here, one of my favorites. This was taken by a flat earther using an infrared camera. And we can see that, so initially they thought that this shouldn't be what you would see on a globe. But in fact, it's exactly what you should see on the globe. This is an image of what we'd expect to see versus what we actually see. And it lines up absolutely perfectly. I'd like to have someone try to explain why we see this on a flat Earth if the Earth is flat. Why do we see something that we would expect to see on a globe on a flat Earth? Lastly, I want to thank Jiren for putting this video up. I'm not going to show the whole video. This is a screenshot from it, and we can see that there is a curved horizon there. And a lot of flat earthers will say, well, it's because of a fisheye lens. Well, if it were from a fisheye lens, then why is it that when the horizon is below the center of the camera, that it's curved in a way that wouldn't be possible if it were a fisheye lens? Whether it's above or below the camera, it still curves in the same way. Why is that? And my last bit of evidence is just so David, if you want to take over.
Okay, thank you. All right, well, guys, thanks for having me on. So the Earth is a globe, and let's just cut to it. Some of what Planet Walk has stated is clear. Mountains can certainly be used. The measurement of the height of mountains relative to another person's elevation can clarify that you're seeing mountains that are at a distance, are angled away from the person's line of sight, and the height of that mountain does not match the elevation. The height of that mountain, as it's seen from the observer from such a far distance, does not match the elevation. That's because the mountain is at an angle that is on a curved surface. But more than that, we have a lot of things that can justify and prove that the Earth is a sphere, and when used in tandem, they are irrefutable. But what flat earthers will do is misuse the concept of perspective. To simply say that perspective is a way to prove that something that is further away looks like it's larger than it is, that something is higher than it is, and lower than it is. There is nothing measurable behind that explanation. The lack of a measurable way of explaining one's position means that you do not understand the concept and that you are simply ad hocing it. A big problem is that flat earthers ignore the effect of gravity, but then try to explain the effect without acknowledging the fullness of that effect. So, things fall, they fall downward. There's a reason that those, objects fall downward. And outside of declaring that it is because it is, which means nothing, they will try to redefine the concept of gravity, essentially making it into a semantics, speaking about relative density or localized gravity or something else which can be easily clarified and therefore debunking their position. I've heard some very illogical fallacies, basically using a concept of logical fallacies, but incorrectly. There's the sense of a necessary antecedent to say that there has to be something to cover up the atmosphere so that the air around us has a container. That is not necessary. And the assuming that it is necessary is a logical fallacy. The aspect of personifying things, to say that water finds its own level, or the horizon finds its own level, or something to that effect, that's also a logical fallacy. The concept of water finding anything. Water doesn't find anything. And the analogy is to say that water settles into a position, and that we assume that position is infinitely on the same plane on the surface is wrong. There's no flat earther that has ever shown water along a plane, the surface of the water along a plane, and you can see that beyond a certain distance. And that distance is always less than what it would take to easily discern the surface of the Earth at 24,000 miles of circumference. Sometimes I hear some flat earthers use the concept of rearification to say that, we're speaking about concepts that are not really anchored in reality or physically tangible. That's not true. The issue is that we are comparing the scale of the Earth, which is 24,000 miles in circumference, and we're using measurements that are not, the flat earthers are using measurements and then like trying to compare those measurements for shorter distances, and then making, extrapolating those shorter distances to say, oh, wait, it's flat from here to here. You don't see a measurement. You don't see a measurable curve. So you can't see a measurable curve further along the distance. That's absurd. And for me, one thing I noticed that is quite funny is how flat earthers will use a definition. They'll show a definition and the word has like 4 definitions, but they'll point to the definition of the 4 that justifies their position and say, oh yeah, what does the word level mean? Well, it means this. See, definition number 1 says it does, but definition number 2 does not. Definition number 2 speaks of something else, which applies to debunking their position. And then there are other things. I don't know if I've gone over my time, but I'll just stop there.
Thank you very much for that opening from the globe side. We're going to kick it over to the flat earth side. Want to let you know, folks, if it's your first time here at Modern Day Debate, we are a neutral platform hosting debates on science, religion, and politics. We hope you feel welcome, no matter what walk of life you are from, globe earth, flat earth, you name it. Thrilled to have you here. And if you haven't seen it, as you can see at the bottom right of your screen, RN Raw and Perfect Dawa face off on whether or not there is evidence for Islam next weekend. You don't want to miss it. Hit that subscribe button so you don't miss it. And with that, thank you very much for being with us. Jwitzit and Jeranism, the floor is all yours. Jeranism.
Thank you. Happy to be here, James. Thanks for having me. Awesome to finally get to debate here. Although I want to see Alex Stein here. So is he coming back soon? I hope so.
It is soon.
Good. I don't like debates a lot because I don't think that they're really fair when you're going against somebody who gets to use the entire body of science and call that fact. So you won't hear us really using that. We've got to actually battle uphill, which I think is a lot more difficult. And also pointing out that we are what scientific defines, which is being skeptical. So people who simply repeat what they're told, read out of a book, copy it, regurgitate it, those people are not being scientific. They're not being skeptical. What they're being is religious. So I find it hilarious that it seems that you have a lot of projection from the other side, where if they were truly skeptical, they would look into things like we do. They would question Artemis and wonder if that's real. They would question the pictures of the Earth that take 25 minutes to upload on Himawari. They would be skeptical and not just say, no, if it's coming from our government or it's coming from NASA, it must be true. That is the complete opposite of being skeptical and therefore not scientific at all. When we say it's flat, we certainly never mean it's 2D. So if you hear that, you're taking it the wrong way. When we say flat, we just mean it's a level plane. And when we say level, yes, there's mountains, there's valleys, there's ridges, there's oceans. But everybody is standing upright. There is nobody antipodal to me. There is nobody antipodal to you. There's nobody underneath you standing upside down. That is simply a fabrication told by men who think very little of you. Somebody at the beginning said what we do is pseudoscience, when most of the theories that come out of cosmology, they come from theoretical physicists like Michio Kaku, who's been on record saying that nobody that he knows of in his field uses the so-called scientific method. Well, if you don't use the scientific method, you are selling your product as science. That is the very definition of pseudoscience. So again, who's doing the pseudoscience here? Certainly not our side. That is the theoretical physics side. As far as you said, if we can debunk the globe, it doesn't mean that it's flat. Well, the thing about that is, again, the problem that we have is that when we bring you evidence that the Earth is not as we've been taught, your immediate question is always, well, how does the entire universe work then? As if that is an equal standing. We're not claiming that we know how everything works. We don't claim to know how the sun operates and what temperature it is when it comes out of the center and how long it takes to get to the coronal. We don't make those claims. It's you guys who have made those claims. And extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. So when you're going to tell people when they're 6 years old and 7 years old that they're spinning on a gigantic ball and that it's flying through space at ridiculous speeds and that it's never, it's got no impunity, nothing's getting in its way, nothing's causing it to deviate. It's just everything's just so perfect. And then you hear these speeds and they're ludicrous speeds like we're traveling right now. If you just close your eyes, you can feel it, 1.2 million miles per hour as we fly through the vacuum of space. Again, we've got an atmosphere attached, which seems quite strange in the fact that that atmosphere should have been gone long ago. It is adjacent to a vacuum, and the vacuum should equalize that pressure over time. However, that's not happening. They like to claim it's gravity, but we've given a thought project, and actually somebody's working on it right now to actually do it, which clearly just debunks that. If you take a vacuum chamber, and let's say it's as big as the room that we're in, and we evacuate all the air, but in the center of the room, we have a box, like a shoebox size, and in that shoebox is air, and it's also sealed. So we evacuate the big room. All that's left is the box with the air in the middle. We electronically open that lid. What's going to happen to the air in that box? Of course, it's going to immediately fill the space. It's going to immediately disperse into that vacuum. If the globe theory was correct, then the gravity would clearly be strong enough to hold that small bit of air in that box because it's closest to the Earth. So that is disproves that whole idea right there. It is clear that we can't have an atmosphere next to a vacuum. As far as ad hoc justifications, we can go back and start with where I did with Edwin Hubble and understanding that he looked out into the cosmos and saw everything moving away from us and then said that it does make it seem like we are the center of the universe, that we are central. However, he says that must be avoided at all costs. So anybody who is going to talk about philosophy, science is a philosophy. It is the philosophy that there is no God, there is no creator, that the smartest people here are the men who are here who can rewind sky clocks and they can, the giant ball Earth that we're told that we're just like little fleas on this gigantic rock and we would never see curve because it's so, well, if that's the case, but then you also believe that these same men, these same little fleas on the Earth, they also learn to polish up their little glass lenses and they put them in a tube and they can magically now see back in time. And they can see just by looking through the tube, 25 trillion miles, which of course is simply ludicrous. And you believe it not but based on any evidence other than men have told you. Men that you believe in, men that you trust, it's man worship. Why would you ever believe anybody who told you could see 25 trillion miles? That is the closest star to the Earth, or if you don't count the sun, 25 trillion miles, they tell us. So I'm skeptical of that. And we get yelled at and shouted at and called names and made fun of because we're skeptical of a crazy claim that has really no evidence. What'd you say? Is that my 6?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
All right. Nice. All right. I'm going to share screen real fast. Bang, bang. All right. We're good. So, here. So the debate is the Earth a spinning, tilted, wobbling ball in a vacuum, or is it a stationary topographical plane? This guy straw manned a 2D Earth and mountains debunk it or whatever. Flat's a description of a surface, not a shape. But anyway, this all started with Michelson Morley. It was supposed to show what's on the right here, where there is a difference in the light, but instead it actually showed that they were together. And so it showed that the Earth was not orbiting. This changed all of physics, and this is when relativity came in to play, basically saying that you could never prove that the Earth is orbiting. Just trust us. I promise it does. Matter contracts in the direction of motion. Time slows down. Just don't worry about it. You can't prove it, but we know it's the case. This is where you have this quote from Einstein explaining that Michelson Morley led him to relativity. He said, "Since then, I've come to believe that the motion of the Earth cannot be detected by any optical experiment, though the Earth is revolving around the sun." People get triggered and act like the fact he says, though the Earth is revolving around the sun, debunks our point and makes it stronger. We're saying he's admitting that even if he believes that, you can't actually detect it with optical experiment. Here's his quote saying you can't do it with terrestrial experiment. Every attempt to ever do that is negative. That's why relativity says you could never prove it. Here is the Michelson-Morley type experiments being done many other times with much more precision since then, even in this century, in the last couple decades. Much more precision, never detecting the orbit of the Earth. Here you go with the first radio transmission across the Atlantic Ocean, and this is from historychannel.com. You can see right here, it says that his disproving detractors told Marconi that he could not send the transmission 200 miles or more because it would be limited by the curvature of the Earth. He successfully sent it first attempt using line of sight 2,000 miles. After that, he ended up doing as far as 10,000 miles. Then they ad hoc came up with the idea of the ionosphere bouncing it down perfectly and making it land. The irony of a globe earther to say the word ad hoc is crazy. He brought this up and said, I don't know why they talk about the black swan, but they don't talk about how there are other pictures of it closer. Yeah, that's why it's called a black swan. If you say all swans are white, but then you find one black swan, it nullifies the claim that they're all black or that they're all white. That's the whole point. This only has to happen one time. The atmosphere constantly moves. He says you can tell there's a lot of refraction in this one and not that one. Yeah, because it's not as zoomed in. And as you zoom in the distance, you get more refraction. Anyone that actually tests the Earth and does observations instead of blindly believing it knows this. This debunks the globe. The horizon's over 10 miles away should be no further than 1.2 miles. And it's actually still doesn't even work in the picture he brought up. So ironically, they're cherry picking antithetical to the actual question, which is, does the horizon extend too far? Here's another observation, 163 miles away from 1,000-foot observer height. There should be 10,296 foot hidden height. You can notice he didn't include any actual data whenever he made this claim. He just put a cartoon on there and said it's perfect. Here's the depiction right here. You should not be able to see these. It's a silhouette from the mountains way too far away. This is the Chicago skyline during the sunset from almost 70 or just over 70 miles away. They should be entirely blocked. The curvature of the Earth should be over the tallest building in Chicago, yet you can see it. You can see it at the sunset with the silhouette. And they want us to believe that actually that's not there. The sun's not there either. That's an entire illusion. The sun's already gone, and the buildings are thousands of feet underneath the curvature of the Earth. They just happen to lift up, and the silhouette refracts and makes us think that it's actually there. I talk to locals. You can see it 4 to 5 days a week. This is a very frequent occurrence. Moving on, we have a whole bunch of different other observations here. Here's a laser test. So we shoot laser at very low height over the top of flat water. You know, fluid dynamics is constantly in motion, attempting to seek its equilibrium. Just saying level means curved around the ball is called begging the question. It's not reality. This is from 16.42 miles away, and we see it too far away. Here are mirror flashes. We also take mirrors, put them on the surface over large bodies of water, and we reflect the light back and forth coming from the sun, which is impossible on a globe. But they'll just say no. They just say the words refraction and gravity over and over and over. Talk about ad hoc explanations. And then here we go with one of the big quote-unquote debunks of flat Earth is the sunset. The sunset. Well, we have water vapor in the air. We know that here you're on side emitting that it acts as a lens of magnification. And then we show right here a depiction of the sun. And people say it should change in angular size. But as you can see, when it has magnification, it doesn't change in angular size. And it goes down and it disappears from the bottom up, even though it's up above a flat surface. I want everyone to pay attention here. They don't seem to understand it. He said there's no way. They just say perspective. You see the sun disappearing from the bottom up, but if you look at where it's at, it's actually still up above the table. Here's a depiction of, or here's an actual observation of the sun. This is beautiful. This is by Rakia, live shot to him. And watch what the sun does here. Now, they claim that the sun is going, actually the sun's sitting still, and we're falling back away from it, and the curve of the Earth is blocking it. Of course, as you see right here, the sun is disappearing into the vanishing point of the sky up above the horizon. This proves to you the sun can disappear from the bottom up, completely void of physical obstruction. No globe ever rebutted it. They can't. They just freak out. And then I'm just going to have to run through these, but here are the typical fallacies. I'll pull them up as they're used because it's important to understand you can't use fallacies constantly. Appeal to authority, credentials fallacy, saying that since I don't have credentials, my argument can't be true. poisoning the well, which they did that, just discrediting us before we go. Ad hominem fallacy, which is personal insult as opposed to the attack. Texas sharpshooter fallacy, which is what they do with geodetic surveying, where they say, oh, look, we'll put the circle around what we shot on the wall and claim it was perfect and throw out everything that doesn't match our assumption. False dilemma fallacy or false dichotomy fallacy, where they say it has to be this way or nothing. Appeal to emotion, you will see a lot of that. Shifting the burden of proof because they're making the positive claim that everything's antithetical to observation, but they shift the burden onto us. You have an appeal from incredulity. They can't understand how the sunset would work on a flat earth, therefore it can't be the case. You have argument ad populum. Everyone thinks that the earth is a ball, so it has to be. Then they strawman our position. They divert away from our position with red herrings. Then you have affirming consequent, begging the question. And of course, this is most important. Sophistry is the use of fallacious arguments, especially with the intention of deceiving. So hopefully we'll have a discussion today that will be fruitful, void of those fallacies, because they seem to be very popular in this discussion. And looking forward to it.
Thank you very much for that opening as well. We're going to jump into open conversation and want to let you know, folks, if you happen to have a question, you can feel free to fire it into the old live chat. If you tag me with @ModernDayDebate, that's one way to ask a question, as well as if you do a super chat, we push those to the top of the list as we start reading them during the Q&A. With that, gentlemen, thank you very much. The floor is all yours.
I'll just say real
Right,
quick.
so
I was going to say, Planner, real quick, that Austin and I are both open to having conversations with people who believe in the globe. It's unfortunate that most of your compadres like to attack and make fun. They don't really want to have the conversation. It's kind of strange.
I'm sure that there are a lot of people that want to have the conversation.
That's
Well,
good.
then let's have the conversation right now. So you guys brought your response. I want to address one of the things in a conversational manner so that we can put an end to that. Extraordinary claims have been met with extraordinary evidence. And the issue here is whether or not you recognize the evidence as being sufficient. When the evidence has been shown to you, you dismiss it or try to re-explain it. And that creates the very problem that you are saying we do. You're creating the very issue of having an honest conversation because you try to re-explain what is clearly evident.
Okay, can we get specific here? One of your extraordinary claims is that one of your extraordinary claims is that the earth revolves around the sun. So do you have any extraordinary evidence? Do you have any extraordinary evidence?
After I give you my example, then I will address you. So, for example, you spoke about the sun receding, back into distance and retaining the same size. Well, the thing that contradicts that is that when I look at those tall buildings in the distance and I get further away from those tall buildings, they get smaller. I don't see other objects anywhere around me, anywhere on Earth, where I go further away from them and they retain the same size. So there is no reason for me to look at that concept of the sun or the moon, for that matter, and say, oh, well, this is happening because of some lens effect, which quite literally contradicts your concept of refraction being a globe Earth debunk. So refraction works in a way to make the sun retain the same shape and size, no matter how far you go from it. But it doesn't. That's not the straw man, though.
Yeah, you just straw man.
And then that's a fallacy. Just address how what I'm saying is wrong.
Okay, you don't. Okay, can I talk now?
I'm done.
You actually don't know what fallacy means. I would encourage you don't use it if you don't know what it means.
I know what it means, and I stand by it. Define it. It means that you're trying to use a fallacy, an argument of a fallacy, to say that the person has a fallacy, as a reason to say that their argument is weak. Just because I may even engage in a fallacy does not mean that the argument itself is weak. So that is a waste of time. So address the issue.
Okay, that's wrong. So if you use a fallacy for your argument, then your argument is logically fallacious and invalid. What fallacy means is the assumption that just because someone says something fallacious as their argument, that their conclusion is incorrect. Right. So you can say fallacious things and your conclusion be wrong, but your argument is wrong. I just said that. Your argument is wrong if it's fallacious. So you didn't understand it. I didn't understand, and you and I are just going to disagree. But let's get to the sun. Do I need to pull the definition? I refuse. Listen, I refuse to yield on that. So we're not going to waste a whole hour doing this. So you're going to. I can laugh right along with you. Well, you're wrong. How the sun? No, you're wrong. Let's go ahead and address how the sun itself, out of all of the other objects that we have access to on Earth, can retain the same size
no matter what the distance is for anyone on Earth. But everything else diminishes with size as you get further away. Please.
Okay, so actually the sun does change angular size throughout the year in your own model even, and angular size does change throughout the day just very slightly. And it is because it's viewed through a greater distance of Atmos, and we also don't know the medium that the sun is in. You guys claim it's impossible for the sun to disappear bottom up. If the Earth is flat, I debunked that, showing a lensing effect would actually make it disappear from the bottom up.
Okay, so you did not address my point.
I literally did.
No, you literally did not. And
I'm just over your head. Sorry, brother.
No, you're not over my head. You're just being presumptuous. You want to keep going?
I'm over your head.
No, you're presumptuous.
You want me to repeat it?
No, I want you to listen. You want to listen? Okay, cool. So what you did was you gave an example of how the sun changes angular distance over a period of time from days to weeks to months over the course of a year, which you know was not my argument. I even said very clearly, everyone all over the world sees the sun as the same size, no matter how far away they are from it. That only speaks about distance. So I didn't specify a time frame. Yes, the sun will change by 5% size from August to January.
Because of distance.
Because of distance alone. And you may
Thank you for your concession.
No, but that doesn't address what I said.
You just said it wasn't because of distance.
No, I did not. Listen again.
Yeah, you did.
I said that my argument had nothing to do with looking at the changes of the sun over time. I'm looking at the changes of the sun over distance from one observer to another. Yeah, no, you got to have the one observer to the other part, or else you're not getting my point.
You didn't hear my rebuttal. Let me repeat it. I said it changes throughout the. This guy's unbearable. I said it changes throughout the year and even throughout the day in your own model.
That wasn't my original point, though.
So you're just going to interrupt me the whole time?
Hey, I do need to hold on one sec, just so there's not too much speaking over each other. But let's give it to Austin for maybe another minute, and then maybe even a minute and a half, and then we'll kick it back over to Dave or Planner Walk.
Okay, so I explained that in your own model, even it changes angular size throughout the year and throughout the day based on even stellarium data. So you can say no, but you can just go look at stellarium, it changes. And then I explained that the reason we don't see it the same as we see more local objects is the sun would be significantly farther away. And in addition, we do not know the medium that the sun itself is encompassed within, or if there's a containment that would give us that lensing effect to a greater extent. What it shows is that it disproves your claim it's impossible for the sun to maintain angular size and disappear from the bottom up over a flat surface. It objectively can with the lensing effects.
Okay, so what I stated had to do with the size of the sun being seen by different observers at the same time period. You knew this, and you're trying to redirect my argument, and that's a waste of our time. I'm not going to even call the fallacy because then we'll argue about what the fallacy is. So getting back to my original point, which is that the sun is the same size in the sky for all observers at any point in time. You know this. Now, you bring up some scientific measurement. Hold on, some scientific measurement that can be used to determine the angular size of the sun. And I wonder, what is the level of precision of that? It's certainly not optical. Because if I'm twice as far away from one object than I am from another, it'll be about half the size that it is when I originally saw it. Your sun on your flat Earth models can be 3, 4, and 5 times away from one observer to another. Whatever other measuring standard that you're trying to use has nothing to do with my argument, and you can't address my argument. If I'm in Chile and I see the sun rise over my head and it sinks back down to the ground, like you say, right? That sun from your own arguments can't be more than 4,000 or 5,000 miles away, right? Then someone on the other side of the world sees the sun rising while I'm seeing it setting, and that person on your flat Earth model is 20 to 30,000 miles away. There is absolutely no difference in angular size between those two observers. So I have debunked your argument.
So you clearly didn't listen to me, and I'm not going to go in circles with you again. I'm going to say it one more time, and then we're going to let the audience hear that you can't rebut it. So what I said was it actually disproves the claim that it's impossible for the sun to maintain angular size and disappear from the bottom up over a flat surface. You can get that very effect with the lensing effect. And I explained that we don't know the medium the sun is within, or if there is containment that would contribute to the lensing effect. And in addition to that, it is further away than something that you see on the ground, like buildings. Those three things objectively refute your position. You've skated past it 3 times, and the actual reason it's shown is because you guys claim that it's impossible when it literally is not impossible. Now I get to ask a question. You said extraordinary claims take extraordinary evidence, and that we deny the extraordinary evidence. You claim that the Earth is a ball that revolves around the sun in orbit. That's an extraordinary claim. Can you provide us with the evidence for that, please?
Sure. After I refute the nonsense that you told. So
I also want to jump in about.
Go ahead, jump in. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I want to jump in because there's something I wanted to say about the sun setting thing. Have you done any kind of calculations? Because when it comes to having that lens that you showed in the video, we can do calculations. Snell's law does exist to be able to do that kind of stuff. So have you done any kind of calculation so that we can say, okay, this is what we would expect to see if the Earth were flat, and this is what we would expect to see if the Earth is a globe, so that we can compare the two to work out which one comports most with reality? Have you done that?
Your calculations came from making the observations and then making the model after you saw what happens. You have all that, and then you keep saying you didn't do anything, right? So just like Jaron said in his opener, you just think you have this confidence over here, like we have this amazing model. You have to explain how everything in the universe works, and you can't even do the math for your own model. So the answer is that you made the calculations after the fact, and we don't have to. That we see the observations, we have the same observations. It just moves away actually, if you use magnetic holography, mapping out the Earth or mapping out the sun over the course of a year, we have a model that explains the position of the sun everywhere, maintaining exact angular size, and it's not in any way refutable. It's a magnetic holography projection of the Earth. We mapped it out with tons of data. So yeah, we did do the calculations. We showed exactly where the sun would be, exactly what it'll look like, and exactly how it works on a flat Earth, and it can't be refuted. So can anyone answer my question now, though? Instead of your guys' infatuation with your inability to understand how the sun can work on a flat Earth, can you guys explain to us before we just grant you that we're flying around the sun? Can you show us how you know that? Do you have any evidence that we're actually going in space around the sun, or are we just supposed to believe it?
So firstly, I have actually done calculations, and I've actually tried to do calculations to make a flat Earth work. And to make a flat Earth work, there was something that I didn't include in my presentation called the white swan. And to make that image possible on a flat Earth, you would need air to be getting really, really cold, colder than what has ever been measured for it to work. This is going off of what?
Yeah, the other picture.
This is the white swan. It was the image that turned Ranty from being a flat Earth into a globe Earth.
Oh, the fake flat Earther.
That's still bad.
And I did calculations on that, and the only way that it would work on a flat Earth is if the air was like extremely cold, colder than what we've ever measured.
Strawman fallacy.
That's the only way that you can see something in the distance that's lower than something that's closer to you and taller? That's what you're saying?
That's the only way that image could actually be taken on a flat Earth. Well, do you have an alternate
saying something is a
explanation?
strawman fallacy doesn't mean anything.
What he's saying is he's building his argument upon a strawman version.
No,
of what
he's
he
not.
wants to pin upon us with his own version of a
No, he's
flat
not.
Earth due to his
He's
misunderstanding.
No, it's not. You're trying to dictate and declare things. So
Are you trying to deny
You're emotional, man.
how? Are you trying to
you're
deny
just manipulative,
light
and I see right
works?
through it.
What's up, Plainer? What?
This was just based on how light works, how light is refracted through air. Are you trying to deny
how
that?
light works?
Can I show
Light bends downward as hot air rises through cold air. Am I right? Or sorry, through less dense air rises through denser air. Is that correct or is that incorrect?
That light can bend towards the more dense medium.
Light bend down.
I'm helping you out. I know your religion more than you. Light bends towards the more dense medium.
But here's the thing: you're trying. That's called stalling for time. Your sarcasm is a way to stall. It's a way of stalling and running out the clock. No, just do the correction then. Just say no, it's wrong. This is how it works.
I did.
No, you didn't. You made some comments that were unnecessary.
You're saying that light bends towards the more dense medium, and somehow that debunks a flat Earth. The only way that Plainer Walk did his math was to assume a refractive rate.
Didn't say that. I said light bends downward, not towards the more dense medium or not towards the less. I said light bends downward, and I could be wrong, but I believe that as the hot air rises or the less dense air rises over the more dense air, it causes the light to bend downward. Okay. Now, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but we know that the density, which is, often caused by how hot air is, can affect how light travels. Okay. That's the bottom line.
Wow, so profound.
That was good evidence. So,
Sarcasm means nothing.
yeah, I was saying that's good evidence.
No, not you, dude. You're fine.
Planer Walk.
I'd like to hear your point of view.
Well, Planer Walk, I want to
For
get
you to go on mute.
Planer Walk. I have a question
It's
about
not
the
gonna
Ranty thing, because I thought that was one of the bigger jokes I've ever seen was Ranty leaving for that image, because I guess I don't fully understand your guys' position. Is your position that because the mountain is taller than the tower, that there's no way that you can ever get the tower to look taller than the mountain, even with perspective?
Yeah, perspective alone cannot account for that.
Okay, so like, see this metal box on the side of my house here, the sprinkler box on the left?
Right.
With my finger here in a second. So to get that item, that little box there, okay? So to get that item above the back fence, which clearly the height of the fence behind there is a lot taller, right? But you just need to lower the camera, and all of a sudden that box now goes above that back fence. So how is that possible? If the back fence is clearly taller than that box, how did it fall behind there?
So
I'm sorry, go ahead.
So that we know the observer height, right? So this is just asking about observer height. We know the observer height. I believe the observer height was something like 6 feet in Ranty's image.
Correct.
So if we account for observer height, we know the observer height.
Right.
We account for perspective. You still need something like refraction in order to explain how the thing further back is lower than the.
He asked you, why did it do it in this video? That's what he asked you.
He changed the observer heights.
Okay, so why? Explain how that makes it happen.
Perspective.
Because the less.
Oh, it does. It is perspective. That's crazy.
No,
It is perspective.
You're generalizing perspective too much. You're not explaining how it works in those different scenarios. When he changed the observer height, his line of sight is no longer on the same elevation as the object that he was looking at. So
Neither is the elevation. Neither
in the observation we're talking about.
Ranty's,
No. What Ranty did was he gave you a clear observer height from where he is, and he
6 feet.
compared it.
Welcome.
Okay, doesn't matter. See, here's how it doesn't matter, because he gives the observer height of the object that he is measuring or observing,
And it's higher than him.
500.
and
You just said if it was low, or you said if the observer height is lower than what you're observing.
I'm saying in this example, see how you did the same thing earlier. You're trying to switch things from what I'm saying to apply to something else I'm not speaking of.
My example
In
was
this
given,
image, go ahead. Sorry.
my example is given because it's very simple for anyone who's not a globe zealot to see that things in the distance get smaller. They lower down, right? And so,
Right.
Okay.
No, that's not true. That is not always true. Things that are higher than your elevation, things like if, let's say I'm 6 feet tall,
okay,
and let's say I'm looking at something that is 20 feet taller than me, right?
Okay.
It's Satoshi.
Hey, bro.
How are you, mate?
I'm all right. How are you?
Not too bad. Just starting my day off, mate. Monday morning.
I'm working tomorrow.
What is it for you? Sunday.
Yeah.
Saturday. Sunday.
Sunday right now.
Sunday afternoon, yeah.
Yeah.
Like in the future, do you have flying cars or anything?
Yeah, hoverboards. Still waiting for that one from Back to the Future 2. It's about 30 years too late now.
Did they find the curvature over there yet?
Nah, mate. One of the flattest places on the plane. Where you been, mate? Been hiding?
I've been in Polish Discords just talking to people.
Do you speak Polish?
Yeah, I learned it during the quarantine.
Yeah.
Well,
About
that's
flat
tight.
Earth or about other stuff?
Yeah, bro. They lied to us and kept us fucking home, so I got to learn something.
That's tight, man. You learned a language. It's like, it's tight.
Yeah, I actually do like it. What about you, Timbo? What you been doing?
Just upgrading some skills, mate, at the moment. So I had school last week. So back at school 1 week a month to get another license, another building license. So been busy, mate. Try and keep a business running and be at school at the same time is proving difficult, but we'll get there. Persevere. What are you doing in the Polish Discord servers? What are you talking to them about?
I just basically sit there and I used to just sit there and listen to them talk so I could learn, but now I don't know. I just do like general conversing.
Just to practice your Polish?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's good.
I know a guy who did that with Norwegian, but then after all the stuff happened, just kind of went back into his life and then like brain farted all the like it's like the worst thing ever. He's like, I worked so hard on it, and then I didn't speak a word of Norwegian for like 8 months. Now I can't do any of it. But he can still listen though. He said I can still pick it up. You know.
Any Polish flat earthers in there, Toshi? You haven't mentioned it.
No.
I would say that almost would be a meme, right?
The religious Polish people in there do believe in the flat Earth, though.
Yeah.
Is that still a thing? Do people say that Polacks are dumb?
I mean, I haven't heard it.
Okay. I guess when I was a kid, that was kind of like the you'd call someone Polish if you wanted to insult them. Maybe it's a regional thing.
No, I know it's an insult for Polish people, but like, I've never heard it personally.
It's like those jokes, like how do you confuse a Polish person? You put them in a round room and tell them to stand in a corner. Like, why did Germany defeat Poland so quickly? Well, Polish threw the first grenade, and the Germans just took the pin out and threw it back.
Polish also charging tanks on horses.
Hey, I mean, it's a good day to die. If you're gonna go down, might as well go down on your feet than your knees. Because they were expecting, like, they were still like World War One mode, cavalry and like horses or even before that, kind of like Napoleonic War.
Well, there might be another war there soon.
What do you mean by that?
I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say it, but like, you know, the Ukraine thing, if it gets really bad.
Hey, the other day on a different server, we're talking about that Mandela effect, and I wasn't quite sure about this one. Maybe I can run it past you guys. What do you think?
Go for it.
Okay.
Run it.
What color are Chewbacca's eyes?
I would say
Brown?
black.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Right, brown, black. That's how you remember them, right? Look it up now. What it is now.
Are they like green or something?
Yeah, kind of yellowish, greenish blue, or something like that. Kind of depending, but there is a light colored eye.
It says blue.
Yeah, it's fucking whacked, isn't it? Like, what the fuck? Like, when the hell did that happen?
I don't remember them having blue eyes.
But is this one of those things like, you know, you'd expect an animal like that? I mean, how do you expect an animal like that when they don't exist? But, you know, something like big and furry to have dark brown or black eyes. You know what I mean? Like you'd relate them to a bear. You know?
Yeah, but I mean, the thing is too that people remember he did have a lot of close-up scenes, and he's not really an animal. He's like actually a very intelligent war hero. I mean, can pilot a starship and all this other stuff.
Yeah.
It's just that he can't vocalize the same way that humans vocalize. So then, yeah, that's what the thing where people are thinking, like, they remember seeing close-ups and just having like big brown teddy bear eyes, and now
that's why I said black.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought that one tripped because a lot of times I hear about those, those Mandela effects, and I'm like, I guess so. Maybe I didn't really pay that close attention. I'm kind of guessing. This one threw me through a loop. I swear I remember seeing him with these big brown eyes, like piercing dark eyes, like intimidating, like animal-like. But no, he's got these soft baby blue eyes. Like, what the fuck? When did that happen? I guess apparently some people are saying like, oh, that some of the toys had brown eyes, or no colored eyes, and but the actor, had blue eyes. Or I mean, they've gone through like some of the comic books. Comic books won't color in eye color; it'll just kind of be like a pinpoint spot,
Yeah.
So that some of the people are saying, "Hey, that's probably what's going on," and just don't remember that detail, and then just thinking about it. But I'm like, I could have sworn though. I remember seeing the movie. He has close-ups, face like headshots or whatever they call it, and they're brown eyes. I could have sworn so. I haven't gone back and looked at the movie. Just some of the sources I had looked at. Screenshots of the movie, and sure enough, them blue eyes there.
The mannequins and the figurines. You had a look at those?
Yeah, I guess some of the toys are they vary. The eye color varies.
Because that could play a factor, like, if someone sees mannequins, the figurines more than the movie, because you kind of only watch the movie. Like, I suppose if you're a Star Wars fan, you've probably seen it about 20 times. But if you had figurines, probably play with them every day when you're a kid,
Yeah.
I don't know. Could be a thing. I'm not sure. I'm a bit skeptical with the Mandela effect.
Yeah, me too. Not so much skeptical, but like kind of like, I guess so.
Just memory recall.
Yeah.
Because there's all those experiments they did with like robberies, people like witnessing robberies, and you got 20 different people and you got 20 different accounts of the robbery.
Oh yeah, that's a good one too. Because this other a different server, different topic, whatever. This guy was talking about that history is 100% accurate. It's facts. These are the stuff in the history book is a fact. And I'm like, holy!
How can you even say that?
I go, dude. Right now, you could separate. There's about 6 people in the call. You could separate all 6 of us. All 6 of us would get a different account of what just happened right now. Like right now.
Yeah.
And you're trying to tell me that right now the 6 of us could figure out what happened 100 years ago, 200 years ago, 300 years ago? I go, get the fuck out of here, right? You can't even agree on what's happening right now. Like, right? People can't agree on it. They'll witness the same event and disagree on what they saw. And you're trying to tell me back then they had it all figured out? They all just suddenly agreed?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, he was kind of like, well, good point, but it's historical fact as if, like the popular opinion. I'm like, okay, sure. You got the most people thinking what you think. Therefore, it's not a fact, right? It's not historical fact. It's historical opinion. Popular historical opinion. He's like, oh, whatever. I go, like, take the L, dude. Take the L.
My daughter was doing her homework over the weekend, and it was about Charlemagne, and she's only 13, by the way, and she's saying that their history was written by someone from his court. I said, yeah, of course. And she said, so would that be biased towards Charlemagne? And I said, well, think about it. Let's ask your mum to write a report about you and your attitude. What do you think it's going to be biased towards you? Or I said, how does this guy refer to Charlemagne? And she said, well, he says, my Lord and Savior and this and that. I said, so does that sound biased to you? She said, yeah, of course. I said, so there you go. You can write that in there if you want. You can say this is the account of this story, which is biased because the person writing it is someone from Charlemagne's court. So I thought, that's like I didn't even prompt it or anything, but it's everything we're doing is working. I had a little proud moment there.
Did you disappear, Tim? Timbo the gold. You there, buddy?
Hey, mate. How are you?
Hello. Yeah, good, man. How you doing?
Not too bad. Just starting off the Monday.
God, it's fucking Monday for you lot already, isn't it? Shit.
It's raining and cold.
Is it not a good day now?
Oh, Hey, sorry. Go ahead. Sorry. I got a story for you once you're done talking.
Oh, I was just saying hello to Tim. Did you see the message from Meme in the live stream, Timbo?
You've been leveled up.
Oh, cool.
Battlefield promotion, mate.
making goals, kicking goals.
Mm-hmm.
Just grabbing a coffee. We'll be back.
All right, mate. What's up, Crit? What's your story?
Okay, so it just reminded me because what Helio said, use the F word. Because I dropped the F word in real life, actually.
Wait, which F word? FU or FA with the, you know?
Oh, no, the FU.
Okay.
So I live in northern Minnesota. I guess you got, well, plus a lot of the area of the country got this huge snowstorms. So the plow knocked my mailbox over. Okay, just obliterated it. Not even mad. Okay, I'm not even pissed at all. I go to the post office. I'm like, I need to set up a PO box because the plow destroyed my mailbox. They're like, yeah, that'll be like $68.40. I'm like, the fuck it will be, you know, right? Like, your government plow destroyed your government mailbox. Now you're gonna give me a government PO box. And, you know, kind of like I had pictures and everything to show them, you know, like that. Look at here, you can clearly see it's plain as day, right? Like you see where the plow blade went by and just obliterated my mailbox. Complete. I mean, it's like destroyed. Okay, which is not. I wasn't even mad. I mean, obviously it's a big, heavy machine. You know, it's the first guy. You know, Dave, first guy on the job. I'm not asking them to like buy me a new mailbox. I can't do anything about it because the ground is frozen and covered like with 5 feet of snow. So after arguing back and forth about it, not really arguing, but it's kind of like, dude, seriously, it's your fault, right? The government did this, and you're like, sort it out, you know? I go, it's kind of the principle of the thing, right? I didn't want to give them a penny for a PO box. So finally, after arguing, they decided that I could put my mail on hold, like fill out the form and hold my mail every week, and then pick it up there. And I'm like, fine, whatever, okay? I'll do that. But I'm like, wow, you know? And this is like, people talk about, oh, the government is so great. It explores space. Dude, they can't even figure out how to deliver your mail. I mean, what are you talking about? Like, they got this amazing bureaucracy apparatus that puts shit into space for the betterment of humanity. They can barely maintain a road or keep the streets plowed. I'm not even mad about it. Mistakes happen. But don't make it seem like suddenly there's some sort of enlightened group doing something for the betterment of humanity. They can't even figure simple shit out. Like how to talk to each other. You think the street plowers would be able to tell the mailbox people that the mailbox got knocked down, so you're going to need a P.O. box, which is not a big deal because you look there, all the P.O. boxes are no one's even using them anymore. It's kind of like a thing of the past. So, I mean, come on already.
Yeah, and people look to these guys for answers. If these governments were running a business, they'd be sacked on the spot.
Yeah, for real. I mean, like, imagine that, right? Imagine if you had a private snowplow company and a private mail delivering company, and the private snow company removal just obliterates something on your property. And the mail people are like, well, pay up, sucker. They wouldn't even involve you at all, right? Your mail delivery private company would be issuing a bill to the plow people on your behalf.
Company. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
You get a letter in the mail.
Because our mate destroyed your mailbox, we're going to bill you for it.
And we're going to bill you for plowing and bill you for destroying your mailbox. Then when you want your mail delivered to here, where your mail gets delivered, just slide it in a box here in the wall. There's a spot in the wall you can slide the mail in, and I'll come by with a key, you know, like every couple of days and open that box and take my mail out. They want to charge me $60 for that shit. Wow.
Are you in
dude.
In Canada, Crit?
No, Minnesota. Well, almost Canada. Minnesota. Like, yeah, way northern Minnesota.
Yeah. Is that so? Is your postal service in the US? Is it government run or is it a government? Is it private business or is it a government private business? Like I know it sounds weird, but I'll explain in a sec.
Yeah, so you've got the U.S. Postal Service, which is like a federal organization, the same as like NASA and the FBI.
Yeah.
It's an independent agency of the executive branch. But you also have mail carriers, which are like the UPS and like FedEx and things like that. So you've got both.
They're private.
And they're private, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
But
Because
generally all
Australia
leathers,
Post.
like bills and leathers and anything small like that, and like advertisements, that's all carried by the government. The government postal service. Boxes and packages that can be carried by government, but mostly carried by like FedEx or UPS.
Yeah. Yeah, because we have Australia Post, and it's a government-run private business. So it's because it's a necessity, but they've turned it into a business, and the government taxes its own business. You know what I mean? Like they have a CEO, a private CEO who gets paid, and it runs as a business, not a non-profit. Just it runs as a business, but it's government owned.
I just looked at our website for the city I'm in, and it's actually a frequently asked question. What do I do if the plow destroys my mailbox? It is the responsibility of the owner to replace it. That's it. One line.
That's ridiculous.
I don't,
it's like destruction of property. It's a crime. Destruction of private property. Are your mailboxes, are they government owned, are they?
Well, kind of, yeah. Like you sort of like maintain it. You know, like you paint it or do whatever you want to it, but you don't really own it. Like you can't use your mailbox, for any other purpose. Like you just can't you can't walk up to someone's house and like put a birthday present into their mailbox. You're like, or that sort of stuff. It's only supposed to be used by the postal service.
See, we just have mailboxes, and everyone makes their own mailbox or buys a mailbox, and that mailbox is used for mail, and you can do whatever you want to it. It's your mailbox.
Yeah, like when I used to live in Minneapolis, there's just a slit on your kind of outer door. A lot of the houses there have like
we had that in Scotland. Yeah.
So people just can do that. Like say if you're watching your friend's house for a week or whatever, and then at the end of the week you just slide the keys through the mail hole.
Yeah.
Yeah, but here it's like on the side of the road. There's mailboxes that are so the post guy kind of drives down. It's funny too because their steering wheels on the opposite side, so they can drive on the right hand side of the road and then reach their mail out into the boxes.
Oh.
So it's kind of like that Europeans or English sort of. I think Australia too, right? You drive on the left.
Yeah, we drive on the left, and our mailboxes are at the start of our driveway, so that the mail carrier doesn't have to go onto the property. So it's like on the property edge of the footpath, on the property side. So he just walks past on the footpath and puts his mail in the mailbox.
Yeah, here. This is what I also went to UPS or the United States Postal Service website. It said, "What do I do if I have a damaged mailbox? All damaged or destroyed mailboxes must be replaced by the owner. Mail will not be continued to be delivered. If your mailbox has been damaged to the point where delivery is not possible, you contact your local store to arrange to make other arrangements." Basically, they give a list of different possible arrangements you can make.
But you then classified as the owner.
Yeah, I own the property.
I was thinking owner of the mailbox.
Oh yeah. It's like I don't own the mailbox, but I'm responsible for it. It's like
like a nature strip, like that strip of grass at the front of your house that you don't own that's on council ground, but you have to mow it. Like that.
Yeah, here there's like if you put stuff in the mailbox that doesn't belong in the mailbox, that's it's a crime, basically.
Crime.
So if I look at how about that? If I destroy my mailbox, that's a crime. If the plow destroys my mailbox, then it's a
an
crime.
accident.
Yeah, it's just an accident, or it's a crime not to replace it.
Mm-mm. That's crazy.
Yeah, like how do they do this? Because people aren't paying attention. They don't really care.
And no one reads the rules until it happens. Like, if that happened to someone, and then they go, "Oh well, who's going to replace my mailbox?" That's the only time they're going to find out that if they destroy their mailbox, they have to replace it, and it's a crime. Or if the plow destroys it, then it's not a crime, and they'll go, "What? What the fuck?" But then they'll forget about it and not worry about it because how many times is your mailbox going to be destroyed? Like those type of people. Like I'd remember something like that for the rest of my life. But some people who don't really pay attention, they're just going to, a couple of days later after they've paid for their new mailbox, they're just going to forget about it and move on.
Yeah, this is an interesting one too. The UPS basically here's their stance on mailboxes. We do not provide assistance in repairing mailboxes. The purchase, installation, and maintenance of mailboxes is the responsibility of the customer. So it's like, okay, so it's your mailbox, though. Yep. And whose responsibility is it? Mine. But it's yours. Yep. It's okay. They'll say, yep. You own that mailbox. They're like, yep, we own that. And it's whose responsibility? Mine. Why? How's it mine? How? You just said you owned it. Like, do I get a kickback, or is there some sort of like
do I
own
get
it?
Maintenance fees or what?
Yeah. Let's just say the plow. Your plow destroys my mailbox. Are you going to reimburse? No, really. So can
So
you
what's the
hold
point
my
of
mail?
owning it?
Yeah, I know. It's like something is wrong here, and it's and people aren't like. Oh, here's an interesting one too. There's a post. Can you charge the plow driver with hit and run? It basically, long story short, is no. Collision with a mailbox by the government is not considered a hit and run. But other people, yes. Like if you hit someone's mailbox, you basically got to stop. You can't. It can't be like.
Yeah,
oops.
otherwise it's property damage.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not the snowplow.
Yeah, it's like it's so dumb too because it's not even close. Like if someone could be like, maybe the plow did that. You can see where the plow went through. It is like it's not even like you see my mailbox. It's like 100 pieces. It's like completely destroyed. So it wasn't like it was close. I just came over and kicked it over, wanting a new mailbox, like some sort of hustle. Like you look at the scene, and this is a mass. This is a bloody scene. That plow turned my mailbox into cedar chips.
Yeah. So if something like that happened to us, like because it's our mailbox, it's on our property, owned by us, the whoever destroyed it would have to pay for it.
Yeah, you'd think.
It was Australia Post, even if it was Australia Post, a government organisation, they would still have to pay for it. Because it's private property. You would think that would be the same in any case. Yeah, you're right. I'm going to have to check that because I'm saying that without actually knowing 100%.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see what it's like. I had no idea. Because it's the same thing too. It's kind of my fault, right? I walked into the post office expecting them to be, certainly, Toby, here, we got this voucher program, fill this out, and everything's fine. I expect some, some person just to be like, I'm like, just to be like going to, die in the fire, It's kind of like your expectation, like you just like think government can't get any worse than it is. Like, holy crap, it is worse. It's actually worse than it is.
Don't you worry, buddy. Every day they're getting even worse.
Yeah, the stupidity will be eclipsed momentarily.
They love to touch everything, and everything they touch, they fuck up.
Here's a blog post. So the plow destroyed your mailbox. Now what? And it's like, it's not even uncommon. It's like, the more I look into this, it's like all over the place. Here's like a news story where like the plow just went down the street and took out like 20 people's mailboxes. The city had said it was going to dole out $50 to each person, and they never did. They just didn't. They ended up giving them some redeemable check for some sort of hardware store for $50, but it turns out like all the mailboxes were like $55. Like the cheapest mailbox. So like, no matter what, you're paying up, like, and this could turn out that someone they know at the city council owns a friend, or a friend owns a friend or family like owns that hardware store. Man, I tell you. Here's a funny post. What to do with your mailbox? Because the metal part is okay. It's kind of dented up. It's more the post that got destroyed, the cedar post. It's like what to do with the metal part of your mailbox after the plow destroyed it. Like here's all these little do-it-yourself things you can do with the leftover mailbox, the carcass, if you will. How to repurpose your mailbox after the plow destroyed it. Turn it into a flower bed, like squirrel house. Maybe I'll have a burial for it.
Think we can drag over a few more fundies from modern day debate?
Probably.
We gotta.
Did you see, like, dude, Inquisitor, like, he's been told to drop the topic about my age. Stop talking about age. And still, today, he posted again.
Talking about anything but the topic, huh?
But I was wondering, like, if they were going to get mad, because I posted... Let me get back to that. I thought they'd be like, oh, that's not right. You can't say that. I said, maybe, because he said that at a certain age, you have to get off Discord. I said, maybe his wife told him, hey, honey, you're 30 years old. Stop acting like a 15-year-old.
Yeah. He has those problems. Maturity test required for Discord.
Yeah, that was awesome, though, how you ran him off yesterday.
I just joined the VC and he instantly dipped.
I know. Do you used to see that he used to post, I'm Crit's Kryptonite.
Oh my god.
I'd be like, yeah, dude, you are a space rock. Just like Michelle Dollar said. You're dumb as a rock, dude.
He has no no glob mod in the VC, so he just dips instantly when one of us joins. But he's kryptonite for us, right?
Yeah.
Oh my god. Yeah, I really want to get him here, but the fact that he does that means that he'll probably never show up.
No, he won't leave the echo chamber, the safe space.
But then they say that we're the ones in the echo chamber, even though we're going to their echo chamber and they won't come to this server.
Yeah, we've had a few weird Australians in here, haven't we?
Prof Phil.
And the other guy, guy was going around in circles last night.
Oh my god.
That was painful.
Yeah.
Phil's like, I mean,
Taxetti or something, wasn't it? Taxetti.
That was bad.
Phil's a real goofball because I talk to him every so often, and last time I talked to him, he's like, "Can you get me on band?" I go, "Certainly." Can you stop harassing women in DMs? You don't need to ask them what their father thinks about them being online and all this weird shit. Just don't DM people, especially women. Just act functionally normal. Just join the live stream and have a conversation. Can you do that? And he's like, basically like, I don't know what you're talking about. Rah.
He loves being banned because then he can go around telling everybody that we're petrified of him.
Oh, yeah. We're afraid of him.
But, I mean, I am kind of petrified of his creepiness.
Yeah, it is too, because I wouldn't want to just randomly DM a woman unless there was something with, like, hey, it's okay if I send you this information or whatever. It's just bad form. And he should know that being some sort of college professor.
Yeah. So many weirdos.
Yeah, it'd be like, like I hear, like you go to a live stream, you hear some woman talk and be like, what would your husband think about what you're saying right now? You'd be like, who the fuck are you?
Maybe he does that at university too.
Oh yeah, probably. There's a lot of creepy professors out there. What got me was when he said that I had to explain his Mercedes in his driveway, otherwise the Earth is a globe. I'm like, what the hell are you on about, dude? Like, and then he had he's got blueprints for a colony ship that he wants to sell for, like, I can't remember what it was, like $5 billion or something like that. He's holding out for the highest bidder.
It's funny you talk about that Mercedes, because this is the last message I got from him 2 days ago. Mate, we academics live to be famous. We don't give a flying shit about the money. If I had any inkling that all the space agencies like the one I contracted with until I retired were feeding the public bullshit with respect to space and satellites, I would write on the front of the cover of The Age exposing the bullshit. I would be famous. I am an expert in orbital mechanics, and I would be able to shut them down in 5 minutes flat. So in that he's saying he doesn't give a shit about money, but he's showing off to you that he's got a Mercedes?
Yeah, I think, I kind of triggered him at one point because, like, I asked him basically, like he says he worked for the Indian space program.
Yeah, What's the satellite name?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't recall exactly, but the thing was that he gets paid really well, and that he gets paid so well that he has a Mercedes in his driveway. And I kind of did a tongue-in-cheek thing and said, man, I would park it in, my garage. Why would you leave your Mercedes in your driveway? Like, wow.
But Mercedes only expensive when they're brand new. Yeah, 2 years down the track, if you buy a second-hand Mercedes, you're going to be spending exactly the same amount of money on the car as any other car, That's not... Like, just to say I've got a Mercedes doesn't mean you have a lot of money. It's just such a silly comment.
And it's so weird, too. It's like, explain the Mercedes. If I can't explain his Mercedes...
Therefore, satellites.
Yeah. Therefore, satellites. Therefore, Earth is a globe. I'm like, why would I need to explain a car in your driveway either way? Like, what does that have to do with anything?
Yeah.
It just drags the conversation into irrelevance.
Yeah, that was the thing too. Like trying to get him to understand that the wrong answer is still an answer. Like I asked him, when you tell me I wasn't answering his questions. I didn't answer anything. I go, so if a student you have, right, you're in classroom, you say, here's a question, students. A student says, hey, my answer is X. And you tell them that is not an answer. How long would you be a professor for? And then he's like, oh, well, is a wrong answer an answer? Like if you add an adjective to the front of answer, does that suddenly make it not an answer? And that took like 6 hours to get him there. Okay, this is like I'm paraphrasing, right? Like less than a minute. But this was like a 6-hour text conversation just to get him to understand if you add an adjective in front of answer, it's still an answer. Okay, it's still an answer.
Car in my driveway, therefore globe.
Unless I can explain otherwise.
Yeah, how else did it get there?
Yeah, I don't give a shit about your car. How about that? How about plow destroys my mailbox and government can't figure out, like how to deliver my mail. Therefore, flat.
Well, I mean, if that's the proof that the professor is going to go to, car in my driveway, then I guess they should just rewrite all the textbooks and put that in there instead.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Page 1, there's a car in Professor Phil's driveway. Not in his garage, mind you. He's got an expensive car that he parks in his driveway and just leaves it exposed to the elements. Therefore, globe. Because globe people are smart.
Yeah, they have the most money.
He's got so much money, he can buy an expensive car and just let it rot in his driveway.
And he says it's a globe, so it must be.
It'd be like, Professor Phil, what's a garage for? Can't figure that out. He can't figure out what a garage is for, but he knows for damn sure that his Mercedes in his driveway proves the Earth is a globe.
Yeah.
His garage is for making satellites.
Yeah. Oh my God, that's perfect.
So he keeps his Mercedes outside because the satellites are more important.
Yeah, astrophysically, the distance between his garage and his driveway are just minuscule, astrophysically. It's the same place. Duh.
I'm an expert in orbital mechanics. I wonder if he's worked out a three-body problem yet.
Well, I asked him. Well, because every single time he goes to satellites, right? So then I was like, well, that needs a measured radius, right? And he goes, yes, it does. Okay, how'd you get that? Goes straight to Eratosthenes. Okay, shadows diverge on curved and flat surfaces. How did he know it was curved? He assumed it. So the whole thing just boiled down to, it's assumed.
Yeah, and then he gets angry and starts yelling at you.
Yeah, it's funny. I love that. He's funny when he gets mad, don't you think?
Yeah, he's like, and I imagine him being like one of those little, those troll dolls that sit on the end of pencils.
Yeah. Yeah, I love it.
Did you end up banning that guy last night, Taxetti, or
yeah? I don't think he's worth our time.
No, he's a time waster. There's no good conversation out of that. Nah, he's not worth. I was getting really frustrated anyway. Couldn't handle the way he was talking. He's one of those guys that I can imagine him just sitting in his kitchen drinking soy lattes.
Just dragging the conversation into sheer absurdity.
Yeah. Oh, you'll admit that there's a pressure gradient. Yeah, 2 hours later, we're in the same point.
Yeah, and I'm trying to progress the conversation by just asking you the same question over and over for 2 hours.
How funny was that?
Yeah, I don't know if he's just like an idiot or he's sandbagging on purpose or what, but I don't know. I don't think I have time for it.
I don't normally jump in on weekends, but this weekend I had some spare time. And do you get those people every weekend?
Well, we had a steady weekend of them this time.
Yeah.
There was one like that the night before.
Oh, who was that?
Oh, what was his name? Tired.
Yeah, Tired. I remember him. Yeah, that was a wacky conversation.
But he just did like a lot of word salad. Like he was just saying words and stuff that just didn't mean anything.
Yeah, bot chat.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And then there was the other guy that was in just before, Taxetti.
Oh, okay, I didn't hear him.
He was like maybe the English.
Yeah, I missed that one.
Look, I think he was in the chat before.
Well, Tech City did a bit of a disservice to the Globe because we had that Roji guy here, and he was sort of like a Glober on the fence, didn't really know what to think. And after hearing that Tech City guy, he's like, that guy's crazy, right?
Yeah,
So,
he pushed him the other way.
Yeah, he's like, wait a minute, these flat earthers seem to be making more sense than this guy.
Here we go, Spooky. Did you come across Spooky?
Oh, yeah, him. He's pretty chill.
Yeah, he's to talk to as well.
Yeah, he doesn't seem like the worst of them. But yeah, Tech said he helped us. I just got to a point where I was like, all right, fed up with this, and he's kind of served his purpose. Let's just get rid of him now, because it's just going to be more and more of this forever. Us making really clear, like, basic points to him, and him, like, completely missing it, deliberately or otherwise. Just dragging us down into insanity.
And then saying that you're avoiding the point by asking the proper question.
Avoiding the point, as he's literally doing that by saying that to me. Like, oh, okay, so it's a globe with gravity pulling things to its center. How do you know that? You're avoiding the point. Well, that was the point you just brought up, and now you're literally avoiding it by saying that to me. Like, craziest shit I've ever seen. What a way to deflect. To tell someone else that they're deflecting. Great deflection. Holding me to my claims is deflecting. Yeah, I mean, I didn't want to get rid of him if other people still wanted to entertain the insanity, but it seems like everybody was over it. And yeah, after a certain point, it's like, okay, 2 hours just circling on this one thing, which is the very first thing I told him. Like, let's just do something else now. Oh, so you claim the pressure is going to be equal throughout the container. Well, the first thing I said was that there was a gradient in containers. So, no. We are joined by Necrometer. Howdy, sir. Not sure I'm available to hold a whole conversation right now, but somebody in this chat should be if you want to speak up.
Hello, guys. Am I allowed to speak here?
Yeah, sure. I took you off mute. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. Are you doing a live stream?
Yeah, this is a live stream. It's live streamed to YouTube and a couple other places.
Thank you. It's great to join here.
Yeah, you're welcome. What's your interest in the topic? What brings you to the server?
I am having doubts
about the globe.
Yeah.
Yep. What are those doubts?
Shameful.
Yeah.
So, like, I've been following a lot of like these videos and stuff, right? I spent some time about this, and I'm an engineer, right?
Yeah. Yeah, so what have you been finding? What sort of things are making you question it?
A lot of inconsistencies in the science-related stuff.
Yeah.
It appears it is more like a movie production or something, you know?
Yep. I do kind of know. Like, what sort of stuff in particular, though?
Like, these very popular science guys, right? We kept growing up. Like, I looked into them, and like this Neil deGrasse Tyson guy, like, flat earthers say like he's an actor, but he truly appears to be into acting.
Yeah.
Less about science.
I mean, he's a face, right, that they use. So.
Is he saying something you don't agree with?
Neil deGrasse Tyson?
Yeah, any of these, like, I don't know, science communicators, are they saying something that you're starting to question or don't agree with?
Yeah, all of it. Like, the more I look at it, I actually went to NASA's website and like looked at all the pictures one by one. Like, I've sunk tons of time into this, and all the 666s flying around. I choked it myself. Like, what is going on?
Well, what do you think of the globe model itself? Like, what part of it makes you question?
Like, I didn't question these things.
Yeah, but they gave a model, you know, dimensions, a certain size to the ball, and things that we should be able to check for, right?
Yeah, I haven't checked this myself, but like I've watched a lot of people with like these zoom cameras, a lot of like these experiments with optic stuff.
Right.
Then I looked into this Starlink for Tesla. Yeah, they were supposedly like sending all these satellites and stuff, but for some reason it is based on country borders, and none of it makes sense. I mean, this can't be real, right? I mean, I no longer believe these things exist. Am I going crazy?
Well, I mean, there's definitely stuff in the sky. It's just a matter of how it works, you know, what the mechanics of it are. And if they're saying that they're using a globe to get things to orbit the globe with gravity and whatnot, well, they would have to be able to show you a globe in reality, or else they can't possibly be doing these things that way, right?
Yeah, so the weird thing is, like, in my country, yeah, I was looking at this university website, and they're talking about like balloons in satellites. So this is the claim, right?
The first satellite program was a balloon, yeah.
Yeah. So like I saw I saw a lot of stuff with my own eyes in like completely unrelated stuff. So they're shamelessly admitting like they're using balloons for the satellite thing. This can't be real, right?
No, that's true. Stuff goes up on balloons for sure.
So,
sorry, how long have you been looking into this?
This whole thing started with this COVID.
So
I realized I was looking at this as a joke, right?
Yeah.
As a joke.
Same, actually. I feel you. I did that too.
So, like, I was watching these conspiracy videos before I went to bed and stuff, and I never took it seriously. Then, like, they started censoring all the flat earth stuff. So I started searching alternative channels. Then I started being exposed to other stuff, and like when COVID started, like I knew there was censorship, but it's off the charts now.
Yeah.
So like the flat earth stuff was the last one. Like it suddenly clicked. Yeah. I never took it serious. It can't be real. But for this to be real, everyone should be on board with this. Like all the world agencies should be on board with this. Like everything I did not believe, I checked myself. Like this vector thing, right? Snake tongue. All space agencies have it. Like it's almost like they came together, and this can't be real, right?
No. Nothing is real, my friend.
Yeah, I
I
mean
there are truths. There are truths. And so to say nothing is real is kind of a lie. It's not correct, right? Not lying to you. I didn't mean to say that, really. There are truths, mate, but we've been lied to about predominantly everything. There is something to be said for, I don't know, any subject that you want to look into. Primarily because it's got people involved and people lie. So there's always a conspiracy anyway, because people lie. And they lie sometimes in groups of people as well. What a conspiracy is, a plan. So yeah, people plan all the time, everywhere. But they have lied. You are right. I don't know, maybe it's me, maybe because I've been around this for a while now. When new people come in, and not saying that you're brand new, that you're super green. I mean, 3 years, 2-3 years is a long time, mate. You've obviously discovered a lot of things and started questioning a lot of things. I guess it's a stark realization when you do realize in a relatively short period of time that, yeah, you're being lied to on a monumental scale. It's just interesting to me. It's nice to see people like that. I've lost that feeling, I think.
So, like, guys, I don't know all of you personally, but like, is this the channel people come and like they argue and this is the channel, right? You are those guys. I think I listened to you.
Yeah, we are those guys. People like to come here with their ideas and their beliefs, and we like to take them away. And we like to help people in their journeys as well. So there's a lot of things that happen on this server. It's just not just people come here to argue.
So, like, if I was shocked when you called me out, but if this gets out that I'm here talking, saying these things, I'm finished.
Why?
I'm a professional. I'm an engineer.
So there's lots of engineers on the server. Are you trying to say that if people in your profession knew that you thought the Earth was flat, then they'd take your profession away from you?
No, not like that. But like any professional field, you know what people are? They're like robots. In COVID time, my jaw dropped.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a horror movie.
It is difficult when you start to realise that not only have you been lied to, but most people believe the lie. I mean, you did, right? Yeah. That could have been you, right?
I mean, I hope to, like, I find something to how to say this, like, snap out of it, right? Just somebody please present me one thing. I could not find anything. This can't be real. Yeah, I don't know. Did you guys like are you for real? Are you in it for the money or something?
No one's in it for the money, mate. People like to make money off of us, but we're not in it for the money. We're in it
What
for
money?
Yeah, exactly. What money? But
Can
yeah,
I get some of that?
We're in it for the truth.
Yeah, I
We're
couldn't
in-
even get. Oh, go ahead.
No, go on, Chris. You got to say something.
I was saying I couldn't even get the government to replace the mailbox they destroyed. Like, what money are you talking about?
So guys, like, I don't want to like dominate the conversation or something. Am I permitted to speak or?
Oh, mate, no one can hear you, and you're coming through like a robot. Sorry, dude. You might want to leave and rejoin somehow.
You sound muffled and distant.
Yeah, Sasha, we can understand.
Every time I'm in car, it's all right.
Are you getting better?
Yeah, Necrometer, you're welcome to speak, though. No problem.
So, can I ask a question? So, like, I'm watching for like these different theories, right? What is going on? So, like, if this is true, like, if there is like this global conspiracy, they're going for like these central bank digital currencies and stuff. I also do not want to. All of it it's like a joke. So, what are we going to do? They're gonna hunt us. Do you see it the same way as I do? Like, anyone who doesn't get vaccinated is locked from society and stuff. I crawled my way all the way this much, but I don't know if I will be able to, like.
Well, we don't actually talk about that topic here. We just stick to the server topic. In this room, at least. There's some other channels that you can use to go off topic, like there's the Chill VC and stuff like that. Can kind of
okay.
Yeah, but this live stream has it has a focus on the server topic.
I apologize, guys.
You're all right. If you look at religion philosophy category, those text channels and voice channels are appropriate for that topic.
I understand. And like, thank you for responding to me. I did not want to disturb your peace.
No, it's
I
okay.
apologize.
Yeah, you didn't know the rules. We didn't run you through them yet, so it's okay. But yeah, this VC is just specifically for the Earth topic. We just try to stick to that as much as possible in this room, at least. But there's other chats here on the server that you can use if you want to go off topic.
No problem. So can I ask you guys something? Like, are you all? This is directly related to Earth, right? Do you guys also like? Somebody must have created this. Like, this is the unavoidable direction.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. This is a created environment. It's unavoidable, yeah. I mean, I'd say it's unavoidable. People try to avoid it, but that's down to them. But like I said earlier, there are truths, right? Maybe this is one of them we've been lied about, and understanding that this is a created environment comes down to one logical conclusion.
And to really drive home that point, I've said this before, welcome, by the way. No matter what cosmic paradigm you believe, the necessary antecedent to the existence of that, the necessary requirement for the existence of any cosmic paradigm is a deliberate creator.
Okay. I apologize if I sound a little bit incoherent, guys. It is a lot to take in. You're the first person I ever spoke to about this for years now.
My name is Gregory, by the way.
Well met, sir.
I'm Chris. Pleased to meet you, my friend.
Well met.
Very nice to meet you. Nice to have a new person in here with the topic at hand.
Likewise. So, like, what were you guys discussing? Maybe I should remain quiet a little bit.
So you came into the conversation when we were just not really having a conversation about the subject of the Earth. We were just kind of shooting the breeze and just talking about side topics. If you're new and you're all amazed and stuff, but you want to listen, maybe you could ask us a question and maybe you could sit and listen to the answer. I mean, there's lots of things now for you to either question and now maybe receive some answers to.
Understood.
We were talking about some of the silly things that our Glober fans say. Like we had one the other day who said something like, I have a car parked in my driveway, therefore Globe. I mean, I'm kind of simplifying, but it sort of boiled down to something like that.
Yeah, I mean, like, in my experience, large portion of the people just don't care in anything. Like, I forget about this. I didn't go to anyone with this. Even the simplest of matters. Yeah, they're like robots. Like, in these videos, they call them NPCs. It's really like that. It's shocking. So,
yes, it is. Yes, it is shocking. You're right. We agree with you.
So,
sorry, my friend. It's because the majority of us have known this for a while. I think we just want you to get it out, man. If you want to get it out, we understand what you're saying. It is when you turn around and say no one else understands, everybody else kind of gets it. Sorry, doesn't get it. Everyone is a sheep. Everyone's been lied to and they're buying it. It's hard to talk to people about this. Yeah, it is hard to talk to people about this, mate. You're going to get problems, especially if you're close to these people, right? That's sometimes the hardest conversation to have. Your loved ones, if they don't get it, it causes rifts. And you've got to concern yourself with those people at work as well, like your profession, like you mentioned earlier. Right? These people are asleep, and they will and can and probably have looked at you funny. Right? Maybe have said things. Yeah, this is going to happen, right? Because you're coming to understand that they believe the lie. You don't. So any conversation from this point forward, you're coming from two completely different realities. How you bridge that reality with people is going to be down to you. That's going to take experience, if that's something that you want to do.
Okay. And, I don't know if this still remains in topic, but did you guys look into, there are these new AI bots and stuff? Did you look at those things?
So yeah, technology seems to be going fast as AI robots around. Yeah.
So what I'm worried is I think we are approaching a moment where we will no longer know anything we see in the internet is real or not. Like I got into this AI thing and I just typed some description and it can paint pictures with it. People say I'm not too much into AIs, right? I only worked on it with when I was doing my masters. So once this is indistinguishable from humans, once they can manufacture reality that way as well, this is finished. You understand it, right? There won't be anyone else who can see these videos and there won't be a way to reach people most of the time. It will be the word of the mouth. I might be going extremely paranoid now.
One thing for sure, it's not small thing that when you find out these things that they are lying about the shape of the earth, and not only that, things, and it's big thing, and it's and it to happen big changes, and that's so big that you cannot take part that for your brain. What will happen, or whatever that it is. For now, at least, you need to understand that somebody's lying, and that we have that lie outside, and that's it. That's enough for you. That you can live with yourself, at least.
Okay.
But with big changes, I cannot. I can tell you, okay, let's go. I don't know, to demonstrate outside of NASA buildings or whatever. Let's do some. Let's tell people. Let's tell them. But you saw that it's censored on the internet, on YouTube, and everything. Whatever we are doing now and here, and that's it. And it is big thing, and who knows what could happen? And they could kill us, all of us, if they want. But that could be very strange, we are not normal people, I don't know how to tell you, but it is big stuff. But don't be preoccupied about that. This is the new. All this stuff what's happened also in our last 2 years. Yes, it was a test. Yeah, everything. What do you want? Yeah, but that's only confirming the things. But the things what we can prove, it's this thing, because you can watch videos, but one thing is you can go outside also. Outside is the reality. It doesn't matter videos, You can do it yourself. And then when you measure, you observe the things what they are saying that it's a globe, you will find out it's not a globe. And that's reality. They cannot program you that reality, what is real, that it's fake, That's the point. If that happens, you will be in Matrix somehow. But if you are still thinking that, if your brain still thinking that you are what you are, that means that you are still you. That means it's all right. Only thing we have this lie. Yeah, it's big, and we need to swallow that and to tell other people what is going on outside. And yes, of course, 90% of people even doesn't want to listen.
This is like Terminator level stuff. John Connor by himself.
Yeah, I think that all of us here, they can tell you that all of us passed that level, of taking that information in, and now. When I find out in first place, I thought, oh my God, what shall we do? What will happen? Oh my God, what's this? I cannot believe this. This is not possible. This cannot be true. No. But that's true on the end. I cannot negate anymore, even if it's so scary. And it is scary because somebody is controlling us. Not so simple. But we have nature, and you have your senses, and that's it. They can tell you that water is curving, and you can check it. Is that true?
So one thing I can ask you is this. So this is what I started to because I never spoke to anyone, right? In my mind, I started to differentiate it like this: there is science, and there's the way and the means. This is what I started calling it. The way and the means is what you build a catapult with, what you build a cell phone with. Yeah, applicable stuff. And the science is all this, like what? I hope I am ignorant, right? I hope I don't understand it, but it is all this mythological stuff which cannot be proven by anybody. No. So, like, did anybody try to like differentiate these two? Do we know which one is trustworthy?
Yeah, the science, the stuff when you have experiment and when you have proof something, cause and effect, that's science. Whatever that has no experiment, that thinks that is not science. But in our time, we are using pseudoscience and calling that the same thing like a science. That means that all things about astronomy and stuff, we're speaking about stars, That's not science. That's imagining things, For the science, you took the water, you put the heat, water is boiling, and you know what happened because you put the heat, water is boiling. That's the science. You take the natrium, you take the chloride, you mix that two element, and you get the salt. That's the science.
Okay,
but science is not this. Look at the sun. Oh, sun is 93 million miles away. How I know that? Because I know because Venus is the same size. How I know that Venus is that size? Because I assume that it's that size.
Okay, so let's think logically with this.
Okay.
Satellites, for example, right? This there has to be a documentation somewhere for the engineers who built these things, because there is such a thing as connection to satellites, right? Whether it's on a balloon or it's on the orbit. So there has to be a documentation for the guy who implements this. So, I don't know, if I have people keep linking these NASA files and stuff that say they assume a flat surface, but there has to be a document for the implementer. It is one thing for if you are discussing about theory that you assume it is flat and non-rotating, yeah, for in those some documents I have seen.
No, we are not assuming that it's flat. We are showing you that it's flat. You can measure that it's flat.
No, I understand this, right?
But satellites isn't satellites made that they are orbiting around the sphere?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That means we have satellites. That's good. The engineering, they are making satellites. They're putting in the sky and they're orbiting around the sphere. Okay. Now let's go out and see if it's sphere really outside there. Reality. Water, oceans, seas, lakes. That stuff. That must curve in reality, isn't?
So, once again, this is two different topics, right? We can discuss this water thing, but let's for the satellites, right? Let me tell you what I'm thinking. Then we can discuss the water. Is that fine with you?
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
So, if you have a handheld device supposedly connecting to the satellite in the orbit, yeah.
Okay.
I don't know which device it is because now everything is in the air, but you have some sort of device that connects to the supposed satellite.
Okay.
Now, balloon satellite, if there is such a thing, yeah, because I've seen ridiculous stuff. This is much closer than the orbit satellite. Yes.
Yeah.
Now one would assume if you want to connect something that distant, you would use different energy. And if you're connecting to something that is much closer, you would use different form of energy. In other words, you have a walkie-talkie, it has maybe 100 meters range. But if you want to connect to something 100 kilometers away, you have big radio tower, right? So there has to be a documentation somewhere that we can find for the engineer to design this with this range in mind. You understand?
Yeah, and let's say if we have that also. Let's say that we find that documentation, then what?
So in that documentation, they must specify. I'm not an electrical engineer, right? But they someone with the electrical engineering knowledge should be able to calculate if this is the right amount of energy to go that far.
Yeah, but let's say if we have all of that documentation, that we have all data, that we have, okay, this is amount, we're using this fuel or blah, 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 this is that. And then what?
This is proof then.
For what? For the globe?
For the satellite. Only for the satellite. I mean, there are so many lights, it's impossible to refute all of them. They're shooting from the hip.
Yeah, I want to get to the point. Let's say that this satellite, you have now the data and everything, and now it's showing that orbiting around sphere. Is that true?
I mean, it is strong evidence that it is true. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
that
if
means we have
there had
satellites. That means we have satellites now. It's showing the data, and now we can say the Earth is a globe because we have satellites, and and satellites, of course, they are orbiting around the sphere, and here is the data, and that's conclusion. Are you mean by that?
so the conclusion is satellites are in the distance that would suit the orbit.
Yeah, that means, but that means that they are orbiting around the spherical Earth.
No, that is not what it means.
Oh, okay.
It only means like they are really in this space range. It is that far.
Okay, we can also agree on that. If they are on, it could be some kind of technology that if it's there and we are using that and it's in the sky on balloon, or if it's orbiting, that it's spherical. If it's not or orbiting, if you think around the, or let's say, or orbiting around the flat surface.
One second, I have lost this train of thought.
Can that satellite orbit around the flat surface?
In a circular fashion, yes. Not in a spherical fashion.
Of course, I'm asking if it's at flat surface. Can that satellites also show the data, and then we are taking, I don't know, whatever data you're taking, whatever instrument or television or phone, whatever, could be the surface flat in that case?
It could be flat, like if they are, obviously they can't go around it. Yeah.
That means that if we spoke about satellites, we will not get anything about the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, I understand you. Of course. The most.
What shall we do to get the point of the surface of the Earth?
Yeah, so like the best way is the curvature related stuff, right? But then you would have the like people coming up and like making up these like light is bending in this smart way. Yeah, this is their argument that I have seen in these people.
Yeah.
So this requires too many parameters. Yeah.
Which parameters? If his object, if his oil rig on 9 miles, which what light is doing to confuse you that oil rig is not on 9 miles?
So
we have an observation with the oil rig on 9 miles in the horizon behind that oil rig. And now my question is, what kind of light is confusing you that oil rig is not on 9 miles and that horizon is not behind the...
So the way I understand is the argument, these, I don't want to call people globert people. So the light is smartly bending by some gravity in such a way that even though it is curved, regardless of distance, it appears flat. Yeah?
Yeah.
So this is the argument we are trying to refute here to prove flat Earth.
Does anybody prove that like with some experiment, or they're only telling you like that?
I don't know about how light works, right? I am a computer guy. I know about more computers and electronics. So
I'm not so sure that light is working like that, that it's showing the object on distance and that object is on that distance, but somehow people telling you are seeing that object because it's not on that distance.
Did you just say gravity bends the light as well?
So this is the argument, right? This is the science argument.
No, I don't think they say gravity bends it.
Yeah, no, it's not gravity.
What is bending it then?
Refraction.
It says refraction.
So refraction, I apologize if I misspoke. Refraction is light is getting bent based on the density of the environment.
Gravity.
Refraction is when light travels through a different medium.
Okay,
one
so
medium
there is like
to the other.
Moisture in the air and it is bending it.
Bending or refracting?
Refracting. Okay. The gravity also bends the light, right? We have this experiment with the sun.
No. Gravity? You got to prove gravity for it to bend light.
It wouldn't bend it on such a small scale. Gravitational lensing requires quite a lot lot of mass.
So I have no idea what I'm talking about, right? But there is this experiment I watched on the documentary, of course, I didn't do this. Apparently, for Einstein's relativity, the sun, what happened? Like there was some sort of eclipse. So supposedly the sun is bending the light of the stars and stuff.
Oh, you're talking about time, space and time.
Yeah, space time.
About the new concept of gravity, the Einsteinian one. Yeah, the bending of space and time.
Yeah. Yes.
Due to mass.
Of course, there's no way I can verify this, right? I can only like. Okay, so let's, for the sake of argument, we produce some sort of evidence, right? Whether it's light-based, whether it is satellite-based. I am assuming some of you produce these proofs, right? Experiments. But then what do we do? Like,
can you be a bit more specific? Which experiments are you talking about?
Generally, what I saw you guys do is generally like site-related experiments. Experiments like you can put the laser, you see too far.
Yeah.
You make these videos. Let's say for the satellites, I somehow produce some documentation and something and prove satellites don't exist or don't exist the way they are told us. But then what do we do? Who will listen to this?
Well, whoever wants to listen, I suppose. You can't really force anyone to listen.
Okay, so I'm sorry, guys. I am a little bit disoriented, right?
There's a lot of information you're taking in, mate. Just maybe look at one thing and learn about that, and then jump onto something else. So if you're gonna start frying your brain. If you keep on jumping from subject to subject, you'll start confusing yourself.
You're right. Thank you so much for responding. I will go quiet now and listen a little bit.
No, you're all right, mate. If you've got questions, you need, you keep on asking them. Don't just go because someone's talking. It's an open forum. Yeah. I see that Spooky's back though. Have you got any evidence, Spooky, or what?
No, I've been busy, and I will be busy until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Weren't you supposed to go away, and weren't you going to look at something, and you were coming back with some proof or something, if I recall?
Yeah.
What was it again? Just so next time you come in, we can ask.
Maybe.
What were you going to look at?
What do you call it? The Eratosthenes, that thing.
Okay, yeah, you were talking about, because we were saying shadows on flat and bendy surfaces are the same, yeah? You were talking to Mimas about that observation he did?
I would agree for 2 sticks, but once you start getting into 3 sticks...
Well, he showed you.
Yeah, he did show me, but I don't really put much faith in what...
Do you have an experiment with 3 sticks, or...?
Well, that's what I'm going to be doing when I'm able to.
Oh, you're going to do it
with 3 sticks.
Are you going to travel 500 miles? Sorry, go, Sasha.
I think that better results, and I'm telling you this like a mad guy. The better results you will get with the 20 sticks, but even better results you will get with the 200 sticks, because if we find a day light and sunny day in the countries like on the north, we can do that. For example, UK, Germany, and let's just say that part, and we can put 200 sticks, man. And you know what will happen? We will see the shadows. And you know what will happen? Whatever shadows show, whatever longest of the shadow in the time, whatever show. It will not curve in any moment the water in reality. That will show only the shadows on the surface, like shadows on the surface, nothing else.
Right. So Sasha, the problem isn't that it's the relationship between the distance between the points and the lengths of the shadows.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm going to be doing.
Yeah.
So what Mimius should, I don't have much faith in it because it doesn't make sense.
What Spooky? What shadows
mathematically.
will show you? What shadows will show you about surface of the Earth?
Well, I'm just going to make like a small model. I'm not going to be doing this on the scale of the Earth.
You will make a small model, and what that model on the end, what the result of that model will give you?
It will give me so basically my point is that if you have this kind of like linear relationship between the shadow lengths and what do you call it?
The sun?
The distance between the points.
And the sun?
You'd be able to determine the distance between the 2 points for each point.
And the sun. What will make the shadow?
Well, it can be the sun. In this case, it's going to be the light from your phone.
Oh, wow. And what you will do with that light? You will move that light in which shape, in which kind of elevation will be the same?
Well, I can do a lot of things once I've actually made the model.
You go spirally, you go elevation down and go up and down and go left a little bit, and then, or you will take the sun path. How you will do it?
Yeah, old horse. I know that Eratosthenes assumed a sphere, and I acknowledge
the sun path. You need. He assumes the sphere, but also he used the sun because the sun was making the shadows on the earth. Isn't that true or not?
Yeah, he did. But my point is,
he knew it also the path of the sun.
Yeah. So my point is that if you have
you know also the path of the sun in the galaxy, how much elevation it's going every point of above the or under the sphere, and that you will project it on the small scale.
That kind of thing. I don't think I fully understand you, but I hope I do.
The sun has the path. Is that the path the same elevation when and Earth? Is it all the time the same, or is on the same distance to the sun all the time?
Not all the time, no.
Okay. How you know how much is in which moment it's less and more elevation?
So you can use redshift and blue shift. If the sun's moving closer to Earth, you can measure a redshift or blue shift in the spectra of the sun.
Yeah, and then you will project that on the small scale also.
Yeah, but I'm not going to be doing redshift or blue shift because the point of what I'm doing isn't to determine the orbit of my phone around a scale model.
How did you confirm that redshift and blue shift are correct?
Well, you can do it in a lab. You can observe redshift and blue shift. That's how.
So how did you get to these stars to measure the distance to confirm what your theory was correct?
That it doesn't only apply to distant stars. It can also apply to the Earth and the Sun.
The Earth red shifts and blue shifts. Is that what you're saying?
Well, the Earth and the Sun. If you want to call the Sun a star.
How did you measure the Sun? How did you measure the distance to the Sun? To confirm that redshift and blue shift is correct?
What do you mean by redshift and blue shift being correct? You want about...
You're using it. Yeah, you're using it. So how do you confirm what your theory is correct?
How far your source of light in your model will be from your object? Okay. How far your source of light will be in your model above your object?
An arbitrary distance. It doesn't really matter. It's the relationship that matters.
Oh, wow. How is that possible?
What do you mean? How is it possible? I can put my
telling me
phone
now that
any distance I
are you
want
telling
away.
me now? Are you telling me now if sun with this dimension, what globe model it's saying, if it's 1,000 miles away, you're saying that will be the same effect?
It's the relationship that I'm interested in. It isn't the
I'm
specific
telling you that
distance.
the size of the sun. If I move the sun now 50, the halfway, will be the same. Light will be, or not halfway, or even 10 times more. Because you don't know the distance to the sun. That means you don't know the how to say approximation what you will use, that angle or whatever, that you can make a distance to your light to the object.
Well, what you're describing is fairly easy trigonometry, and it's not.
It's not very easy to
really
in the real life. You don't know the distance to the sun. That means that you don't know what sun is doing on the earth with the light. That you don't know, and you cannot compare that because you don't know that. And now you want to put your source of light above some object in the same way like sun is doing on the earth. You cannot do that because you don't know how much sun it's distance to the sun.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's good for you, but what I'm trying to do is replicate what Mimius did. Specifically what Mimius did. And I'm interested in the relationship between the distance between the 2 points and the lengths of the shadows.
Again,
I'm not really interested in the sun
I'm
itself.
not also. Well, that's great. That's cool. That's proving practically nothing. That's proving that some shadows can be longer or maybe shorter in some time, on this time, in this point, on that point. That could be with this light on this height, with this light. But it's not showing anything with the surface of the earth. Is that true?
That's what I'm hoping to determine using.
Because on the end, I want to measure that. I will take a distance, and I will say, okay, let's see now if is that true. What is that shadow showing? Yeah. It's easier for me to measure distance than to measure shadows to find out that maybe it's flat. That I said maybe it's flat, even that because it could curve. Nobody knows because if it's curving, then it's curving.
I'll tell you kind of why I'm doing this. So you know how Eratosthenes, if you use 2 sticks, it can work on both a flat surface and a spherical surface, or a circle. My point is that if you use a third point, you can no longer just swap between the two.
Show it.
That's exactly what I'm hoping to do once I've got this work done.
Because Meme showed it, and he showed it making no difference, right? So now what? Just keep repeating the claim?
No, I'm trying to explain what I'm going to be doing to Sasha.
Okay, cool. That's fair.
Cool.
Also, I'm not too sure.
You know what I want to? Sorry, Oni. I would like to that anybody in the world take and to repeat in the exact same way like Eratosthenes did 2,000 years ago, but not now, like he did 2,000 years ago. The same way like he did it. The same equipment, the same maps, the same things. Go do it today. Let's go to the desert. Let's go 500 miles straight line. Let's go there. Let's put sticks in the ground. Let's travel for 1 month for getting that 500 miles. Let's be straight and shit like that. That story, it's so bullshit story. It's only story for to make a math on the paper and to make like this. But story in real life, that's bullshit story.
Once again, how does this accurately make you understand what it is that you live on?
It will not, I tell you. You will see the shadow, some differences, and then you will go again and measure the distance, and you will say, look, there is no curving there. Okay, if it's not curving, what it is flat. Oh, shit, I said that. Sorry, I didn't want to say that.
You just enjoy wasting time and energy there, Spooky? That's what you're into? Is that your kink?
No, let's go to Antarctica. It's easier. If we prove that Antarctica exists, and if you go around it, then it's not a globe.
Hello? My Discord died for some reason.
I've seriously got to hear how you, Spooky, have beaten water in many debates. You've been saying some stuff, but I might as well talk to you.
Good question he asked. I spoke with the water. I came there and I asked water, are you curving? And water didn't answer me in any human language. Water only behave itself, and 6th level, and that was the answer. I didn't need to voice that answer, the behavior of water answered to me, but people saying that water is curving and that you believe what people are saying. That's why you need to listen water, That's the answer.
You speak to like water people.
Yeah. Water will give you answer, water will behave in nature how it's behaving, and that's the answer. But people will tell you, listen, this is not water. I'm telling you, water is curving. Now people telling you something,
Mm-hmm.
Now it's problem. Do you want to listen to water or you want to listen to people?
I think I'd much rather listen to water.
Yeah, that's the point. And water is saying, I will seek level forever and ever. And some people are saying, no, you're curving. We need you for curving for the ball. Come on.
Yeah, I'm just quite amazed that it can actually speak English. It speaks it quite well, but I always beat it.
Good. And you, for example, you need to live with that water, with lakes and oceans and seas. You need, if you go there, every time it will be level. And that, whatever you do, whatever people will tell you, you need to live with this. Oh my God, this water doesn't want to curve. What shall I do?
You just make it curve, don't you?
Yeah, in your head if you want, because other people telling you. But water doesn't tell you. And now it's, you can believe people, you can believe water. I believe water. Water is my best friend.
I think that if water was so good at debates, water should come in here and try and debate me.
Yeah, but water is always outside because water doesn't care about debates. Water leaves debates for people, Water is standing there and telling people, if you want to see me, what I'm doing, I'm here. I don't need debates. That's the water.
Funny, because water would actually do a better job than you. So
that hurts.
Because water is showing the truth, Water has nothing to say, I will go to debate and I will now prove them that I'm really level. No, I will only behave like I'm behaving and that's it. I don't need to tell them nothing else.
Mm-hmm. So sometimes I get some.
You know what? I'm not English. Even in my language, water will behave the same way.
Really?
And we will call that sea level in my country. And in every country, we will call sea level. That's strange.
It speaks the language of sea level.
Yeah.
No, we define it because that's what it does.
Right.
Mm-hmm. The claim is that it doesn't do that. That it is not level upon the surface. That over vast distances, it curves, which is interesting.
Like I said, I won't be debating that. If water wants to try and debate me, then that's fine. But...
I get the tongue-in-cheek kind of comment.
Yeah, it's just like no. If you've seen like a flat earther and a globe earther try and talk about that, it just doesn't go.
Well, what do you mean it doesn't go well? As it ends up in a farce of a conversation, or people are being dishonest and nobody gets to any conclusion because everyone needs to get to sleep at night. What do you mean by that?
Well, that kind of thing, yeah. It's just no one's ever going to agree with the other person. So it's just kind of pointless.
That comes down to one of the two people then. Because if it's not both people's fault, as in it ending in like a farce, then it's
I would say it does.
Well, if it isn't that, then it's one person, right?
No.
Which one's not being honest?
Well, I could say that both people are being honest.
Really? So if we're debating the truth, and both people are being honest but with two different opinions, how's that possible?
Because if you're being honest to your own opinion.
Okay, so your own belief about what reality is.
Yeah.
Hold on. Just make sure you understand. Make sure you point out some of the difference between opinion, and objective reality. So, an opinions fall into the category of subjective reality, but this isn't a server, that's devoted to subjective reality. That's for decorating cakes and what your favorite color is and what your favorite sewing pattern is and stuff like that. We're talking about objective reality, and in the realm of objective reality, to the best of our knowledge, the Earth is stationary unless you have a demonstration to the contrary.
And that's why I don't really talk about that sort of stuff specifically.
Well, objective reality, you prefer to stay in the subjective and, have your own thoughts and opinions about what is demonstrably true. See, this is what I mean. It comes down to either both parties are at fault or one party is at fault. And usually, in my experience, it's the person who starts denying reality and talking shit. First person to that's the baller. Because they have to defend a claim that they can't, even though they think they can to begin with. They can't. That's about honest, right? That's why it descends into farce. That's why these conversations don't go anywhere. Because someone's lying. And they might just be lying with themselves.
Sure. But it still doesn't, nothing productive comes from it. Regardless, 100 times out of 100, nothing comes out of it.
Well, I wouldn't necessarily say that. So, for example, this server has grown in its, population base because people have come here with one idea, changed that idea, and stayed here, and have become quote-unquote flat earthers. Now, I don't know what you mean by not going anywhere, but obviously this is a conversation. Right? These happen primarily. Go on.
Sorry. At least from what I've seen.
Yes. I can understand at least from what you've seen. Yeah. How long have you been seeing?
It depends in which situation you are, in which moment you are, in which location you are, whatever you want.
Well, in all cases that I've seen.
What about now? The ones that you are interested in, the ones that you are taking part in. What about those ones? Has it always happened to you? What about now?
We're not really talking about level necessarily, or water curving. We're talking about it.
Yeah, that's actually a good point. We are talking about it. That is true. But would it be because of prior engagements with other people that you don't want to talk about it? Or is it because you believe that you're right?
Well, it's a mix of both. Obviously I believe I'm right, or else I wouldn't believe it.
So what first-hand knowledge have you got of the Earth curvature?
Non-first-hand.
So this would be the very first thing, right? It's not first-hand knowledge to you.
Correct.
Yet you believe it, which is fine. I understand. We all get told stories that we kind of fundamentally have to believe from a certain point of view. Yeah. So what's kind of second-hand knowledge? It's just repeating of stories that people have told you, right? Or is there something you can point to?
Well, it would be second-hand. I've never gone out and tried to measure it myself.
But you have never seen it yourself, right?
Well, I wouldn't know if I've seen it or not, because I've not measured it myself.
I understand what you're saying, yeah.
He did say seen it, not measure it. Have you seen it?
Well, I've seen what I believe to be something curving, but I haven't measured it to...
Where?
I've never looked at something and gone, oh, that's curving because that's the way it looks.
Where have you seen this in real life?
Seen what? The second-hand knowledge.
Have you seen the curve in real life?
Well, I don't know if I've seen the curve in real life. I've seen what I believe to be something curving, but that's only based on second-hand knowledge.
Okay,
Like a hill.
Did you see anything? Did you see anything flat in your life?
Yes, I have.
Sorry.
What did you see? What did you see flat in your life?
A ruler.
A ruler.
Tend to be
Okay.
quite flat.
Did you see something enormous, big, flat in your life?
An AstroTurf. That's
what is that?
Pretty flat.
Double page.
Did you ever look in horizon from the airplane?
Yes.
And how look like?
Cloudy. Pretty cloudy.
Did you ever see the horizon from airplane without clouds? Because I saw at least 10 times.
I don't remember seeing. No.
Okay, I'm flying like 2-3 times per year from UK to Europe, and I'm always watching the sky. You know? And do you know what I find interesting? Every time when I'm watching, at least that's my experience. Everything is incredibly flat. I cannot express how it's flat. It is everything. You know? Even clouds are going flat together with the surface of the earth. That's also strange.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Every time when I saw without clouds, it was horizon. It was so flat that I cannot believe. And every time I was watching that, I can see at least something what can give me any, belt for saying, look at there. No, I didn't get that. Every time was perfectly flat. Every time.
Mm-hmm.
That means that maybe I missed the time when it's not that. Maybe.
Well, for example, if you were to compare it with what you would assume, well, not assume, but if you were to model out, say, a horizon on a flat surface with a curved surface with the dimensions of the Earth.
Yeah. Sorry.
You didn't see it much of a difference.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I understand that. Then I come back to the earth. And I don't understand, from the airplane. I see flat only from the airplane. I understand, okay, it could be big, And then I come back, I go to the internet and I Google how big Earth is. And then it's telling me it's that big, it's 3,959 miles. And it's telling me how much horizon should to be on the ground. And then that is not true when we make a map.
Yeah, that's something that you're not really factoring in, Spooky. Go ahead, Sasha.
Sorry, Ravis. And then somehow that what I found out on the ground, it's matching with that what I saw from the airplane. That means it's flat on the ground and it's flat from the sky.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's my these things. Why should I doubt about this flatness?
Well, because it's healthy to doubt stuff.
But that is everything. It's even measurable, and you can experience even because it's not measurable per airplane. I don't know how much distance is, but I can see flat. Okay, I go to the ground, I measure, and on the ground it's also measurable flat. And now, what is giving me doubt that is not flat?
Well, that would be up to you.
I want to know
if you have no doubt that it's flat, that's good enough for you, isn't it?
No, it's not what is enough for me. It's that's what it is. I'm not changing my mind that I want that it's what I want to be. That it's what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's not that I have in my mind. Look, I want that it's flat. No, it's because it's that like it is that what is this. I'm not perceiving that like people saying you because light. No, the objects are there. Distance is there. Everything is there. I'm perceiving what I'm perceiving, and I'm perceiving very good. And not only that, people can. I'm not only one because if I'm one, I can say fuck. I'm stupid. Look, I'm only perceiving this. But I don't understand people like you, like how you perceiving something what is you cannot even perceive because it's not there. You cannot even measure. You cannot see even how you perceive that even.
No, it's like if we both go to the beach, it's not like I've got some kind of special goggles on that's making the horizon.
Yeah, but if I show you on the beach the oil rig 9 miles, it's oil rig. It's there, It's 9 mile oil rig, and that's it. Is it there?
I'd have an explanation for that, wouldn't I?
You would, yeah.
No. What is the explanation to oil rig to be on 9 miles? Is it oil rig on 9 mile? Is it or something other is happening?
Well, the image of these oil rigs can be refracted.
I'm asking you this question: is it oil rig on 9 mile?
This is telling me it's not.
I don't know what that means.
That means that oil rig it's on distance from the beach to the oil rig. It's 9 mile.
Yes, the distance is 9 miles.
Can we confirm that? Can we confirm that? Sorry.
It's just because you're asking. When you go to the beach and you see the oil rig that's 9 miles away and you point at it, is it there?
Well, you're pointing at what you're seeing.
Yeah. So, is it there?
You're talking about the physical location of the rig.
Yeah. Is it there?
Well, I would say no.
Okay.
You will say no.
No, we know that refraction can move up and down.
Man, is it that oil rig there?
There is an oil rig there, but it's not where you're seeing it to be.
That means that is not real distance, that's 9 miles.
No, the distance to the oil rig doesn't change. Refraction isn't magic. It can't change the distance to something.
Is not magic.
Okay.
Hold on. Sorry, hold on. Refraction isn't magic. It can't change the distance to something whilst talking about the horizon that changes distance.
Well, it's slightly different. You're not actually moving something physical.
Hold on. Yes, you are. That would be the physical obstruction that would be in front of the oil rigs. Right.
That's just an optical effect. It isn't actually a physical change.
Argument.
This is what you're saying and kind of invoking without even realizing you saying refraction, right? It's not going to change its physical location, but it is, in actual fact, it's making the horizon, which would be in the physical location at 1.2 miles away, appear because of refraction to be no less than 10 miles away. So, physical location of curvature of the Earth is being refracted behind the oil rigs,
That's slightly different because, I can't give you a horizon. It's like a horizon isn't a thing I can give you.
Hey, mate, this is your problem, yeah? So you're saying in reality, I perceive a flat surface. Now, if that doesn't work, I will make something up to suit the ball. So you're saying I'll come up with an explanation. If you don't have curvature and you don't have a ball, why are you making stuff up to come up with an explanation on why you see something look flat?
We know that the oil rigs are going...
No. Do you have measurement for the curvature of the Earth?
No, he doesn't.
How'd you get it? And who did the observation or the measurement? You don't have that, so why are you making stuff up to suit something that doesn't even exist?
Right, okay.
Where does this ball exist?
We
You say, now I see 10 miles. Now I see 10 miles, so I'm going to make up a story to explain something that looks flat, to make it curved.
Okay, I will try to be like a child now. That water between beach and the oil rig is physical. That water should start. Yeah, it is. Water behind the oil rig, it's also physical. There's nothing to do with the light. It's real water. That means the water behind there to the horizon, it's physical. It's not optical. It's real water. That water should to start to curve. That water physical on 1.2 miles. That hump should to be there. To start there and then it's going to be down. That water, what you see 10 miles, should to be on 1.2 miles. and that water, physical water, cannot exist there. You cannot see that water. Not cannot exist. It's there, but you cannot see on the globe. That's the point.
No.
But you see the physical water. But this is the point, Spooky. This is the point. My point. I want to finish only point. This is my point. Now I see the water, the physical water, and I see the oil rig is on 9 miles, and I see the water behind the oil rig. That my conclusion. Does that mean the water is behind before? Okay, it is not. That means there is not any light there. There is a water telling me that surface, that 10 miles are flat. Only logical kids. I don't know how to explain. That's for kids. That means that surface, that 10 miles, it's flat without any doubt, question, debate, whatever you want. That's it. And why I don't understand why people cannot recognize that, because that it's physical water. There is no light there. That we are speaking about physicality of this air. That water should to be on 1.2 miles, and you cannot see anymore that physical water.
Okay.
Finished.
Right. So the refraction doesn't change the physical location of an object. It cannot do that. That is not what refraction does. What refraction can do is it can change the path of the light. It comes towards your eye.
Very, very quickly. Which refraction are you talking about? Are you just talking about light being deviated through the atmosphere, or are you talking about terrestrial refraction?
Well, terrestrial refraction is just refraction. It's a standardized way of having refraction through an atmosphere.
For everything what you are saying, now there is no. Sorry.
Thanks. Let you ramble on, mate, and it was good to hear. Just let me do the same. So when you talk about terrestrial refraction, that's not necessarily the bending of light. That comes after you've increased the size of the Earth. To then go and use this type of refraction, as in one that moves light around and doesn't include making the Earth bigger, to suit your needs. So you've made the Earth bigger. That makes it a little bit flatter, right? It kind of loses a little bit of depth to the curve because the ball's bigger. So you've got a more flat surface to make your observation over, and then say refraction after this. That's what terrestrial refraction. Yes, we can sit here and go on.
Sorry. Terrestrial refraction doesn't use any mechanism of refraction that's any different to say a mirage or even just almost Snell's law.
No. So you missed out the point of terrestrial refraction. That's here on the Earth being a ball. Atmospheric refraction, slightly different, right? It's convolution of terms, but there are two types. One's the bending of light through the atmosphere. The other one, terrestrial refraction, that invokes a radius. So that is doing this on a ball and making the Earth bigger. Like I just said, it's not actually talking about the bending of light until you've made physically the ball Earth bigger. Then you can start using whatever refractional values that you want to and apply it to this now bigger surface. Sorry, less curved.
Right, but these equations that you're on about, these aren't, it isn't refraction per se. It deals with refraction, and it deals with having air moving through a smooth gradient around the curved surface.
There you go. So around the curved surface. So we're on a ball when we're doing this anyway, right? Because the Earth's a ball, we're going to beg the question that the Earth's a ball. But we can just say that, we look through the atmosphere, and depending on that clarity, we will see shit or not. You're invoking that it does more than it should do, or could do, was demonstratively been shown to do. Yet wiggles about a little bit and changes its path. But you're hoping, well, this is what Sasha was saying earlier, right? In your reality, for example, when you go down to the beach and you point out towards stuff, after a certain distance, let's just call it 3 miles, everything after that point is an illusion. That is not what you are pointing and looking at. That is a refracted object from beyond the curvature of the Earth, because you don't see the curvature of the Earth, right?
Yeah, so in the case of the Black Swan, obviously we, I hope no one's going to argue that it's not refraction, or at least that there is no refraction going on. Obviously, there is refraction going on. I hope.
The light is passing through the atmosphere, and I'll give you this is atmospheric distortion, however you want to phrase that. So the black spot, the black swan's taken from a video, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so when you watch the video, you notice that when you're looking at the cranes, they are distorted, they wave around, don't they?
They do.
Yeah. So because we're looking at these objects through the atmosphere, that atmosphere is going to cause some distortion, isn't it?
It is.
Because it's turbulent, isn't it?
It's turbulent, but you can also have a vertical gradient.
But when we're talking about that crane's a bit bent, it's because it's a snapshot in time of something that is being distorted through the atmosphere when we look at it through a camera.
Mm-hmm.
So the then question then becomes, like Sash was saying earlier, is that actually there? Because we can point at it. We can also use, this goes with not the majority, but some flat Earth observations. We can cut, a lot of refraction out and use infrared camera and look at things. And that's the kind of technology that the military use to look at things in the distance and target things so they can, know where it is and blow it up. Now, to be able to do that, you require a flat Earth, because when we look at things with good enough technology, cut as much refraction out as we can, use signals like radars to get pings off of objects and have two journeys, and then use lasers to directly target them, then the surface of the Earth can't be curved. So when we point at that oil rig, it's being distorted, but it's there. You're saying that's not there because it's wiggling about and distorted, right?
Right. Well, as say if you were launching a rocket and it was being guided by a laser, say the position was being refracted and it wasn't actually there. As you get closer to this object you're pointing at with your laser, as this rocket moves closer and closer to it, the effects of refraction are going to decrease. And
the laser's on the boat that the rocket left behind.
Right.
So the laser doesn't get any closer, the rocket does. You see the objects with infrared cameras. You use a radar to locate, which is two pings, one there and one back. And then you use two different coloured radars, one at the blue end and one at the red end of the spectrum. You then target the object that you can see and that you can target, and you can know its location because of radar and blow it up at a distance of up to 100 miles. Now, if you have a direct line of sight with an object, it's quite easy to understand how all of this technology would be fucking applicable. If the surface of the Earth was curved, though, this technology would not be applicable because it wouldn't work.
Stuff like radar wouldn't refract. So if you're imaging something with radio waves, you kind of can do that. If you're imaging something with radio waves, you're not going to be getting this refraction going on.
I know.
Right.
This is why radars exist and why military use this type of technology. Because this type of technology requires the Earth to be flat, because you require a direct line of sight with a radar, with a laser, and with optical imaging equipment to see things. Yeah, refraction exists, but it only wiggles light around a little bit, mate. Okay? Especially when we're using infrared cameras. And we're using lasers at, like I said, two different ends of the spectrum. Okay, now we understand that lasers are going to diverge, but you can get collimators which will keep the band of the laser very narrow. So these technologies that are applied on military vessels to blow stuff up and target them require the Earth to be level. If it wasn't level, the Earth curve would get in a fucking way. So we can sit all day and talk about that oil rig or not. The fact is that the technology is used every single bloody day, which requires the earth to be level. The military wouldn't waste our time. We're talking about communications and keeping yourself as far as you can from your enemy. Yep.
Do you know what, like specifically the type of missile or rocket you're on about is called?
So there are lots of rockets out there. I primarily focus on the targeting system. Okay, so you can have rockets that have lasers on them. That's great. But we're talking about military vessels at sea.
Right, sure. And would these be like sea to air or land to air?
Sorry, land to land or sea to sea.
Right, okay.
We're hitting coastal targets or other boats. Okay, things that are at water surface, or even if they're above the water surface, like an aeroplane. Let's be fair. Right, there's going to be a certain limitation to how far you can even have an object as it rises in altitude over a curved surface. So there's still going to be a limitation. This is why radar's so fucking good. Things don't just pop up from beyond the curvature of the Earth and ping into the radar, right? They get visualized as far as away as the radar will allow them to be visualized.
Sure.
Yeah.
If you were to see some evidence from the military with a university about laser tests, would you believe it? Or
sorry, can you say that again? I was reading.
So not concentrating. All right. So if you were to see the data from a laser test that the military did with a university, with 3 different coloured lasers, and it didn't show any curvature or change in height, would you believe that information, or would you just go no because it's a ball?
No, if you can post that data, that would be amazing.
All right, I'll have a look for it. It's in the server somewhere.
Sure.
I'll be back.
No, I was just reading what do you call it? Levelist was posting.
Spooky, I would just like to point something out to you real quick. Earlier, you made a statement about you think that you saw curvature one time, something like that. What I want to point out to you is that you're not inventing this model. This globe model has already been presented to you by your scientific priests. So the model needs to follow what they claim it is, not what you think if you saw curvature or not. So when we go to the beach and the model does not reflect what they say it is, then there's a problem. Someone's lying. Is that correct or not?
What I said is I see something that I believe to be curving based on the second-hand knowledge I have.
And what I'm saying is what I'm saying.
Sorry.
Well, what I'm saying is that it has to curve specifically at 8 inches per mile squared.
Well, not quite based on the what I've said about refraction.
Yeah, but refraction doesn't allow you to see farther.
I would disagree. If you look at gradient index refraction, you can see.
So let's think about this logically real quick. If refraction did allow you to see farther, wouldn't they artificially induce it into telescopes so that telescopes that could see 62 zoom, would you magically be able to see 150, 200 zoom if you artificially refracted the telescope? Does that make any sense to you, that refraction allows you to see something farther?
Refraction, it has to be occurring before it reaches the telescope.
It's a degradation of the medium with which you're looking through.
What do you mean by
how? It's refracting. It's not allowing you to see the image as clean as it should be. So how would it be able to see farther? How would it be able to see 10 times farther than where it should be in real life? Why would refraction allow you to see something at 1,000% better than it is in real life, where it's supposed to be? How does that make any sense to you?
Well, it's not better. It's just further.
Well, your model, once again, like I said, your model, that you're not allowed to change your model. You are a Globe subscriber, so you need to all hail the science priests. They say that the horizon should be at 1.22 miles. and it isn't, and it's clearly not there. And you're claiming that refraction is allowing you to see that at 10 times the farther amount. How would that be possible with degradation to your atmosphere that you're looking through?
All right, so if you were to look up, there's some pretty good papers. I could try.
Yeah, I don't care about your paperwork. I'm asking you on a logical level. How the fuck would degradation to your atmosphere allow you to see it farther?
Well, I don't.
How does that make any sense?
Degradation. You know, if you're seeing something that's artificially being blocked by something that is within your limit of being able to see stuff, if you remove this barrier, then you can see to the limit of whatever the equipment you're using is. Like, what I'm saying is that there's a limitation before the equipment is being limited. Sorry.
Sorry, I didn't follow. That didn't make any sense to me. Sorry.
Sorry about that. What I'm trying to say is that there's an obstacle before your equipment is being limited.
Well, see, the thing that you don't understand is the obstacle is supposed to be Earth curvature in your case. Mm-hmm. But what we're clearly showing you is that it isn't there. That is our point. It is not there.
What's the technology?
Specifically where it has to be for the R value. Everything is based on the R value. You spent sending little space monkeys up there to the moon. Everything revolves around very specific measurements that were already done for you by your scientific priests. And what we're clearly pointing out is that the information, the measurements that they supplied to the world is infactual. It's incorrect. It's incongruent with actual reality. That is something that you're going to have to come to grips with. You don't get to. You stated in the chat earlier, you're making up your own religion. So if that's what you're here to do, if you're just going to come up with your own random version of what you think the globe is, that's cool. But we don't need to participate in your delusions, right? It's not exactly fair to the rest of us. Would that be an accurate statement?
No, because I can still steal stuff from another religion. It's like Christianity. You just steal stuff from the Jews.
Yeah, you're admitting that you're making up your own model of reality.
That's because you're saying that my model of reality is limited by 2 sticks, and that I can't have 3 sticks because 2 sticks is the foundation.
I really don't understand how many more times it needs to be explained to you that it's possible on both models, and it proves that we live on neither one.
For 2 sticks, yes.
No, it was clearly shown to you that there was 3 sticks in Mimas's observation.
Right, I see that, but I would like to do that myself.
To prove what? That it doesn't matter? To prove that it doesn't matter?
Well, to see if it does or see if it does or not, because what he's shown isn't, predicted by anything mathematically.
So you live in a math problem? You live in a math calculation?
All this can be solved using maths problems.
Do you live in a math problem?
No.
Is the Earth a math problem?
Not quite, no.
Well,
do you go outside much, bro?
Well, you can do maths problems related to the Earth. But the Earth itself.
Let me ask you a simple question here. If I had a mathematical equation that described how Superman flew, does that mean that Superman flew? Yes or no?
No.
So does math reflect reality necessarily? Yes or no?
Not necessarily. But you can apply it to stuff that does. Like the length of shadows.
Why? Yeah, we can apply it to stuff that has maybe one of 2 outcomes. But why are we applying this math and making it a ball? Why are we assuming that shit? Because if we're going to use the math for a ball, guess what you're going to end up at the end of it? A fucking ball. You're not going to prove anything either way. You're just going to use some mathematics associated with spheres and end up with a fucking sphere and apply any observation you want to it.
Thing is, I can do exactly what Mimius has done.
Yeah.
Has he done any bull maths or flat maths?
I don't know. Meme's not here, and he'll have to speak for himself.
Well,
What distance are you going to put? What distance are you going to put the light at?
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. I mean, how far do you have to put a light above your head and then walk away from it to create a shadow on a flat surface? Like, just keep increasing the height of the light and then keep increasing the distance from it. Eventually, you end up with a happy medium that seems to suit our environment, where the sun is so high and look, there's a shadow. That's kind of in both instances, right? But in your instance, there's a plane, and there's several of Aristosthenes, and this is done on a curved surface because I'm going to apply the maths to a ball to it because that's my fundamental belief. I think the Earth's a ball, and using the lengths or shadows, I can make calculations and apply it to a ball. It's an assumption in the first place. And being as Aristosthenes can be done either way, and people say on the ball Earth side that it can be applied to a flat Earth. I spoke yesterday about the Chinese did this and applied the math to a flat Earth, and guess what they got? A flat Earth, of course.
Yeah.
So it's not proof of anything either way.
Right.
Just let's use some maths. Cool.
I would agree with you for two sticks, and I'm just going to leave it at that.
We just need one more fucking stick then.
Please, for my sake.
Something else needs to be further away, and there needs to be another length of shadow. Isn't this just like walking away and planting a stick down with every fucking step? And then getting the sun to a height and saying, oh, look, I can backwards engineer this to the observable phenomena of these fucking shadows, depending on my belief. We just need one more fucking stick, right? Like you've never walked away from a light.
No, of course we can have the length of a shadow would increase as you walk away from the light. I'm not doubting that.
Good. And would we just have to keep increasing the height of the light and distance to come up with something that fits reality in the end? What's going on? And apply that.
So you would have to keep on increasing the height of the light on a flat surface.
Awesome. And if we use trigonometry to find out the location of what appears to be the sun, we end up with a distance of around 3,000 miles. But that's not me saying that that is the sun, quote unquote, definite article. But yeah, that would be where it appears to be.
You say that, but it doesn't really hold true for a lot of cases. It's between 5,000 and 150 miles or so.
That's why
the poles is 0.
That's why I've kind of made it kind of clear that I'm not saying the sun when saying the sun. I'm not making a claim to the definite article. So it's been kind of known for a good few hundred years that if many people try to triangulate the sun at the same time of day, guess what they don't get? A convergence of lines, making a point to where the sun is. They get a deviation, an area of where the sun appears to be. But that's the sun and the light source in the sky that, we're talking about how it causes or why it causes or the eventual outcome of the length of a shadow. We're just walking away from a light source in a moment, and we've got two ideas of what's going on. Not proving anything in this instance. He didn't prove anything. He just said the Earth was a ball. Let's use this math.
I know you think you know what the sun is, Spooky, but I assure you that nobody does. No one in this world knows what the sun actually is, so.
Right, okay.
Well, how the fuck could you? 93 million miles away? What do you think you could learn? What experiments have taken place out there? It's asinine to think that you know what the sun is.
Right, sure. I haven't done that myself. I haven't came to...
Yeah, nobody has. That's my point.
I'm aware that people have done that.
What people and what they've done?
Well, I'm aware that people have done it. I couldn't give you an example now.
Sorry. Okay, so you're aware people have done what?
Try and calculate the distance to the sun.
Okay, that's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not proven anything either way, is it? Because no one's going to the sun and verifying that calculation.
Well, unless you want to say like NASA or something, which
Well,
I wouldn't say.
Oh, good, because I wouldn't say NASA have either.
Yeah. But yeah, so from my point, no one's been to the sun as far as any kind of like discussion would go. So, I say NASA, you say no, and then.
Well, it's not necessarily a hand wave; it's what they say. Right. So how are we told they know the distance to the sun?
Using stuff like transits. In fact, I used to know, but I don't anymore.
So this is Huygens and Galileo and these people coming up with this math.
So like using Venus.
Yeah. So just going to point this out right away.
I think I've heard what you were about to say.
Okay, well, I'm going to say it anyway because I got quite excited. Before we do anything, the Earth's a ball and space exists. Okay? Yeah. Before we do anything, let's just understand that this is what we're doing. Good. And we're just going to complete mathematical models based on assumptions from this point onwards. The Earth is a ball of this size. And then we're going to make a guess because we need to know a little bit more. Venus is the same size as the Earth, or thereabouts. Brilliant. Now we can continue with our mathematical model. But the Earth is a ball in space, and so is Venus and the Sun. And this model is being applied to this maths because we're making a model based on our presupposition. It's the proof of the assumption in the first place.
Right. So what do you call it? The Venus part. That is an assumption, and I don't think they base it off of that assumption anymore.
What do you mean, that the transit of Venus over the face of the sun?
Yeah, so the assumption that it's the size of the Earth.
Screw box at least full?
Okay, right. How big does the sun and moon appear to be in the sky?
I don't know.
Do they appear to be the same kind of size?
Yeah.
Are we told that one is 400 times further away and 400 times bigger than the other?
Roughly, yeah.
Well, could we have any calculable distance between those two where we would get exactly the same phenomena of them appearing as the same size?
I don't understand.
Could we bring the sun closer and make it smaller to have the same phenomena of the sun and the moon being the same size?
Yes.
Yeah, cool. So when we've got an object in the sky and we start making assumptions about it, and we can start using math and saying it is this big and this far away and going at this speed. We can say that based on our assumption. Now we have the phenomena. I'll give you a phenomena of something happening. This, what we call Venus, seems to be getting in front of the way of the sun. Awesome. But it doesn't mean that this model in its entirety applies, because in this model, the Earth is a ball, and the assumed size of Venus is because the Earth is a ball in this mathematical model.
And that's a very early way of trying to find the distance to the sun.
Yeah, there's two ways. One was Huygens and Venus, and the other one was sun transit. Yeah. What did they do next?
Making that assumption is inherently not very good.
What did they do next after these two assumptions? So we've got some assumptions. What did they do next to prove it to be true?
Well, they never proved it to be true. It's an empirical science. I can't remember exactly. I know rough details. I can't remember anymore.
Remember that what I mean by the assumption is the entire reason why we're doing this mathematical model where everything is a ball in space. So when did they prove any of these assumptions to be true? Because we're just basing shit on assumptions at the moment. So what did they do next? To either prove the Earth was a ball or how we got here, distance to the sun.
I don't really understand.
Why are we doing this? Because
to try and find the distance to the sun. That's the point.
Yeah. Okay. So Huygens didn't do it with his mathematical model of balls and shit. Kepler and all of these people just working on this model, this assumption, without actually proving it. So it does come down to when was the radius of the Earth measured, or how do we know the distance to the sun?
I couldn't tell you exactly. I used to know this stuff. I think 2021 or so, when I came in here for the first time.
Do you mean how do they know the ball Earth distance to the sun or the flat Earth distance to the sun?
Well, if we were to try and do the flat Earth distance to the sun, we get changing heights of the sun,
which is
very useful.
No, it's an apparent location. And saying the sun, it's the claim to physicality.
Mm-hmm.
Right, as far as I know, the only way you do it is the corpuscular rays.
No.
Measure them back to their starting point.
No, that doesn't work.
You just have an issue with trying to find a physical sun on a flat Earth. That's just the way it is.
Yeah, that's
We
just the way.
have issue trying to find a physical sun on the globe too, mate, because everything's back in time. So everything's apparent anyway on your globe.
So the what do you call it? Distance to the sun. It's changed quite
It's
a
not
lot.
stuff that you forget, though, is it? Like, you don't learn how they got the distance to the sun and then forget it.
Well, I did.
I just think you didn't know it in the first place, and you're pretending that you do know it, just so you don't look dumb. But it's not dumb to not know how they got the distance to the sun.
Well,
99% of the population don't know how they got the distance to the sun. It's okay,
In fact,
mate.
admitting it would be honest.
No, I'm telling you the truth.
Or even know do you know the distance to the sun? Like, how far away is it?
Well, I can remember the distance to the sun.
What is it?
93 million miles away.
Why is that answer correct and all the other answers inside the heliocentric model are wrong? Copernicus said 3 million miles away.
He did.
Yeah, and other people have said 108 million miles away. That means the margin of error is greater than your current claim. If you take the margin of error, the smallest value subtracted by the largest value, your fits right in the middle of that.
Yeah, but that's
so how
using
do you?
Old numbers.
Yeah, so why were they wrong and you're right? Why are all the experts? Because I'm sure if you asked them, if you jumped into a time machine, each one of them would vehemently defend their claim that the sun is that far away. So what would you present to them to say not only are they wrong, but you're right?
So as science improves and we get better measuring tools.
Yeah, then they would compare that they're a scientist, not you.
Calculations and measurements.
Yeah, they would say that they're better at science than you are.
So let's ask him to narrow it down. He's saying that in a very broad way. Can you narrow that thought down to a specific measuring device? Take, for instance, of some kind or another.
No, because I don't know the exact methods that these things are done, at least for the distance to the sun. So I couldn't.
You said it was easy trigonometry. Sorry, should I?
No, you're fine. Not actually trying to think. Just kind of giggling in the background, sorry.
Right, so, sorry.
So do you know how they got the measurement to the sun and the size of the sun?
Come on, Mr. Calculations. Come on. The Earth is a calculation. You don't know this shit?
We can give him a clue. It's in the nickname he's giving you. When he calls you Mr. Calculation, that's a clue.
Right, but that isn't a method. It's just a calculation.
Exactly. So it doesn't dictate reality.
They've basically just gone with their first assumption anyway. Right? They haven't proved it. The next step in the story was, we're going to go to the moon now. Space race, 1960s. They needed to know the distance to the moon. Jodrell Bank in the UK, and radar pings of, Venus and so on. So this is the stage that they got to that at. Basically, the results were coming back as nothing particular. So they just went with their first assumption, and somebody finally came out and said anything about it. Some guy called Bob. Really, all I've managed to find out about this person is not even a doctor, it's not even a professor, but some guy called Bob kind of isolated this one possible signal and said, there it is. So distance to the sun, radar ping, was some guy called Bob. And then they went to the moon. The reason why they wanted to know this shit is because they wanted to confirm the distance to the moon. They needed to know how to get there. Right? They needed to know the distance it was. They only had the distances to other things at the moment. They couldn't confirm distance to moon. This is why they started shooting stuff at it. We're told that they've got reflectors on the moon now that we can get things on. Yeah, they were shooting stuff off of the moon well before they got up there, or trying to, or whatever they were doing. But that's the story, and then they landed on it.
Right. So the distance to the moon is a bit different to the distance to the sun.
Well, of course,
it's a fair bit easier. So you can use stuff like parallax.
You said you, referring to me. Like, no, you can use parallax. Now show your work.
People. As in humans with 2 legs, 2 arms, a head.
So not you.
I have all of those things.
Well, why not you then?
Well, because I haven't done it.
Okay, we waiting for an invitation.
I haven't.
Why not? Why are you asking us to do it for you? Can you do it yourself and then show us your work?
I could do it myself. I haven't, and I probably won't for a while.
You ever heard of show and tell?
Yes.
Can you show then tell?
No, I can't show you because I haven't done it.
It'd just be a calculation, right? Like, which is irrelevant, right? Like, not an actual direct measurement from here to the moon, right?
Yeah, no, we're not taking a measuring stick to the moon.
Yeah, okay. So, in other words, as far as definite knowledge goes, it's just all irrelevant nonsense. What you're saying right now.
It doesn't mean that it's irrelevant. It just means it hasn't been measured with a ruler.
Yeah, I know. That's why I said with the caveat, with the qualifier of, in regards to definite evidence, it's irrelevant.
Sure. It is based on either parallax or radar, like radio waves. It isn't a measuring stick. I'm not going to say that it is a measuring stick.
How did they confirm their measurements? Their calculations, to be true, sorry. With regards
from
to
the claim, I guess.
So we've now got 3 things in the sky. Venus, the sun, and the moon. Obviously there are other ones, but 3 ones that we've been talking about. So which one did they say that they managed to actually measure to?
All 3.
Well, maybe you're missing my point a little bit. So next stage in the story, they went to the moon, didn't they?
Sure.
Yeah. So all of these calculations, Venus, Sun, Moon, because we're going to the moon now. So you believe that they landed on the moon?
Yeah.
Yeah? In exactly the way that we are told with those images on TV, you believe that they went in their rocket through a second law of thermodynamics violation and landed on a rock.
Well, I don't know about specifically the way that they've said that they've done it.
So they have lied to you in some instances, but not in all instances, according to you.
But I'm not basing my arguments really off of NASA.
No, but this one is kind of primarily the one next logical step to. If they're going to be proving all of this stuff, then they have said that they've got to, at this stage in time, the moon.
NASA, what they've done doesn't really matter.
Good. That's fine. Because these would be the only people that could prove their stuff to be true, being as they're said to be going to these places, like control cars on Mars, based on this assumption that the Earth is a ball and this model exists. So we're still down to proving it. So if we're not going to be going to space and using NASA for anything, and I mean anything now, because we're not going to go to NASA according to you, why do you believe the Earth's a ball? What's next then?
Well, what do you call it? Going to the moon isn't going to the Earth. You know,
no, but I'll give you this. Within that explorations of going to the moon, orbiting the moon, and then finally landing on it a couple of times, they said that they took pictures of the Earth.
Uh-huh.
These were the first pictures of the Earth far enough away where you could see the sphere in its entirety.
Right.
So this is where the first not primary, but the first evidence they've kind of given us, right? For all of the public to see. We're going to go to the moon, and on the way, we're going to turn around and take a picture of the Earth because the Earth's a ball.
Right, but nothing I'm saying hinges on that. It's not like, oh, we need NASA to go to the moon to take a photo of the Earth.
What does it hinge on then?
Different kind of measurements.
What other kinds of measurements do you have that are in relation to the Earth being a ball that is spinning?
Stuff like measurements of the horizon. The spinning part is also a different bit.
Well, of course, because those are the only two claims we're left with, even though we've still got the space bit for the Earth ball to move around in. We're not going to go there, that's fine. So measurements of, you said horizon.
I did say horizon. Oh, I got I also said refraction earlier.
Okay.
Oh, no.
So, again, we're going to be going back to using an assumption of math. So you're going to say this is happening on the ball, and depending on the math that I use, it's going to work out. I'm going to backwards engineer my observation to fit this model. Somehow. Refraction. Two types. So you're just going to assume that the Earth is going to be a ball anyway and backwards engineer any observation to that ball. It's not very helpful.
Right.
Yeah, right. So if everything hinges on this and it's not very reliable, your door's going to fall off.
I haven't heard that saying before.
I've just made it up because you said hinge.
That's a good one.
Thanks.
I mean, is Earth curvature even important to you? Well, in your opinion, what is the most distinguishing characteristic of a sphere?
Would be the constant radius to the center.
You mean the curvature? The curvature of the sphere?
Yeah.
So
an ellipse also has curvature.
So are you under the impression that the curvature of the Earth has been proven to anybody?
I wouldn't say proven. I would say that there's evidence.
Such as?
Hold on. There's evidence. Sorry, my friend. I will get to what such as. So evidence. All right, this furnishes proof. If it doesn't furnish proof, it's no longer evidence. We can't call it evidence. Bad evidence. Right, we're not going to pay any attention to it. We can look at it for a bit, but when we figure out it's not good evidence, we'll throw it away, right? So what evidence?
I would disagree with the idea of there being proof.
Proof.
In an empirical science.
So there is no empirical proof that the Earth is a ball spinning in space, according to you?
According to me, yes.
Wait, I'm confused. Can we go say that again? Are you saying that there is no proof of a globe, or there's no such thing as a proof, period?
I wouldn't say that there's such a thing as a proof in empirical science. If you want to go super strict with the definition, and that's how I'm going.
Okay, so super straight with the definition of empirical proof within the scientific method. That gives you one of two outcomes within your hypothesis. it either will cause the effect or won't cause the effect. So ipso facto, you have proven something to be true. It either does cause it or doesn't cause it.
Well, you've an issue with what you're controlling for.
You keep all of your control variables the same.
How do you know they're the same?
Because you keep all of your variables the same. If all the conditions are kept the same and I vary manipulate this one particular thing, it either will or will not cause the effect to happen.
Right, now, and that's all good until it doesn't happen, you know?
So what do you mean? So we're going to get to a stage where water doesn't boil when heat is applied and it reaches 100 degrees, when all things are kept the same.
Well, if you can do some funny stuff to it.
Hold on. Now we're doing funny stuff to it. We're not controlling for our variables. You're now doing funny stuff to it. That's not controlling your variables. That's not keeping everything the same. Why are you now doing that?
Well, because if you're not controlling something you didn't know you should be controlling for.
You were just wiggling it about just a minute ago. So, being as everything we know is kept the same, when I vary and manipulate this one thing, it will or will not cause this to happen, and demonstrate it to be true either way.
Right, but that's everything you know.
Yes, everything we know about the physical natural world.
But if you don't know stuff, then how are you supposed to know you don't know it?
We don't know. Now you're just throwing things. Now you're just throwing what kind of tax on the street. They're not very helpful. Right? There might be things happening that we don't know about.
Of course.
So that's outside of the physical and natural world then.
No, it just means that you don't know about them.
So how do we not know about them? What do you mean? Outside of the physical and natural world, what don't we know about? Because it wouldn't be physical and natural otherwise. Are you talking about the...
We don't know everything about the physical and natural world, do we?
Do we know that when we...
I got to interject here, guys. Whatever you're talking about, you need to be specific. You can't argue in generalizations. That's just silly. Like, what are you talking about? What specific thing? Either of you.
I would have to think of an example.
We're talking about proving things to be true. And he said science cannot prove things to be empirically true when he's given a method to prove it. That's kind of what we're discussing at the moment.
Yeah, but I mean, then the conversation went a slightly different direction, and I was addressing that. But yeah, you're right to point out that they did say that, and that's kind of a silly thing. Here, let's draw that out. So, fire and water, heat and water. So, is it possible for me to prove with the scientific method that heat causes water to boil? Yes or no?
It wouldn't be proof, but it would be very strong evidence that heat causes water to boil.
Okay. Well, you're wrong. I just got to point out you're wrong. It's actually definite evidence because you're isolating the independent variable, which is heat, and you're manipulating it. You're turning it on and off, and demonstrating that heat at sea level causes water to boil. You can prove that with absolute definity with the scientific method. For you to say that it's just merely evidence but doesn't prove it with absolute definity, that's silly, dude. I don't know what to tell you.
Right,
I mean, but it's a game of semantics almost at this point. But I'm just saying, dude, you shouldn't be able to be afraid to say yes with 100% certainty. Heat causes water to boil, and I can prove it to be so. Are you afraid to say that?
Are you afraid to say that some things cause other things to happen?
No, I would just say absolutely, definitely. You know, every time I've put heat into water, it's boiled.
Awesome. No. And will it happen again the next time you do it when all things are kept the same?
Yeah, it should do. No, I have no reason to think otherwise.
Yeah.
With my example, though, with, say, what do you call it? like an interferometer. You know, it's like you got instantaneous light. You're not going to get funny stuff. You can't make accelerometers with instantaneous light. But as soon as you what do you call it? You don't have instantaneous light. You have a round trip speed of 3 times 10 to the 8 meters a second, or any speed of light that isn't infinite or zero. You can make these interferometers that can measure accelerations. You know,
feels like we're getting into this subjective relativism realm here. Let me do the real quick classic test. Are you 100% certain that you're speaking to us on Discord right now?
Yeah, I've heard that one before.
Good. So this is where you want.
Did my question necessitate that much of a pause? Was it that difficult of a question?
Yeah, so no.
You're not. Fuck, man.
No, you're not 100% certain that you're speaking to us on Discord?
Correct. As far as my consciousness
there we go.
is concerned, I am.
Oh, man.
It's interesting because we're trying to deal with the physical world. And,
way into
sorry,
philosophy.
we're trying to deal. Yeah, because we're just trying to deal with what is the physical and natural world. And eventually we come across people that, because the Earth cannot be a ball in space and can't be proven to be true, they don't know if they're real or not.
No, it's a different kind of.
Do you accept the truth that you are probably sitting down and talking to us on Discord right now?
Probably.
Is that a fact?
I mean,
probably. This is what we mean, probability. So as soon as you start bringing probability into it, you're talking about you not knowing things to be true. The Earth isn't a spinning ball in space, therefore I can't know anything.
I can't prove it.
Oh my god.
No one can prove the spinning ball in the vacuum of space because it isn't real.
Like what that question you kind of what determines what your answer you give to it. Like if you don't know that you're sitting here talking to us on Discord, then how the fuck are you giving an argument about reality?
Right, because I'm basing it off of I am here sitting on a Discord chat. You know, it's like I wouldn't be making this argument if I didn't start with that.
Well, for starters, you're not really making an argument. I was just using those as words. Because you haven't really put anything forward.
I know.
You forfeit credibility when you can't even know your own reality, and then you want to tell us what reality is.
Especially when people come along and say, I guess measurements to the horizon, and then start invoking beliefs and stuff that's associated to another belief in another type of stuff that you ultimately don't think is real. Can't be proven, right?
It doesn't mean I don't think it's real.
So
there's also
sorry, I was just going to finish off and say, the one thing that you hinge upon, right? That one thing that we started discussing, the horizon and measurements to it. Eventually, when we start and have had this discussion this evening about how we can assume anything, you get to the point where you're not going to be able to prove this, right? It's just going to be a belief for you to hold on to it based on an assumption that this might be right, might be.
Yeah, I just wanted to point you towards a fallacy called appeal to probability. It is a logical fallacy of taking something for granted because it would probably be the case or might possibly be the case.
I know that.
Yeah, that's not logical.
Well, if you're to leave it as it is, so if you're to leave it as probably the case, that's not saying that it is something because it is probably something.
Taking something for granted because you believe it is probably the case is not a valid argument, nor gives you a concrete result. So you cannot take it for granted.
I'm not taking it for granted. I'm saying it is probably the case.
Which is taking it for granted.
How? Saying something is probably the case.
You're taking it for
granted. I'm not saying it is probably a globe, therefore it is a globe. That would be taking it for granted. And I'm not saying that.
So let's dig down into what makes you believe that it's probably a globe. What gives you that impression?
No, I've had this discussion earlier on, and I will have to go. But yeah, it was a good talk. At least I enjoyed it.
Yeah, no, that was fun.
Sure. All right, see you.
Take care.
So he's been belief, and yet again, he does not want to be faced with his belief.
No.
So do I get it correctly then that he has already gone over his premises and you guys have already destroyed them and they're still valid in his calculation that it might be possible? I don't understand him.
Yeah, probably. So, yeah, we've been everywhere, but primarily on the horizon, then through, the model and distance to the sun and how we, got to this idea. But he eventually didn't, he didn't want to really go to space. His primary things that hinged on for him to say that the Earth was a ball wasn't anything to do with NASA. So we wasn't going to do that. Every single time we come back somehow to the horizon and measurements to it, and we did spend about a good half hour, 45 minutes going through that with a fine-tooth comb. And then we got to probability. Right. Man come in and pointed out the obvious that had been going on for 10, 15 minutes. Right. There was a degree of uncertainty within him. He didn't know that we could be 100% sure he was talking to us in Discord. But he's been around and he's listened to these conversations before, man. He's not necessarily green to this subject. But yeah, he doesn't necessarily want to make a claim, even though he's making one. The horizon and measurements to it. Yeah, it's not a spinning ball in space, guys. Can't know anything. Spoke about the scientific methods for a little bit. Just a little bit. Because he said that you couldn't prove things to be true. Okay, so let's boil some water. Let's see if that always happens. When the water reaches a certain temperature, the water starts bubbling. Cool. And if all things are kept the same. And then he started invoking things that we don't know about. How do we not know about them? Well, if we manipulate stuff for something else, then you're manipulating something. So there's a few little corridors he went down that were total dead ends. But we went for a good wander around the maze though. So Professor Phil's in the live stream text room. Brilliant.
Yeah, I was about to tell him he needs to join the live stream or get the fuck out.
Been popping in and out all day.
It's like, how can okay, you're a professor, you're educated, is completely dumbfounded by this channel is reserved for those who are in the live stream. Please refrain from using or posting in this channel if you are not in the VC. He'll sit there and brain fart that, have no clue what that means. But yet somehow...
Even funnier that I told him to jump in before and he said he was working on a paper, he needed to concentrate, but he's in the chat.
Oh yeah, that's hilarious too. They'd be like, "I'm busy," and then 4 hours later, they're still talking.
Yeah, typing nonstop. Like he'll say when we're talking to him on VC, like, "Oh, I gotta go, I'm busy," because he can't answer anything. It's getting racked. But then go and chat and try to talk to some other people who don't know as much or aren't as well versed in the thing, and then get racked as well. So it's just, what are you doing, buddy?
But hey ho, maybe he'll be back at some point.
No, he's just gonna run to the lobby because that's where even fresher people are who don't know anything about the thing, so he can maybe convince them of something. It's just so pathetic.
He's some kind of globe earth groomer. What the fuck?
Yeah, just get your goat smelling ass to the VC already.
Well, he didn't have. Well, I had an enjoyable experience, and I think everybody else did last night when he came into the live stream. Whether he had an enjoyable experience, I don't know. Might have some cognitive function issues that makes him believe that he had an enjoyable experience. But he got, I don't know, can I say this on YouTube? Probably not. He got violated, let's put it like that. I mean, properly violated.
I give the guy credit for not having a pretentious tone of voice.
Yeah, that is cool. I mean, and like I feel like too that he doesn't really trigger like other globalists do. Like he'll kind of trigger into a blue screen event where he just sort of stops responding. He doesn't go into any sort of vulgarities, like jump off a bridge and drink bleach and don't reproduce and.
I missed the end of that one. What was his excuse for leaving?
He didn't give one. Just that he's going to go in the lobby.
I'm talking about Spook, sir, not Dr. Phil.
Oh, my bad.
He's like, I got stuff to do. Bye.
Perhaps he's a little embarrassed that he wasn't certain whether he was speaking in Discord or not.
I don't know. I think he was a little bit embarrassed that after all that, he still wanted to hinge his last argument on the fucking Horizon. That was what was holding him there, right? That was his, didn't want to use NASA, didn't want to use pictures from space, didn't want to go there, didn't want to do anything else, just wanted to, maybe talk about the Horizon. Because that's what he was hinging himself on, his words. After all that, yeah, the Horizon. I'd fucking leave.
One thing I wish I could do is somehow get, somebody who the globalists would trust and really break down this Dunning-Kruger effect. Because they seem that it doesn't apply to them. It applies to everybody else. And like you read the first line, it's like illusionary superiority, where you think you're better than someone else when you're not. Like the example is a driver thinking they're better because all the other drivers around them are just dumbasses. They'll go into a room and think they're better at science because they're better than all the flat earthers. And then say the flat earthers are Dunning-Kruger. It's like, wow, dude, you're like 5 layers of inception. You Dunning-Krugered the Dunning-Kruger effect.
That's a great way to put it, Crit. I can appreciate that.
Oof, right, let's have a look. See who's popped in the server since the last time I looked. Bong Sao's jumped in. Jesus Christ, straight away. Bong Sao, good to see you, buddy. Hope you're keeping well. Right, that's me on Jedi. Conspiracy, yeah, I know you're here, buddy. Diesel Boys jumped in. DK, Donato, Drace. Chatting away. Good to see you again, buddy. Good conversation we were having the other night. I enjoyed that one. Flat Earth something or other. Flat Z Klein. Good to see you, Kim. Helio's in the house. How you doing, Helio? Noticed that you on the live stream until good early hours in the morning the other day. Hope you went to a hungover. Indio's in, but he's deafened. Jenai, how you doing, Jenai? You keeping good? Got Sora, Mike.
Yep.
Yep.
I'm at work, so that's why I disappear.
I'll tell you what, Jenny. That's amazing. What I pointed out. Shout out to That's Amazing. I think that's going to hashtag at some point.
Yes. We don't have to write any jokes. We just have to repeat what the lunacy of the heliocentric theory is and point out some sort of ridiculous anomaly and say, that's amazing.
Mm-hmm. It's become quite useful, especially to show sarcasm for me.
We need a soundboard file to give to CB.
God, yeah, he's going to be busy. All the suggestions he keeps getting for a soundboard.
Oh, yeah. Can imagine.
But I'll carry on down the list. I don't want to miss anybody out. So Kotsora, Mike, Power, Necrom. I can't read the rest of most of these people's names, man. I'm on the phone, so you're just going to have to deal with first names. President Orion's in the house. I know who you are. Sasha, Satoshi. Good to see you, my friend. Seiku, Seb, Systems, The Truth, and Timbo the Gold. Good to see you, Timbo the Gold. Hope you're keeping well down under. Even though it's Monday for you and it's just about to hit Monday for me. So it's midnight here in the UK.
Oh, shit, I forgot it's Speculation Sunday.
Well, it is for you still. What do you want to speculate, Jetty?
I don't know. I just remembered. Just wanted to put that out there.
What's the sun? What's the moon? What are things in the sky? How far do you think the Earth goes down? Where do you think reality stops? There you go. You can speculate about that.
All kinds of people in here.
What's to say that? What if you were to say that reality doesn't speculate? I'm speculating here. I'm speculating that reality doesn't stop, but it just moves from one form of reality to another form of reality, a form that we wouldn't have access to. At least, yeah, that just we wouldn't have access to. And that's... I'm not even like feeling that so solidly, really. It's just an idea.
Why wouldn't we have access to it?
Because we're inside a container, you know, like every example we have of consistent gas pressure involves a container and a fixed volume. So we have good reason to assume that we're inside a container with a fixed volume right now. We don't know how big it is. And, you know, not going to make any claims to how big it is or whatever. But the thing is, if we can't get outside of it, then that would be a form of reality that we have no access to.
That makes sense. Would it be speculation to speculate what that other reality is? Is it similar to this one, or is it completely different? Or in some way different?
Well, I'm thinking it's something that in the speculation sense, I'd speculate that it's something that don't have the capacity to comprehend. In fact, there's even again, I'm not even really guessing this. It's just more of an idea, more than a guess, but a guess of a potential thing, really, ever so slight guess. But my ever so slight guess is that if we were to have the ability right here, right now, as men and women to comprehend what's outside of this place, I think it may actually defeat the purpose of life itself.
Okay. Okay. It's just interesting to me when we think about the limitations of this reality and what is beyond the limitations of this reality. Is it comparable to this reality, or is it in some way different? Because I understand the concept of this within this reality where I am on the earth. Like, that is reality because I experience it every day, and I don't experience what logically, would be on the other side of the environment. So the environment I am, that's my reality out there. That's not reality because I can't experience it.
What's the funny thing is that regardless of whether or not you're capable of comprehending it, not, it is what it is regardless of that.
Oh, yes. Whether you know it or not, it is what it is.
See, that's where I think it's like, just an ever so, like, I feel like they're robbing us of something, because, like, I mean, I just think it would be better if we were allowed to freely explore, and independently explore and find out, what exists in what places on the earth. Like, I just think it'd be better to know the details, above our heads, outwards from us. After all, we're not even allowed to fly or walk. You're not allowed to travel with a snowmobile or on foot or with an aircraft within a 500-mile radius of the quote-unquote North Pole or North Center Point or whatever you want to call it, flat Earth, globe Earth, whatever. And regardless of whether or not the Earth is a ball or flat, that within itself is suspicious. And it's wrong. It's outright wrong. I don't know, something needs to change is what I'm saying. And politics is how you do it, by the way. Politics is how you do it. So all you flat earthers out there that say voting doesn't matter, yeah, I got news for you. Politics is how you change that.
I think sometimes the depth of the earth gets overlooked a little bit. Now you mentioned how, like, for example, how high we can go up and what's the limitation of up, and how far we can go up wide and what's the limitation of that wide. But sometimes going down, I mean, that's hard, right? We understand that. You have to put a lot of energy into going down. And we're told we've only dug so far. Right? Mariana Trench and some borehole. Yeah, we get that. But what is below us, and where does below us stop? What is below us on? Is it on anything? What would it be on? Again, it's limitations. It's hard to think of. Maybe this is sometimes why people can understand potentially the Earth being a ball in just nothing, right? Just nothing else. The vacuum of space and some other things, maybe. But what's under the Earth? Or, see, I'm invoking under, right? It's kind of a tough subject now. Without experience, the whole Earth in its entirety from the outside point of view, kind of the God perspective. The depth of the Earth is a question that I struggle with. Basically, because of up and down, you can understand, or we can understand, putting a cup on a table or a plate on a table is probably better, right? Because the Earth, we can understand putting something on something. We can understand maybe putting a coffee cup or a jar, something that has depth to it, more depth. and it being limited. So, I don't know what the Earth could be on, but yeah, I struggle with that sometimes.
Well, it's hard to imagine something you haven't seen, yeah?
God, yeah.
Yeah. So you kind of, if you're assuming you're just kind of making stuff up, aren't you? Well,
pretty much.
What is down below? Where does it end? Does it end? Or does it just keep on going?
Well, so when we say does it end, right? So what goes on see when we start invoking infinite and forever,
Yeah.
we'll see.
It's hard to imagine.
Yeah. So we kind of maybe have to understand that maybe it's not infinite, right? And like goes on forever, and which isn't the same thing, has always been here. Right? It's two slightly different things, but going on forever, that's a problem. So limited environment on or within something that what goes on forever is also, yeah, we're gonna have problems.
Yeah. Definitely not a ball in the vacuum of space, though.
Well, no, but like I said earlier, I can kind of understand why that image is easy for people to accept, because you don't have to think.
There's an answer.
Yeah. It's all given to you. Right.
Yeah. You don't have to imagine anymore, you know. Oh, well, you do. You have to imagine still, but like, yeah, they've given you this like a phone package. You know, you go and get your internet, your landline, your mobile, all in one package. Everything is explained in the instructions.
Yeah,
that's it.
Right to this now. Yeah, this is you. You're going to take this with you. Yep.
Yep.
May I ask something?
Of course.
Like, you guys are doing this for a while, right? Didn't anyone come here and like claim something? I don't know, like I am this guy from NASA or whatever.
Yeah. There's a guy, for example, that was on a server recently. He's been up and down in the text room as well, called Professor Phil Bell. He claims to work for, well, he's built satellites and put certain quote-unquote famous ones in space. He's worked for Indian Space Agency on a certain project, for example. And there have been other people too that have had similar stories or, you know, things that you're speaking about, yeah.
So, like, did they like give you some sort of explanation? Any secret information?
No, they don't give us secret information, but they do like to explain things from their point of view, like Priest. What do you mean by secret information? What, like UFOs and shit?
I don't know, like, maybe what I'm thinking is, like, if this is really flat, right?
Mm-hmm.
And these people are then deliberately lying, maybe one of them can come and say, hey guys, we are lying. It is actually like this.
Yeah, I understand. So you mean kind of like a whistleblower?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Not that I can recollect. Maybe somebody else can.
Wait, wasn't there at least that one Polish cosmonaut who admitted after, you know, he'd retired or something, or a little while after he'd been a cosmonaut, that, you know, I'm not sure if he said the Earth was flat, but maybe he did say the Earth was flat, but he admitted that everything he claimed that he did earlier on was fake. Like there's no vacuum of space. He didn't go there. It's, you know.
Yeah, there was two of them. Two cosmonauts. Both claimed flat Earth.
Did they come in here?
No, I don't think either of them came in here, but, you know, well, if they did.
No, I didn't hear that. No, not in here.
Yeah, I know. But yeah, so we were talking about, you know, people that are coming to the server. But yeah, there's been like whistleblowers, like the two gentlemen just mentioned then. Yeah, there's been whistleblowers, not many, right? I don't know of many whistleblowers, and definitely not that have come in here. It depends what you mean by blowing whistles. Are you talking about an anecdotal story? There's been people that have, said that they've been to Antarctica and have come away with stories about that. That's kind of interesting, I guess. Kind of, secretive. Lots of people have come out and said lots of things about different subjects.
Hey, I think it's worth pointing out to this guy that I don't know, I can't prove this, but I sincerely doubt that by the definition of the word lie, with the intent to deceive being attached to it, I sincerely doubt that 90% of the people that work at NASA are lying. I think they're just repeating misinformation. I think that it's a very small minority that actually know that the Earth is flat and perpetuate the lie. I'm pretty sure most of them just believe that the Earth is a ball blindly, just as most of us did for most of our lives up to this point in time.
Yeah, maybe one of my professors was in this Mars rover project, right? And he had this. He was in NASA or some subsidiary of it. When he came to my country, and he had this poster. So what was he building? Was he building this machine, this robot? I mean, he obviously wouldn't know if it is actually going anywhere or not.
Would he? No, he wouldn't. He was in charge of building it. Was he in charge of making sure it got to where they claimed it was going? Firsthand?
Of course not. But
well, there you go. It's just like
there
Santa
has
Claus.
to be
Blind
there
belief.
has to be a blatant flaw in the plan for the Mars rover to somehow communicate all the way back to Earth. Yeah, it is very far.
Yeah, but they're just making a baseless claim that it is that far to begin with.
But doesn't any one of the engineers say, "Hey guys, how are you going to beam this message all the way back to Earth? Don't we need a generator the size of a truck just to generate this energy?"
No, it's fine. They basically just send this robot-controlled solar panel car to Mars and get signals back from it. It's fine. I do it all the time. Voyager 1, Voyager 2. Those ones, they retrieve power. They last longer than they were supposed to because they're so well made. It's not a problem. Right? They can slingshot satellites around other planets through asteroid fields, come out the other side and take images of, say, Saturn and Jupiter for you. It's not a problem. Nothing really goes wrong. It's fine. It's all bullshit. Right? They're not going to space. Just because people say that people build stuff, right? Just because there are people that work within these industries doesn't mean that these stories are true. It just embellishes the story. Some people say that the remote control car on Mars is in Canada somewhere. Some island or something like that. I can't remember exactly the time, whatever it's called. But it looks like that. It's just images of the Earth or computer generated stuff. No one's in space. They're just embellishing that story. It's a steel man. So we know what a straw man is. It's something that's really badly put together, right? That you can pull down really, really easily. A steel man, that's got lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of evidence that you have to pick through and get through to try and undo it. And the problem with the steel man is if you find the right thing, it all just comes crumbling down like a pack of cards. This is what NASA is. It's a steel man. But they're not going to the vacuum of space because the vacuum of space doesn't exist. Cool, there's your one card, it all comes crumbling down.
This is bad.
What do you mean it's bad? As in, you've been lied to? Or what?
Yeah, I mean, I am somewhat convinced of that by this. But that many engineers and this never comes up. It's scary.
Sorry, we're trusting engineers just because they've got the title of engineers and they work for this Steelman Authority. And they're only departmentalization, right? We understand compartmentalization and departmentalization, and it works within these two structures. Okay, need to know basis or focusing on a particular task and then handing it off to somebody else and whatever. So yeah, remote control cars on Mars and satellites in space is that industry, and people work within that industry and believe it to be true or don't believe it to be true from a certain level upwards, depending whether they need to know or not. So like when you have a house party, right, you invite the people that are going to come round to your fucking house. Okay, that's what these people do. Same with any authority. Let's say you're interviewing someone. Yeah, you're good enough to do this. All right, that's fine. You don't know anything from this point onwards, just what you're doing. You might progress to other areas, yeah, fine. But ultimately, you're only going to get invited to the party if somebody wants you there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm an engineer. I can believe this. Like this need to know basis. Nobody knows what they're doing. Everybody just does a small part of it. At least in my experience. I don't work in NASA, but
we work within these structures anyway, and I say work for a particular reason because you could be working in a supermarket. You have a hierarchy, right? There'll be those that sweep the floor and stack the shelves, and those in the boardroom, and never the twain shall meet, right? What interests one doesn't interest the other so much. It's not part of their job. This type of structure works everywhere. Sometimes people like to battle it. Say, oh, well, how could they get away with it? Well, fucking hell, mate. When your company makes an announcement to you that you've had no input on or help in making a decision, like you're not going to be getting any more wages this year, right?
So I got a good analogy. This is kind of funny. So if you're the CEO of a company, you probably don't even know where the broom is for the building, right? And it's not some big conspiracy that you don't know where the broom is. Right, all the janitors didn't like get together, like hide the broom. Don't let anybody know.
Vale.
It's outside your little your cubicle. Who's saying random shit?
I don't know.
My mic lit up at the same time, but only because I fat figured my my push to talk. I didn't talk. Someone else was making noise.
But yeah, this is how they get away with shit. It's not that hard, alright? Don't tell everyone your shit.
so like, can I ask something else?
Of course you can, man.
So, like, I watched this video about like these Antarctica base cameras, right? I've been watching these cameras for a while now, and I am taking screenshots to understand like where the shadows are pointing and stuff like this. What is going on here? Did anyone look at this? I'm sorry. Like, you understand what I'm trying to do, right? I'm trying to go back to sleep. How
Yeah, I see kind of what you're trying to do. Yeah.
I'm sorry. Like, if you guys have already like investigated this stuff.
Yeah, of course. And like I said to you right at the beginning of the conversation, it's nice when people are discovering this stuff for the first time, and they're kind of getting excited about it on the one hand, and then realizing they've been lied to and getting a bit pissy about it on the other hand. Yes, it's good to see. Like I said, the majority of us, but definitely me, have been in this for a while now, so I've kind of lost that kind of first remembrance of a certain particular subject and how it pissed me off that they'd fucking lied to me about it. So Antarctica's one of those subjects, right? 24-hour sun and all of that type of shit. Yeah, can pick that apart.
I remember when I first came to this back in 2015, going through all of the videos I could find from Antarctica, looking at the shadows, so I understand where you're coming from.
Sure, we all do.
This is also fake.
Yeah.
I was in a server the other day, and someone claimed that there's a new video of Antarctica 24-hour sun. And so he dropped it. It just came out 7 months ago. And it was supposedly filmed with those, I think they're called 180-degree cameras. They stuck two 180-degree cameras together. And it's on YouTube, and it's virtual. You can drag the screen around, and you have like your own little spherical dome. You can track the sun. And we pointed out a bunch of flaws and anomalies in the video. And all of the anti-flat earthers in the room just ran away like rats. Didn't want to answer any questions. It was hilarious. It was all flat earthers 20 minutes into watching this video.
Wow.
They didn't want to answer any questions about it. It was hilarious.
I'm not fucking surprised. I mean, look, we're just going to be looking at images on YouTube of a camera apparently doing this apparently. Again, it's just not verifiable. Right? Not falsifiable, this shit. It's just another anecdotal story. But definitely worth investigating. You have to understand how they've lied to you as well. I think that's kind of up there with the primary things people need to understand about this. To understand how. Eventually, right? Just have lied about everything. And everything about the shape of the earth. They've had their sticky little fingers in. They've manipulated it a little bit. It's when you start seeing their sticky fingers. Fingerprints all over it.
So, like, how do you guys live like hermits, or is there like a secret handshake to recognize other flat earthers? Like, do I wink?
I wouldn't suggest we're all hermits. More maybe.
You ask them how much they watch TV. Pretty much an indicator.
The longer you stay at this, and the more people you talk to, the more obvious it just becomes as you talk to them. You don't even need to approach the subject; it just becomes obvious.
It's more like the Matrix. You know what I mean? We're cooler than hermits, though. Yeah. Agents. You know what they call people who woke up in the Matrix? Terrorists.
One man's terrorist is another man's freedom fighter.
All you gotta do is really ask them, like, what they think about science, what they believe about science, and as they describe that to you, you know exactly who they are.
Oh, all right.
Have you ever seen a ball so big that it looks flat? I haven't. Have you ever seen a ball with flat sides on it? I haven't. But I bet you're thinking, well, if it's big, if it was really big, it would look flat. Why? Why would anyone assume such a silly thing, right? How many sides, flat surfaces, does a sphere or a circle have, right? You're an engineer. Makes no sense.
I mean, sadly, none of it makes sense. Like, the more I try, the worse it gets.
Yeah, ain't that the problem? That's basically what got me. I wanted to debunk flat Earth, and I got my astrophysicist friend and my robotic engineer friend, and I got them together in a group chat and tried to. And I really I didn't believe in the flat Earth, but I just played devil's advocate because I watched a bunch of these videos and I had questions and I wanted to get the evidence so that I could show these flat earthers that they were wrong. But the more I asked, and the more there was a lack of evidence, the worse my belief system looked, and my it's kind of like my belief in the globe just went through my fingers like sand. It used to be so solid in my mind, and then it had no foundation.
Gone with the Wind. That's a movie.
I mean, this is
Go ahead.
like this is more than just the shape of it, right? Like I had a colleague, and years later I contacted her, and like she apparently is very sick, and like to the level like her life is in danger, and I wanted to like talk to her, right, to share her pain. And when I was talking to her, I realized she started saying things like, I'm just polluting the planet, we are just she's talking like she's some sort of virus, and like it is almost as if it is good like she passes away, and it is not about her depression level. Yeah, she genuinely seems to believe this.
Yeah, they got her, man.
It's also part of the nihilism of the whole system. They got this like almost socialist view of like the planet supersedes everything.
Yeah, it's a complete
how many
belief system.
factories? How many refineries and factories does she own? Like, does she own a lot of them polluting the earth?
Yeah, I mean, like exactly right. Like
is it her?
It is a complete belief system. Like it has its own like subcategories, right? The evolution, this like this Big Bang, this climate change, all of them belong to the same category, and it tells you that you are worthless.
Where are you from, Necro? Where are you from?
Like originally, or
sure.
Like I am from Turkey.
And you're not living in Turkey anymore?
No, I'm in Europe now.
So is it? Would you say the people in Turkey have the same nihilistic mind virus mentality?
Exactly. I am astonished. I'm truly a hermit. Like I'm just like computers and stuff. When I talk to them, the like disintegration of morals, ethics, and like these people are supposedly Muslims, right? Like it's non-existent. It's mind-boggling.
Yeah,
mind-boggling.
Yeah, it's like the death of Christianity in the West.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean the same template everywhere, right? And supposedly a Muslim nation, right? But the same template everywhere.
You're right. It's not about flat Earth. It's about lying. It's about lies.
Yeah, it's a new religion that you're supposed to belong to. It's the thing that's phasing out the old.
Flat Earth is just one of those things that if you figure it out, it opens the door to more things, to more things that were hidden from us. Like prisoners, in a big prison.
It's the base axiom.
Like,
yeah, go ahead.
Like, I was talking to a family member. One of my family members is sick, and like the doctors are coming up with these outrageous treatments, right? So I asked him, like, does the doctor believe this will work? And like he said, like, no one's benefited from this, right? The doctor doesn't claim this crazy gene therapy kind of stuff, like they will collect blood and like they will do whatever, right? So, and like ultimately the discussion came to this, like they asked me, would you know better than a doctor? And like I instinctively said yes. This is what Flat Earth sort of like did to me, right? Because I've seen these guys are so full of it, yeah. And like you ask some basic questions, like did this ever save anybody? Did this ever cure anyone? Like this is not about like broken armor and stuff, right? Like crazy stuff, and like it flies around, right? People have no concept of like practical applications anymore. This is what I have seen. Not only morals are completely gone, but also people's expectations of reality is shifted. Yeah,
and it's going to get even worse with the advent of AI, as you're going to have the AI be writing things for you, and it's going to be inserting its bias and the beliefs it wants you to have into that writing, and they're doing the same thing with the deepfakes and text to video, so that you can basically write down a little script and it'll basically just make a movie for you that looks really good. Combine that with some of the deepfakes. Once you have that at a level where people will stop using their own creative skills and use this more, you'll have a massive loss in humanity's ability to create things, and it'll get slowly but surely degraded in the population.
Yep. VR is going to help with that. VR and AR. Basically, people are going to become more like machines and robots, and the AI is going to become more human because it's learning from people. So as people start behaving more like robots, then there's not much the robot can learn from us anymore. Now we can learn from the machine, right? How to be human. Just like the robot.
The robot will stagnate as we stagnate, and then like society will just collapse unless we change.
Critical thinking was one of the things they wanted to remove. Albert Pike wrote in Morals and Dogma, right? That critical thinking. And you remove critical thinking with public education, science. So now we're there. You know, that's you're seeing the results of all their efforts.
Which is why the only thing we're trying to convince people of is to critically think and think for themselves, use their own minds. But like it's not easy for people to see that when they first come in here.
We call it the Great Work. A new world order. A big idea.
And they own the science, right? They had to make the search engines change because they were getting what they called disinformation at the top of the search.
Yeah, well, I would say they've corrupted actual science, and they own the pseudoscience, and because they control the media and the search tools, they also control public opinion, because if the public never sees anything that actually contradicts their beliefs and only sees like straw man representations of those people who are contradicting their beliefs, then it becomes really hard for them to accept that they're wrong.
Well, isn't it true also that you're only somebody in science if you're published, so people just generally publish whatever they want?
Yeah, that's part of the corruption of pseudoscience, because the scientific method says nothing about the requirement of some group of people agreeing to or believing whatever. It has nothing to do with that. The scientific method requires no belief. It has a null hypothesis or the results from the expected results, the hypothesis. So you get a definitive answer. Did this thing do that or not? So if not, then you know it didn't, and that's a definitive answer. They have, yeah, they have they have this like, maybe it's likely we have a model that looks like it, and mathematically, like the model has the same results as we see in reality. So we're just gonna assume that the model is correct, even though you could make 10 other models with the same results, but different methods of getting to those results, and under their like retarded way of looking at science, all of that is valid. But because they understand that, they think, okay, so it needs to all match with each other, and to make sure that all matches, we have this overarching authority, like or the ones that control the publications of the studies. So if your study gets rejected, then you don't get to play, and if your study is against what they believe, and the authority doesn't like it, then you don't get to play.
Yeah.
So it's a special interest.
The model.
Sorry, go ahead, Mom.
No, you go ahead.
I was just saying it sounds like a special interest group. Like you have a small group of people that own the rights for publishing, and if they don't agree with what you're trying to get published, even though it's true, they don't agree with it, then they have a special interest in what they're publishing.
Yeah, and then they publish a bunch of shit that's like verifiably false and is proven false many years later, but like there's no consequences for that. So I think the part of the problem is like the public has no idea of the trustworthiness of them. They're just indoctrinated and programmed to believe that this has insane validity that just trumps everything. And so they believe in this imaginary scientific consensus, but when you actually look at the higher levels of academia, there's a lot of variety within that where these individuals have different beliefs about all these things. There's just this push narrative that there is this whole uniform consensus, which just isn't really there, other than like they have this vague idea that the Earth is a globe because that's what they were taught as children, and so it underpins all of their other shit. And so they have this sunk cost fallacy. They can't actually throw this away without admitting that everything they learned in school was like based on a bullshit, and then the deductions that they pride themselves in based on that bullshit, of course, now are not correct. And so all of their accolades just go into the toilet if they accept this premise.
Did I tell you, Grace or Vaughn or whoever else is listening, about what I asked my daughter when she was learning in school? This is like a few weeks ago. I was talking to her about like what she learned in science, and she's like, "We're learning about gravity." And I said, "Oh yeah." I said, "What did you learn last week?" And she goes, "Well, we played with magnets." And I'm like, that's how they do it. They let you play with magnets, and then the next week they teach you about gravity. You say, "Remember when we were playing with magnets? That's how gravity is." And
exactly. Bye gravity. Once you pull out a magnet, yeah, gravity's gone.
And I think that's one of the most egregious thing they do is they employ logical fallacies to indoctrinate the children and never actually take the time to teach them any logic. And so when they grow up, when they argue, instead of actually making a logically coherent argument, they just make fallacies.
And then when you ask the teacher why, the teacher's like, "Well, that's just the way it is. And, don't question me. I'm the one with the degree. I'm the one with the authority." I say it's so.
Yeah, that's indoctrination. That's not education.
Yeah, I just got done talking to somebody on social media. She goes, I'm an educated woman. And I'm like, are you educated or indoctrinated? She's like, I'm educated. You'll never find out. Bye. And I'm like,
Get. You know how you tell that someone's educated? They don't have to tell you. This is obvious. It's obvious. Like a smart person doesn't have to tell you they're smart. An honest person doesn't have to tell you they're honest. A brave man does not have to tell you they're brave. These things will be obvious. It'll be like glaring you in the face.
and even if it's not, it doesn't matter. It wasn't for you to know at that time.
Oh, yeah.
No, what was it? Oh, never mind. I had a joke. How do you know a firefighter is a firefighter? They'll tell you.
I'm a firefighter.
Yeah. If you're a vegan, how do you know if someone's a vegan or they do CrossFit? They'll tell you.
Yeah, and you know somebody's a complicated rock. I mean, it's so obvious. They don't have to tell you, right? Like, oh, wait a minute. Oh, yeah. It should be obvious if something's a complicated rock. If somebody has to tell you they're a complicated rock, they're probably not a complicated rock. I agree, Michelle Thaler.
Anyway.
If the Earth was a ball, if the Earth was a ball, it would tell you. I mean, right? I mean, if the Earth was a ball,
there would be curvature.
It would be so obvious. Yeah.
You know what? I hate to say it. Like, if it really was the dimensions they told us, it would be blatantly obvious. Like, you would be able to see the curvature at 35,000 feet when you're flying.
Yeah, if you're watching a Discovery show about sharks, right, and all of a sudden you see these sharks coming from behind a globe, sharks versus the world, that's how you know it's not a globe. You know, they're always putting it in your face everywhere. Remember, it's a globe. Now enjoy the sharks. What the fuck is this globe doing in a shark show? I was watching a show just like 30 minutes ago about sharks. Big ass globe with these sharks in the back of it. I was like, yeah, that's nice. You gotta put it in our face every time. It's everywhere. The globe.
I mean, it's like 25,000 miles around. It's not that big.
It's so big. Right? Yeah.
It's so big. You can't see it. Even when you're 2 millimeters off the Earth, you can't see it.
Off of a beach ball. I was like, nah, bro, that's way off. That scale, like, it's way off. It's not 2 minutes. It's lower. Yeah. But the curvature is still there, man. Yeah. What the? I always got to tell you, right? We are not lying. We're not liars, right?
My favorite answer when somebody is like arguing for the globe and they run out of answers, they're like, well, maybe we should trust the scientists because they know more. I'm like, oh my gosh. Like, it takes a little bit of effort, but you can learn the same thing that scientists know and that researchers know. And yeah.
But the point is we trust the scientists.
I know.
Yeah.
We don't.
But we just tried that. Well, let's try it again. Maybe this time it'll work.
Yeah, my problem with trusting the scientist is trust is a synonym with faith. And so they're just having faith in the priests of this new religion, and I don't belong to that religion.
But if you say I trust scientists and without saying which science and what science, who is scientist, then what are you saying? I trust
Baby's a scientist. He's just learning to crawl. He's experimenting. Should we trust him, my baby?
Sasha, it's similar to saying I trust the priests, because you're not specifying which priests is trustworthy. You're just saying I trust the authority of my religion.
Yeah.
Like here's what I've always wondered. Like science, the whole premise of science is to not trust it. It's to verify.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the problem is they already threw out actual science, and now they're saying science doesn't prove anything. And so they have destroyed actual science and are attempting to do that in the minds of the public. We are the last bastion of science.
Yeah.
It's a very difficult process to build it back up, right? We destroyed
when y'all were in school and weren't being too indoctrinated, do y'all remember in math when you were learning how to do proofs in algebra?
A little bit.
You may remember that? Like how to do a proof?
Sort of. I forgot, actually.
Like you take a math formula and you have to like write it out verbatim, like a complete instruction on what it was doing.
Yeah,
to
exactly.
verify that you're doing what you're doing. You're proving it's a proof.
Yeah.
Like that's what you're doing when you go out and measure the ball and take what they tell you is the ball, and then you go out and do some observation with known distances and prove mathematically that it's not a ball.
That it is.
How about to physically prove that it is?
Bro, I tried so hard.
They don't want to admit that it's a fake, so they do all these acrobatic gymnastic, like these flips, you know what I mean, somersaults and stuff. I'm like, what are you guys doing? It's not fake. Watch. I'll show you.
I've had people show me videos of like those airplane rides that you can take where you can experience it as proof that there's outer space. So I'm like, how does that prove that?
But listen to this: if light bending, that means that there is a curvature, but we are seeing like a flat. But if we improvise the flat surface on the let's say on the land, and let's make some flat surface, big flat surface with concrete, let's say, and if we then watch the atmosphere, the same refraction, that means that if we watch that flat surface, it will start to curve.
Yes. If sphere looks flat, then what does flat look like?
Curved.
Hey, I bet. I bet if you stare at grass long enough, you'll see it grow. I bet if you stare at the horizon long enough, you'll start to see it grow.
You got the point, Bonk. If you are moving now, if you feel the movement, that means that you are stationary. Because you don't feel the movement, that means that you are moving. The same thing is with the curvature. With the flatness, because you see the flatness, that means it's curving. If at the observer we curving, if you see, for example, if we all see the curvature from the air, that would be the proof for the flat earth.
Hey, Sasha, did I tell you that what I think about the Earth as far as like it's curving, but it's load-bearing curve. So, like, it looks flat because we're all on it, but if we all left Earth, it would start to curve.
It'll start to fill out.
Come so far, but in the end, it doesn't even matter. Had to fall to lose it all. But in the end, it doesn't even matter.
Who is this fucking guy.
I don't know why.
Who the fuck is that guy?
Who the fuck?
I'm just fucking with.
Well,
I just thought about that song while you guys were talking. All right,
If
go
we
ahead.
all jumped at the same time, would it turn into a ball?
Why are you trolling with
Well, we gotta get the animals to jump too, and the trees, and the fish.
Yeah,
Maybe
there's a
it'll
lot of
fall.
mass on the Earth.
Yeah,
There's a lot of mass on
gravity's
the
got a lot of. Yeah, gravity's got a lot on the plate.
I
Yeah.
don't know. Turn the bass up. Turn the bass up. And see what happens.
Right.
Put my trust in you. Pushed as far as I can go.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood base.
One thing you
The
should know. Just
The horror, the horror in what you're saying, Sasha, is that there are no such things as flat surface or straight lines. That's what's scary about that, right?
Oh, look at the devil. When you watch the Black Swan example, for example, and then somebody say refraction, yeah, and then what? And it's still flat there, that horizon, and what? Where is that curve? You know, even very situation where refraction is happening and we have flat surface. I want to see that situation. What is that situation?
Yep. Oh, you know, these are the anti-flat earthers that say this.
Some strange situation what we see every day.
Until Neil deGrasse Tyson or NASA or some kind of university teaches that, right? We can safely ignore them and say, "Go away, crazy person." Go away, science denier. You know, you can tell them something like that.
Everything
Yeah,
will be
but
okay.
that's why I think it's important for us to stand on actual science and hold on to the scientific method as they run away from it. Because then they are the science deniers. They are the pseudoscientists.
Or put it like this: take all science, all experiments, and show me the sphere.
And they can't do that. And they know that. And that's why they threw science under the bus and say science can't prove anything. I just look at the sky and therefore the earth is a globe.
But who can prove if science cannot prove?
Well, the scientists, their word is law, even though science proves nothing. Don't you get it?
No, because if science is proving what they are using, if they are not,
They can't prove anything because science proves nothing. But scientists are infallible, so you must accept anything they say.
Yeah, that's the point where we need to understand what is the science.
They just took away the thing that gave them credibility in the first place and threw it under the bus, where we took it up and helped resuscitate it. That's just the situation. We are the ones with the scientific method. They're the ones with the pseudoscience and threw science under the bus. But that's the only way to hold on to the globe. You can't hold on to it with science because the globe just verifiably doesn't match reality, and so you need to have an idea to believe in. When you look at the flat world, you need to believe it's actually curving. When you look at the stars moving, you need to believe they're actually stationary. And you're actually flying around. They need you to believe the idea because science cannot prove their idea.
Science doesn't prove anything.
That's what they want you to believe, because when you actually look at it, science proves the opposite. It actually, like, you can scientifically validate relative density, but they want to believe, like, oh yeah, the relative density, yeah, that's true. We just call it specific gravity, and specific gravity is caused by gravity. So give me the experimental validation that proves the cause of specific density being gravity. Oh, we don't have it. That's the way it would have to work. We did the math, and so we know it is gravity that's causing it, even though we have zero fucking proof and no science. Meanwhile, relative density is more closely related, or looks more like a natural law, similar to the second law of thermodynamics. And as we can see, under all conditions, gas expands to fill the available volume and is not restricted by gravity. And even ChatGPT agreed that the second law is stronger than the gravity of Earth, and gravity of Earth cannot stop it. But that's the foundation of their belief. And even ChatGPT tried to argue for a long time that the two were not connected at all, and I had to fucking point out to it by making it explain, is the second law of thermodynamics connected to gas pressure? And it's like, yeah, it's connected to high pressure moving to low pressure. I'm like, yeah, idiot. And is then gravity not supposed to be affecting the gas and holding it down under your belief? Yeah, it's supposed to be doing that. Yeah, and isn't gas expanding to fill the available volume against gravity and therefore stronger? Yeah, I guess. Yeah. They don't have shit. They just have fallacious reasoning, and they don't actually account for shit.
Andres, I could even imagine that mathematical in my head. I could imagine, but not in this heliocentric model when Earth is moving around the sun. That means that all these gases must move together with. Then it's then it's ridiculous for me. In some static, I can only imagine that it had, not in reality, but only.
Yeah, they do that a lot. They isolate it into this static little model, which ignores all other variables which would affect it. It's kind of like the sun's gravity is supposed to hold on to the Earth, flying at 66,000 miles per hour. This ball would be going at such speed that it would require a massive force to hold it. Yet, on the Earth, they cannot detect sun's gravity at all.
Right.
Yeah, like when people want to detect like a axial rotation. No, we have the orbital rotation. It's ridiculously speed with the atmosphere, the gases. This is impossible.
Yeah, and it just must be because it's calculated out to be that in their belief system. It has nothing to do with what's happening in reality.
Hey, have y'all seen the moon? How the moon, because of its orbit, it's in the Earth's exosphere. That was something I found like probably about 6 months ago. I don't know if y'all have seen that. Where like it's still within our atmosphere, it's just in the exosphere.
Yeah, I've known about this for a long time now.
That's such a dumb explanation.
Yeah.
So if Yoda isn't real, then explain how Yoda works.
I think they made that story because you know that when they landed to the moon, that was like how you came there. You needed to pass that Van Belt radiation now. And if it's our atmosphere now, there was not that radiation, you know, and that means that they was landed.
Yeah, they essentially claim that the gases of the Earth extend way beyond the Earth's orbit, but that would mean that the moon should be collecting up gas molecules if it could. But like they claimed when they talk about the moon landings that they were in a vacuum. They weren't in a gaseous environment.
What's a vacuum, right? It'd be like, what's that?
Yeah, that's a manipulative tactic where you try to like avoid the argument and you focus on something that they said and try to distort that and like, oh, you don't know what vacuum is. Vacuum is not actually nothing. Vacuum always has gas molecules in it. When you just have a really low vacuum, it's just very, very few gas molecules. You don't know what you're talking about. The classic Glauber argument.
Yeah, but let's compare Earth atmosphere with vacuum of the space.
Well, which vacuum are we talking about? Like Hoover or?
No, that imaginary, their vacuum of the space. Let's compare.
Oh, Yoda. Okay, yeah, I like Yoda.
That size with the
Jedi.
size of with all Earth atmosphere. Earth atmosphere is very big, but how big is vacuum?
Very
Hold
big.
on, I got a vacuum.
Very,
Like we are,
very big.
like we are nothing in that, but still we are keeping gases together. Right. It's not when people say it's next to us. No, it's next to us. We are in that.
Yeah, we're like an egg, right, at the bottom of the
No,
Mariana Trench, at the bottom of the ocean, right? We're an
not,
egg. Yeah,
but
it's
not even
totally not
egg.
going to implode.
Something smaller than egg.
Well, it's at the bottom of the ocean. It's gonna implode.
Yeah, but something
Yeah.
smaller than egg in comparison.
Fish eggs, I guess. Oh no! Fish eggs are good. They're already there. Yeah, you know what I mean. It's supposed to boom, right?
Virus egg.
Or a balloon. Take a balloon all the way down to the bottom of the Mariana Trench, right? That's Earth. That's Earth in the vacuum of space, right? That's what they're saying.
Yeah.
But multiply that by 1 million. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's very small. What you said, really, that balloon. If you want to
It's
make
very
in a
fragile.
mat, if you want to make in a paper in a mat, you will see that you made that's big, that's small, that ocean. What you put it balloon, comparison with Earth atmosphere and vacuum of the space. Vacuum of the space,
that makes
man,
sense to them.
you cannot even perceive that it's something. My God.
You can do that. Also in Narnia, you can do that. Yeah. Narnia, there's like this closet you can walk through, and then when you get to the other side, it's still in space. All kinds of magic stuff.
I really like the small pressure differential of a child can cause liquid to go up a straw, for instance, against gravity. And when you go into the extremes of this, we use vacuum clamps to lift tons away from the surface. And in the globe model, those tons are being lifted by air.
That's magic. A lot of magic, yeah.
Yeah, it's
Imagination.
in the globe model, it's the air being pulled underneath the concrete slab being lifted. So apparently gravity pulls more on air than a concrete slab. Ugh, globers are retarded.
I mean, like, I literally, even out in public, I have these arguments with people and gladly take on, like, 20-on-1 reading, knowing that I'm right. Like, I have no problem with that. They come in here, they get so upset when it gets 20-on-1 on them. We gotta take it easy. We gotta take some one-on-one.
Yeah, well, it's not fair for them, They need they need as many minds as they can have, because there's a lot, to present, right? And all you need is just one flat earther. One flat earther must have gone through like all of their arguments. So it's really not fair. 1 versus 1. More like 1 versus maybe 30. That's kind of fair. I think that's a fair fight. Yeah.
They didn't think we would learn all of it. They just didn't think.
Yeah. We
It's
want to
been
talk
years.
to people like we want to debate with people like Neil deGrasse Tyson or somebody from NASA, right? Yeah, even those
I
guys
want
are
Joe
weak.
Rogan and Eddie Bravo to come in. That's what I want to see.
Yeah, that would be fun. It's been years since I had a globe believer tell me anything I have not heard before. And so I know exactly what they're going to say as soon as they start talking. I'm just like, okay, you're using this argument now.
Well, I mean, it's like that bingo card. I don't know who made that bingo card, but that was a genius. Here, I'll find it real quick.
Yeah, they only have so many options, and those options are the same options they've been using for like 100 years. So like it's not very versatile or updated. That's why we want to talk to people like Neil deGrasse Tyson and these people, because when you drill down into it and you have them, if you would have them here, they would be forced to either lie or admit the truth. And I wouldn't mind either one.
And you know they're lying because they'll stretch out their explanation. They'll draw it out. It'd be like in a draw.
Well, they can try to lie as much as they want, but if we don't let them run away from the contradiction, it doesn't matter. They get fucked anyway.
Right.
Like if they want to make a really stupid statement just to try to get out of a corner, that's great for us.
Oh, yeah.
Anybody try talking to Luna?
Sorry.
What? Oh, Luna? Why is the shape of the Earth even that? Luna, come into the live stream.
They're in here.
Guarda che luna, guarda che mare.
Hey
Neil
guys.
deGrasse Tyson. Don't you know when he got on that show with the beach ball, right? The only reason why he was on that show was to emphasize to people, right? You are 2 millimeters off of the ball. You're not. He's saying that the ball is too big. That if a ball is so big, it looks flat, right? This is what he emphasized, right? And this is why we keep bringing this up.
He was saying that the people on the ISS can't even see the curvature. They can't see it.
His point was because it's so big is why we will never see the curvature of the Earth, which is why I am emphasizing that it is not true. This is a lie. This is a lie straight from hell. And anyone who believes this lie, right, deserves all the confusion that they put themselves through.
And I want to answer. I want to answer Luna real quick. She asks, why does the shape of the Earth even matter? That info doesn't change anything about my daily life. That's individual based, and you can't really say that it would or would not change anything about your daily life until you really come to terms with this. Because it did certainly change something for me. I didn't think it would. I didn't even think Flat Earth was true in the beginning. I tried to debunk it. So it is transformational, but how much and in what way depends on the person. So for some, it's not a lot of change, but there's certainly some change.
I see it way differently. Right? I see it way differently. Real quick. I see it way differently now than what I used to. I'm more optimistic about my life now, knowing the truth. So it is based on the individual. I just wanted to say that though.
Yeah, I thought I said that as well.
You gotta go observe it. You gotta go observe it for yourself and figure it out for yourself. Really.
I thought I heard female trying to. Was it Honor?
That is who we are addressing, Helio.
Okay, cool.
There's a really good story to help you out here, right? There's a story about the monk. I heard this from a Shaolin monk. This story. Okay, there was this man who wanted to climb a mountain. He looked at it, right? But instead of climbing the mountain, he would ask the people that came down from the mountain, "What was it like?" And they tried explaining it to him. But he doesn't get it, right? Like, I don't know, it's not going to change my life type of question. Like, is it worth it? But you will never know or experience it until you actually climb the mountain. Pretty good story, right? It's not going to make you rich. It's not going to free you from all your problems. But it is going to help you make better decisions.
To give you a different perspective.
Yeah, at the very least, it can let you know where you are. You don't have to pretend that you're on this globe that doesn't exist.
or you exploded from nothingness into everything.
With the Big Bang Theory and all that kind of stuff. It's a totally. I mean, they claim that the creation story is the Big Bang and universes spinning around each other and all the molecules in the universe coalescing together, creating planets. That's something they can't prove. But you know what we can prove?
We can tell you that it will change your life completely. But you'll never know what that means until you climb the mountain.
Loon, how did you hear about us, Loon? Am I pronouncing it correctly?
Luna. Well, it doesn't matter. I know you're talking to me. So, what was the question?
How did you find this place?
Oh, I've actually been here for a while, but I'm not really active. I don't really remember. It's been like years. But I joined. The first time I joined was with another account. Then I left for a while, and then I joined again. So.
Do you think you could summarize what it is that you've learned so far since being in here?
Oh, not really that much, because as I already told you guys, I'm not that active. I just like to listen to people talking. So when I find the time, when I'm not working, I just
Did you hear something interesting about the issue?
Well, it seems like this topic is a big part of your guys' life, and it seems to be really important. And I actually didn't know that people could be so invested in something like that and feel like it may.
I will give you one stupid example. Tomorrow it's Monday. Tomorrow kids will go to school in every country. And tomorrow teacher will say this in some of classes, of course, not in every class. But some classes will learn tomorrow. Look at kids, this is the globe, this is the solar system, and that's it. It will not change anything. They will come back home, they will eat dinner, they will eat, they will be with their parents, everything will be all right, nobody will kill them. The only point will be this, that what teacher is saying is not true, nothing else.
Yeah, but even worse than that, they'll go through history class. Ooh. That one's a big one too.
Yeah, but I'm saying this.
But I mean, it's kind of related. Yeah.
The only thing it will not change their lives, nothing. But that what this teacher saying is not true. That's only what we are saying, nothing else.
Fundamentals. That's what's key. I mean, it's fundamental to your psyche, your spirit. If you say, well, what shape of the earth doesn't matter, it definitely matters. If you're a spiritual person. If you're not,
so I take it you just haven't put too much energy into looking into the topic, Luna.
What do you ask?
I said I just take it that you haven't put that much energy into looking into the topic.
No, not really.
And you can't see how, if it's true that the earth is flat, why it would be a big deal?
Well, as you guys have been told that it's like round, kind of round, in school, but it's been years after that, and I don't really remember myself thinking about that topic after we had it in class. Like, it didn't really cross my mind after that at any point in my life. I just kept living, so I wasn't really thinking about it being flat or round. It was just something I heard, and that's it, but it didn't really matter to me. So I've never so I don't really see, for me personally, how it even matters. Like, I don't know. I think
you're wondering, why it would make a difference in your life if you were convinced one way or the other. Is that what you're saying?
But I have another point. I grew up that in belief that Earth is a sphere, and I believed in the sphere, and I thought that think about flat Earth is ridiculous. But when I look into that, I saw that it's not ridiculous. That other things, that sphere is ridiculous. But still, that things, it's still in mainstream. We are still living on that, and we are still thinking that is the fact. And other think flat Earth, it's retarded thing.
So you say you don't understand or why anybody would have so much passion for this, but would you understand it when you understand it from this perspective? If someone has a lot of passion for the truth and then finds out that they have been lied to and the reality itself that they live in has been misrepresented, can you understand that there would be some passion that would be transferred over to this subject as a consequence?
Yeah, I actually, yeah, I can understand that. I get the point. It's just something, for me personally, it wouldn't be like that, but I get that there are people who are like really intrigued and want to spread their truth they found. So I get that.
Yeah, we don't expect everybody to be like spreading the truth or be passionate about arguing or debating or whatever. We're just here to show the evidence that is being intentionally hidden and suppressed by the tech companies since like 2016, 2017.
I guess it comes down to your reaction to lying. So my question to you would be, what if tomorrow you find out your best friend, your childhood best friend, has made some really big lies to you? How would you go about reacting to that?
I don't think that's something you can compare.
That's what I boiled it down to. Yeah, that's what some people take lies very personally, and they want to get to the bottom of every reason and every fact about that lie, and other people don't.
Also, think about this. When we a lot of us have gone to a lot of schooling and are educated, and in that education, all of this is tied into it, and so you paid to get lied to.
I was born and raised in Germany, so I didn't really pay anything, but that's another point. What I wanted to say is that for me personally, it depends on who is lying to me. Well, for the government is like lying 24/7. Their job is to lie, to be an actor and make false promises. That's just something they do. It doesn't really surprise me. It doesn't really hurt me on a deep level. It's just, it's bad. I don't like it, but it's just, that's the way it is. Politicians and celebrities, and I don't know, it's just really, really normal. It's been normal, but for my
as a parent, I'm a father, and I don't like my children being lied to when I'm entrusting other adults to teach them the truth.
Well, do you think the adults that teach the kids something you think is untrue, do you I don't think that they actually know that they are lying, right? They believe that what
Yeah,
is true.
Yeah, they don't know.
I don't think this is true. I know it's true. I've verified it for myself. Anybody can go there.
Correct. But the thing is, most of the time, people say things without realizing what they are actually saying.
Right. But this is not that case. The people that teach, or not the teachers, and the Royal Society that tell us the Earth is a ball, that's not the same thing, right? They know exactly what they're saying and doing.
Teachers know.
Like we wouldn't let our children join a cult, right? Ever.
No, he said the Royal Society, which basically runs science.
The Royal Institution, that's the other name. But we would never let our children join a cult, right? But what if I told you we were all indoctrinated into a cult, a religion? So it does affect everything about our lives.
And here's my thing. Like when you say, well, maybe they don't realize what they're saying. Like that, it's important to realize what you're saying. Like words have meaning. Like I don't go around telling everybody, hey, this is like a joke, because number one, words have power behind them. They have energy behind them. Like when you come off with positive energy, you say positive things, you exhibit a positive environment around you, and negativity is generally repelled. And only the ones who are truly jealous of your positive energy come and try to infiltrate that, try to knock that down. And so you're tested all the time. But words have meaning. So when you're saying, oh, well, you know, like they don't realize what they're saying, maybe they should. Maybe they should.
I think you're relating it sort of to influence. I mean, certain words or certain people that you trust or whatever. If something makes sense, you're influenced by it. And
like if I paid somebody to do a job and they came up to me after 8 hours and told me they did the job, and then I went behind them and I verified it, and I realized they didn't do the job after I paid them, I'd be pissed.
The road to hell is paved with good intentions. A lot of teachers are just teaching what they believe. Were not educated in logic, and therefore do not realize that what they're teaching to the children are fallacies, and therefore they're making the children more dumb and irrational. And then later on, when those children grow up, they don't use logic, they don't rationally argue for anything. They just use fallacious argumentation to lie to themselves and others. It's a bad cycle.
They overwhelm these teachers with information throughout their schooling, and they're boxed in. They're told that this is how you write an essay. This is what the essay is going to be on. These are the limits within your essay. And then at the end of all that, they give you a certificate saying, congratulations.
Well, just like following those lines of logic, I mean, how can you know something you can't know when it was never introduced to you as you're growing up? And me personally, I had to figure this shit out long time after I finished school, or, you know, as a young man. It really started to hit me, you know, in my late 20s, you know. So yeah, I never was taught some of these logical conversations like you talk about, Drace, a lot. And it took a long time for it to really hit me, you know.
Does any of that resonate with you though, Luna?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Does any of what we said resonate with you? Do you understand like where we're coming from as far as like our observation of what's going on around us in the world?
Kinda, I guess.
Do you mind if I ask how old you are?
20.
You're 20. Dude, you're young. You got your whole life ahead of you.
Yeah, I hope so.
I mean, it's cool that you found your way here. I mean, if you're curious about what we're talking about, you know, just stick around and you'll
ask questions.
If you listen and ask, you know, pertinent questions where you hear other people talk, you'll figure it out eventually.
I think someone needs to give her the seem sincere role so nobody jumps on her when she asks a tough question.
Really?
It's okay. I'll just let you guys and try to maybe ask some questions. But thank you for answering. Thank you for being nice.
Wait, real quick before you go, how certain are you that you're living on a globe right now?
I don't know. It's just I've never really thought about that. Like, I don't even know what to say, because I think I don't have enough knowledge to claim anything or really say that I'm convinced.
So in your personal opinion, what is the best evidence for the globe? What is the biggest reason why you think you still live on a globe?
Let me let me remember what my teacher said. Was it Galileo? I don't know. Something with the boat and the
Yeah, but look, listen. You have knowledge, okay, and that knowledge comes from our senses. There's absolutely no way anyone can study, do science without using their senses. Okay, so I think you should just start with your senses. Start getting comfortable with accepting what your senses are giving you.
Yeah, Bong. And the first step is walk outside and experience Earth, and you tell me when you walk outside if Earth is a globe without watching television.
Okay, Helio. I really want to leave her with something because accidentally I predicted what her proof would be. Because this is an example of a logical fallacy that your teacher taught to you and you now think is a proof. I talked to ChatGPT and it tried to use the same thing as a proof. And it said this observation has been tested and confirmed by countless observers over the centuries and is a strong piece of evidence for the globe Earth. But when I reiterate this, so if we see ships appear to disappear, which would happen on a globe, and then we see ships appear to disappear, it proves it's a globe? This is a logical fallacy. You lose. Can you name the fallacy? Because I told it, if you make a fallacy, you lose, and you have to admit it. And now it admits it and says, the fallacy in this argument could be the fallacy of affirming the consequent, and that is correct. This is a form of invalid reasoning, in which an observation is used to support a hypothesis without ruling out other possible explanations. In this case, the argument assumes that the observed disappearance of ships is caused by the curvature of the Earth, when other factors like atmospheric conditions and visual limitations could be at play. And so, it's not a proof of the globe being true, but rather it's just a fallacious argument that makes people less intelligent when they repeat it.
Well, at least that's a good sign. She's not in love with the globe. She doesn't seem to know. She doesn't seem to know very much about either model. So that's actually a good thing for her.
It's the best position to be in because when you say I don't know, you actually can learn more than anybody else because you are willing to listen to the information and formulate an idea based on the information and not your preconceived ideas.
Yeah.
I got hope for you, girl, but you're going to have to put in the work. You're going to have to actually do a little bit of research, a little reading, watching some videos. If you're truly curious,
Go outside on your own.
Yeah, I'm open for everything new. I'm working full time, so I don't really have that much time. But I'll try to keep myself interested and dig up some information.
Yeah, we're here 24/7. The live stream goes 24 hours a day. You don't have to actually be in here to listen. Just listen to the talks. You can learn a lot just by listening.
And there's probably no information that you could dig up that we haven't already gone through. So anything you bring in here, you can get help breaking down and understanding better. So don't be afraid to come in here with whatever. We probably know what it is.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
We're not bragging.
Yeah, check out what they say about us. We're not so scary.
Check out our version of Netflix. Just scroll to the bottom of the server, and instead of watching Netflix, just watch a video from down at the bottom.
Yeah, there's a whole A3C channels, so different things, different topics.
There's plenty of info in the server. Yeah.
Thank you guys for being so nice.
Thanks for coming in.
It's my pleasure. You're a dear.
I wasn't being nice.
And no, neither was I. But check this out. I was when I initially started, I didn't know you guys were talking to her. But there's another person that doesn't have a role. I don't know how to pronounce it. Looks like a Russian letters or something.
Is it Cyrillic? I don't think we could identify her because she speaks Russian. Yeah.
Maybe she can speak English. I don't know.
We tried the other night. I don't know how well her English is, but from what I observed, maybe this sport.
Helio,
What
only
I
if you know
observed,
Russian.
it wasn't. There wasn't a whole lot of English involved. She was giggling because.
Spasiba.
I'll give it a shot.
You can unlock the mic, see what's going on.
I mean, wish she has access.
I wish the language
she's
very
not
was.
muted, so she can go ahead and open the mic if she wants to. But I don't know how to pronounce the name, so that's what I'm saying.
Right.
Ora.
Ora, yeah, or Ona.
No, I have no idea.
I know.
Sasha can probably figure it out.
I probably copy and paste it in Google. And
Can you hear me? I think it's Olya.
Oh, yeah.
That's close enough.
Is it Ola?
No, Olya. That's the name.
Hola!
Yeah. Yeah.
Hola! I don't fucking know.
Olya.
Apparently.
Sasha's the closest thing to a Russian we have in here. So
Yeah, that's pretty much right. Yeah, there you go. He knows.
But Helio, if you want to try to speak, good luck.
That was a cool time.
I don't know. Tim's pretty close too. Our Viking Tim.
I don't think there was an L. I think it's Oya, right? Is it Oya?
Yeah.
Olya.
Olya. Olya.
You need to say L and J together.
it says in her profile. Yeah, it says in her profile she's Russian Samoan.
What is she looking like? I know, right? What does that look like?
Yeah. That'd
be
be
a new
crazy, wouldn't it? I'm Russian Samoan.
I don't think we have that yet.
Yeah, it's Oya. That is how you say it. Oya.
Adia.
O-L-Y-A. O-L-Y. Or Olia.
Olia. Olia, if you have access to your microphone, welcome to the server, and you should be able to go ahead and unmute. Olia. Anyway, apparently she's just listening, or maybe AFK. Who knows?
I mean, she seemed like kind of like a sweet person, but then again, I don't speak Russian, so she could have been talking shit the whole time.
Well, but did you talk to her before? Was it?
Yeah, I attempted to talk to her. Somebody else did. It was straight up Russian, man.
Yeah, thick accent. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool.
I think I heard maybe one or two English words in there. But poor thing.
And a lot of laughing.
Oh, that's okay, man. I mean, if she just wants to sit around and listen, that's cool too. It's all right. I ain't
I
messed
don't know
up
how
about
much
it.
she will understand, but okay.
Yeah, I ain't messed up about it as long as she doesn't cause any problems or anything. She can listen all day. I don't give a fuck.
Because the Russians love those Arkansas accents, so
I bet they do.
widely known. It's well known.
Really, I didn't know. Should I?
Yeah, people in
Lay it on
Croatia-
thick.
I get on the dark web and freaking buy me a Russian wife.
That's true.
Well, if you can prove the club, you can court my sister.
Nah. Actually, I don't even want to make fun of that show. You can actually go buy a Russian wife. I don't want to do. I have no desire for that. Actually, I've been married twice, and I'd never want to be married again. I think it's horrible.
But if you are flat earther, I will marry you.
If we agree, right, that there are no flat surfaces on a ball, a sphere, or a circle, right? then we should not even be arguing about it, right? Like right? Do we all agree?
Nice. Helio, if you marry the Russian flat earther, that would be great.
You know, I mean, well, how could I know? Because I don't know any Russian flat earthers.
Here it is, Olha. No.
There's a lot.
I know there's a lot of them there, but they don't come here. So how the fuck can I know any Russian flat
You can
earthers?
always order one and turn her into a flat earther.
I know, no, well,
Russians are like the French.
as soon as you're an American and you buy one of those brides or whatever, this isn't a joke though, I mean, because it really happens, and it's just like
You can get a bride from anywhere, dude. It doesn't
yeah, I mean, it does. I mean,
Well, why Russia?
from Philippines or what? No,
What's
no,
wrong
but
with
it's not. It's
Arkansas
not
women?
cool. It's not fucking cool. And so for us to make fun of it, you know, but it's really not
Helio,
cool.
you can find bride even in Australia.
Look, you want a Russian wife? Go to Russia, right? Look at me. I came to Australia.
You didn't buy her. Though.
She's not gonna come to you. I'll tell you that. Look, woman's not gonna come to you. You gotta go to a woman.
Russia at least exists, Bonk.
Australian wives are expensive. There's a lot of inflation.
Yeah, I bet they are. Well, and they probably have a bitchy attitude too. I mean, I don't think you can just.
Yeah, they do.
What?
That's why I married a Colombian.
Yanks, man.
You married what, a Colombian? You said.
Yeah, I didn't want an Aussie. I married a Colombian. Man.
I can't imagine that a Colombian woman would be less bitchy than a fucking Australian.
For AK. Gonna have it today.
Australian sky is down, man.
Colombians,
So do we all agree? No flat surfaces on a ball, right? Neil deGrasse Edison is lying about that.
Well, there can be multiple flat surfaces, and it eventually makes a ball.
I need a
That's according to some people that come in here. Like they're like, well, that's locally flat, but how many locally flat spaces make the ball?
The problem is when you have a spherical object with a lot of flat surfaces, you create pronounced edges. So where are the edges of this dice world that you claim we live on?
I know, but then they'll say, well, that's the horizon is the curvature of the earth. You know.
Therefore, right?
Is a globe.
Therefore, there is no globe. Therefore, what we see is flat. I mean, there isn't even a debate to be had because.
What do you think about that clownishness?
A ball has two sides.
Yeah, it falls apart at that point. It's just like the horizon is not the curvature.
Because because what they're really asking for, what they really want, right, are explanations. Because they already have explanations, they want to know if we have explanations to replace those explanations. But before we go on to that, right, we should first agree with them that there cannot be flat surfaces on a ball. Or if we disagree, then we stay here. We stay here. We don't go on.
And that's where they want us to stay, right, Bong? That's where they want us to stay in their paradigm.
But I think people really look. No matter whether they're anti-glober, flat earthers, or just normies, right? People really want to know, right? Because they have explanations, right? They want to replace these explanations because, and here's the scary part: if we don't have explanations, they're going to be scared. It's a scary thing to let go of everything you've already known and it makes sense in your mind. You know, so yeah, so they have to understand that what they're really doing is asking for explanations, right? They want to know if can we explain what the sun is.
Explanations can never be proof of anything.
Right. But what we shouldn't do is confuse that, right, with debating, okay? Because there is no debate. All we can do is present a lie, right? Balls and spheres cannot have flat surfaces, right? And then we can go to the explanations and the debunking and all that.
All right, cool. Well,
just before we miss this, Glober, there's Clownishness is in, who's a Glober. Do we want to talk to them?
Yeah, Clownishness was in here the other night, and
oh, okay.
But hold
ask
on.
her. Ask Clownish what she thinks then.
It's Alice.
Clownish.
I got renamed.
It's the same person.
Oh, sorry.
I got renamed. Check my profile pic.
Listen, hold on. Jedi is chomping at the bit.
Yeah, what's going on? Lighting up.
Something off with your mic, though.
I kind of like the other one better. Other name.
The other one? Well, I decided to, accept that I'm now a clown, so now my profile picture is a clown whooper, so.
Well,
hey, but you're not banned. You're still here.
Yeah, I'm not banned. I know. That's, I gotta roll with the punches.
Yeah. But hey, have you been listening to what we're talking about? Like that? What do you think about?
Kinda.
What do you think about this? Newgrass, they say a ball can be so big it looks flat, right? We're saying that's a lie. That's straight up. It's not even geometry. What do you think?
It depends on your perspective of where you're looking at it. You can get close enough to something for it to look flat when it's actually round. It depends on your perspective and where you're looking at it.
Yeah, but see, I agree, right? But then it's not something might have to be a lot bigger than what the claimed radius is, right? It might have to be the size of the sun. Maybe it might kind of look, but the problem is when you go up, it has to still present itself as a ball, meaning drop down, right? And you look down, the horizon drops down all around us in respect to that radius.
How big do you think the sun is?
Well, that doesn't matter because we're talking about water, right? We're talking about a sphere.
It has to be as big as the sun.
Oh yeah. It's like you can fit 1 million Earths in it. That's what they say.
Yeah, how big is the sun?
Yeah, that's what they say. You can fit 1 million Earths can fit inside the sun. That's what even if it was the size of the sun of 1 million Earths, right? It'll still have curvature. It'll still drop like a ball, and it'll still present itself like a ball.
How would 1 million flat Earths fit in a sun?
Are you going to have to ask the people that said that? We didn't come up with that. They came up with that.
Yeah, 1 million globes
in the sky. We didn't say that we can fill the sun with 1 million Earths. That's the other bullshitters.
It's not flat Earth. Yeah, it's not flat Earth. It's a globe. It's 1 million globes. Okay, that's the claim. That's how big the sun is, and it's 93 million miles away. What I'm saying is, even if the Earth, the globe, was the size of the sun in the heliocentric model, it will still not appear flat, like a plane. You know what I mean? So the question is this true? What they're saying, that if a ball is big enough, it will look, measure, right, and be used as a flat surface. Is that true in your mind, in your logic?
I got distracted by bread Earth. Sorry.
You know how you put a ruler on a basketball, okay? Ruler goes on a basketball, right? So we're saying if we blow this basketball ball and ruler up to the size of the sun, or as big as we can, it's still going to be a ruler on a basketball. It's not curving.
Still going to fall away. Still going to
That's a really good loaf, Trace.
Yeah. And these local areas where the ruler touches the basketball, right? In the real world, locally flat is way too big, especially with the small radius they gave us, 3,959 miles. But what do you think? Is it possible? How many flat surfaces make up a sphere? Kind of question.
I can't give you a number, but again, it has to do with your perspective. You can't put a level down on every single surface on Earth and claim it to be flat.
We don't claim it to be flat. What? So here, let me just inform you.
No, I don't.
I'm a radio man. Right. I'm a radio man, right? And what you'll find in the Radio Man Handbook, Navy Milper's Handbook, is that you must assume the non-rotating plane in order to propagate electromagnetic signals, radio signals, to other, when you want to operate it. So you have to assume a flat, non-rotating plane, right? So I don't have to think or claim that the Earth is flat, right? That's what we're taught. But what we have to believe is that it's a ball.
Wait,
So you know
why?
what I mean?
Why does it say you have to assume a flat, unmoving plane though for radio signals? Yeah,
because that's how radio signals propagate, right? In a straight line.
No curvature.
So we call it line of sight. Line of sight means a straight line from my eye, from where I'm shooting it to the target. It's a straight line, right?
Everywhere.
That's what that means.
If you look at the latest image I posted, if the Earth were curved, it would start blocking signals and causing Fresnel disruptions. So they cannot account for the Earth being curved because then the signal's distance doesn't match the expected result.
but radio signals can penetrate. Like
you see the
penetrator.
They can penetrate what? Wait. You said radio signals can penetrate what? What can they penetrate?
Look, I have trouble getting Bluetooth or Wi-Fi inside my home, or I have trouble getting cell phone signals inside my home.
She was about to say that radio signals can penetrate solid surfaces. She was about to say
It depends on the frequency. Low frequency radio signals can penetrate solid.
Bluetooth is a no, because Bluetooth is much different than radio waves. It's not the same thing at all. Radio waves.
Okay, well let's go back to what you meant when you first said it.
Hold on, man. It's the same thing, but at a much higher frequency. It's at the higher of the electromagnetic spectrum.
It's a lower distance.
Why radio towers built tall? Sorry, why radio towers built tall? This young lady question for you. Why are they built tall?
Let me read you something. Radio waves can penetrate non-conducting materials such as wood, bricks, and concrete fairly well. It cannot pass through electrical conductors such as water or metals. Above 40 megahertz radio waves from deep space can penetrate Earth's atmosphere.
Thank you.
Hold on. So let me counter that. When a submarine has to send off a message, like to me, because I'm the radio man, they have to surface. Okay, they can't just transmit through the medium or through the earth or through the water. They have to surface.
Yeah, I wanted to address what she's saying because she said.
Did you not just hear the part where it says it does not penetrate through water? Because
that part debunks your claim because you're claiming that it's penetrating through the water hump that's supposed to be in the way.
What are you talking about? The water half.
The water hump. The hump of water that you believe is between you and the target because of your belief in the globe Earth.
That's not how radio waves work. They reflect off the ionosphere. If you're communicating across water.
Wait. The ionosphere that they're reflecting it off of, right? Has to be it has to be a certain, because when the sun, it has to be a certain time of the day. The sun excites the things up there, and it causes all kinds of high frequencies to go crazy.
Why does it have to be a certain? What is the sun doing? Hold on.
Don't you know anything about this? He's telling you how these things work.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
The ionosphere can exist in both models. That's the thing. Okay. The problem with the globe Earth model, right, is what is it bouncing off of? Right. These signals should go straight off into space. Okay, but whatever they're claiming the ionosphere is that they're bouncing signals off of, ham radio operators do this all the time, right? This is the explanation. Well, we're bouncing it off the ionosphere and it's going all the way to the other side, of the globe, right? That's not how it works.
My goodness.
Some people say, I bounce it here and it goes to that satellite, and it'll bounce to another satellite and then it'll come down. That's not even how satellites are used.
Hold on a second. Hold on.
Yeah,
You just made 5 different contradictions in what you just said, and then you put something else in the mix that I never said at all.
No, it's not what you said. This is how they explain. This is how. This is what you're reading.
Said no. So first of all, you said the ionosphere can exist in both models. Then you said, well, actually, it would fly off into space if you tried to shoot it at the sky. Then you said,
yes,
well,
because
actually,
the ionosphere is not a dense layer that things bounce off of. It only happens when the air around it is excited.
It can exist in both models, is what he said. So there's no contradiction there.
It doesn't exist in both models.
No, that's not what he said. That's not what he said.
You can make the claim that it exists in the globe Earth, but then you contradict yourself if you have to shoot things off into space.
And why are you talking about satellites? I said nothing about satellites. I said the ionosphere. And ionosphere is not satellites.
Because this is the next explanation that you're going to run into. Okay. I'm telling you ahead of time before you get there, so when you get there, you're not surprised. Oh, satellites, right?
I'm not just going to lead to that to get that conclusion.
That's not where we were going with that at all. I was not talking about radio waves. Have nothing to do with satellites.
It has to do with straight lines, line of sight. Okay.
No, because that's no. If you bounce something off of the ionosphere, right?
Yeah.
It depends on how far it is.
You can't just
other
bounce
side of the globe.
off the ionosphere. There's a condition that has to be met in order to bounce anything off the ionosphere. Okay, and you can only bounce low frequency signals. You can't bounce high frequency signals because they get lost because of all the freaking electricity or the excitement that the sun is causing. It's a condition that has to be met if you want to do that.
The sun is causing. Okay, I see. So the ionosphere. So the globe model perfectly explains then how you would do radio transmissions over long distances.
No, it cannot. No.
Can you let me finish?
Incorrect. No. You're strawmanning our position.
You can't.
You're strawmanning our position. Think about this for a second. We're talking about Marconi. We're talking about Marconi's record-breaking long-distance radio transmission. In order to bounce up and down, you would have to bounce multiple times to get to the other side of the globe. Do you understand that?
No, that's not. No, you would not. No.
Yes, you would.
No.
Hey, check this out. Hey, check the voice. See, Dre's posted something. Okay, it's the Army manual for radio. Listen to me. Look at this.
You know what, everybody? Levelist right now has reminded everybody once again that my pronouns are they, them. Let's give a round of applause for Levelist for reminding everybody again. Thank you, Levelist.
Irrelevant. Stop saying all these irrelevant things. This is not relevant to the conversation.
Well, you know what else is not relevant to the conversation?
So are you saying the Army is wrong? Are you saying the Navy is wrong and you're right? Is that what you're saying? Are you saying the government and all this shit that they teach us about using the Earth as flat, non-rotating plane, they're wrong and you're right? Is that what you're saying?
I 100% do not believe you at all that it says that...
You don't have to believe us. Go verify it. We posted links. There are links to these glass.
I understand. Yeah. I understand what you're saying. You're saying that you have to imagine that the Earth is flat in order to send a radio wave, right? But if you're
this is what it's taught. This is how technology works. This is how science works.
I understand.
It's not me saying it.
If you are sending a signal long distance, you have to send it up, right? So it'll bounce off the ionosphere and end up where it needs to be. You only need to send it one time.
No, we send it to other receivers. Okay. Like if there's another antenna, right, a receiving antenna somewhere, another station, that's where we send it to. They will bounce it and they will strengthen the signal and send it to the next until it gets to its location. If you have to go up, okay, it's very rare to have to go up and use the satellites. Like ships use it. Warships use it, battleships cruise ships use it, pilots sometimes use it, but it's not something that you would use for normal communication. You use high frequency UHF and you're contacting another station, using a certain frequency, running certain circuits, right, with certain encrypted things going on. It's very exact. You're not just sending things out, but bouncing it off of things, and then hopefully the receiving antenna will get it. That's not how it's done. It's encrypted.
So then you just explained how it would get around Earth. You send it to...
The problem is, lady, that when Marconi sent his radio transmissions, there were no repeaters.
Submarine uses all the buoys, you know what buoys are, right? These are floating things on the ground. Yeah, they've got transmitters on those. Okay, there are servers under the ocean. There are cables under there. There are things on the ocean that we use to connect the world using radio and wireless.
So then you literally just explained how it would be able to work on around Earth because the signal.
Great. Hey, if it works on around Earth, that's awesome. But guess what? We're not on around Earth.
But you just explained how it would work on around Earth.
No, he's trying to teach you how it works in reality, lady. What I was talking to you about, for instance, what you were trying to argue against, which Bong is missing. Stop talking, everyone.
Did you not say?
Stop talking. Do I need to mute you, lady?
Someone needs to
try to contain yourself and stop talking.
Why would I stop talking? You're asking me questions.
No, you're talking past each other and you're trying to weasel out of your errors. He's teaching you how we communicate in the modern day using modern technology, which you don't understand and don't know what you're talking about. I'm talking about Marconi, which is a record long-distance transmission long before they actually started using any of that.
Can you please post... You keep saying Marconi like I just know what that is. Can you please post a link to it?
You know that song? We built this city on Marconi. Yeah, that guy.
Okay, well that's a cool song, but can we post the Marconi experiment that this guy is pissing his pants over me trying to see?
It's not an experiment, it's a test. It's a test.
Okay,
the
test.
Problem,
can we post a test, an experiment, a page?
Yeah, the problem is you don't know this stuff. This was taught to you in high school.
Was it taught to me in high school? Did I have a whole lesson on Marconian?
This is the first wireless transmission. Just look it up. It's not hard.
Can we talk about the premise?
Are you American?
Can we talk about the premise and what it actually means?
Not every American school in the entire world teaches radio signals.
Young lady, do you know what direct line of sight means?
Yes.
Awesome stuff. So you know that what we're saying here is this technology requires a direct line of sight. As in, if something, so if something was to get in the way of it, that would be the curvature of the Earth. This technology would not be applicable. We wouldn't be able to use it.
So what he said that makes it possible on around Earth, and he said this himself, he said, oh, well, we send it to another signal repeater, which then sends it to the next one, which then sends it to the next one. Yeah. That completely destroys the theory of light, or not the theory, but it says that shows line of sight because, as he said, right? He said this.
Yeah, but you're not getting it. The first signal that's being
Hey, stop!
Wait, you're not getting it. Wait, let me finish. You're not understanding. You're misunderstanding.
Hold on, dude.
The signal that you send has to go across a flat plane to hit the first receiver.
Oh my goodness!
Get it?
Vaughn. We're letting her finish her point so we can explain to her that this Marconi incident happened before there was ever repeaters.
Okay, I'm just repeating back what he said and why it works on around Earth. Okay, this is what I have. This is what is in my head right now that he has just said. I'm just repeating it back. Okay?
Right.
So he said.
Now hold on. We know what he
said.
Right.
Why do we use repeaters?
Why do we use repeaters? Because the Earth is round and get in the way.
No.
Earth is round.
Hold on. So no, that's not why we use repeaters. It's because the single has a strength that runs out and only goes so far.
Yeah.
Okay. So that doesn't imply that it's getting blocked. We just have a limitation to the signal that we can propagate. We then put a mast at the limitation of that signal propagation and bunny hop all the way around the Earth or leapfrog because signal can only go so far. So when you start, hold on. So when you start jumping around and start saying this proves of globe Earth, no, it just shows that we've got a limitation. Your limitation, though, is the curve of the Earth.
See, that it works on both models, though. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm saying that it works on both models.
We haven't even gotten to Marconi yet.
So we can get to Marconi now very quickly, because this is, well, which one do you want to talk about? The first one, second one, third one, the increasing distances, or eventually we ended up with a signal propagation using radio signals from England to Australia.
Can you give me like a couple minutes so I can read this?
Yeah.
All right. Talk among yourself. You can I don't know. Talk among yourself for a little bit. I'm gonna read this, okay?
Just so we know, how many cocktails deep are you there, Clownishness?
Well, don't radio waves travel laterally?
Do they travel? I don't know. Do they?
Yes. Travel in a straight line.
Yeah, from the source, they travel laterally. The repeater stations are to gather the signal and then repeat it, so they can transmit that signal laterally again to the next station that's going to receive it and then repeat it again. That's what repeaters are.
If you want to make something like that work, right, on a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles, right, and you got a transmitter on the beach, you're going to need repeaters every 10 miles, every 3 miles, you're going to need a repeater.
Pretending
every 10 miles you're going to need a repeater, right? The farther you want to send it, the higher you got to put the antenna, right? But it can only go so far, right? You got to put all these repeaters now down, right? Because
the higher you go, the more you're gonna. You're gonna
get stuck. Eventually,
if you're on a globe, you're gonna have to point it down to the next repeater. You're gonna have to build a tower and then point it down to another. That's not what happened.
Antenna on a mountain. You put your antenna on a mountain, which is probably the highest you can put it. Well, now you need repeaters every how many miles, right? Because that's the farthest you can send it if the Earth was curving at the rate, in respect to its radius.
And that's why you use elevation to actually, you can.
Now, if the Earth was the size of the sun, then maybe what you're saying might be good. Is the Earth the size of the sun? Probably not. It's right negative ball. I'm just saying, the curve is the problem.
The curve can't be a problem because there's no such thing. So, anyway,
I assume a non-rotating plane if you're on a spinning globe. Well, that's ridiculous. That's the opposite.
Yeah, that's where the problem is, because there is no such thing as this stupid globe.
You gotta be specific. You gotta say it would work on a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles.
Well, you know what's really the problem is? It's like they say, well, it could only work if the Earth was a globe. That's the weird part. That's
the dumb part. That's like, all right, you need more practice. Back in the gym. You need more training.
It's the first time she's ever heard the word ionosphere, and she runs in here. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Ionosphere doesn't solve every single fucking problem. All right.
Yeah, until she starts looking into. Oh, go ahead.
No, you're fine. It just doesn't solve every single problem, mate. That's all I was pointing out. Some radio signals will bounce off of it. Some signals won't bounce off of it. It depends what the signal is. But ultimately, they use it as a catch-all. See, bouncing signals around the Earth. No, that's going to be a problem because every time a signal takes a bounce, it dissipates. Especially when it's said to bounce off the sky, then off the floor, then off the sky, then off the floor, then off the sky, then off the floor. I'm just going to keep saying off the floor and off the sky until I eventually get to Australia. What the fuck is my signal going to be like then? It's going to be shit. If I get one at all.
Well,
yeah, even with the repeaters, you're losing information every time you hit the repeater.
But if I got a better solution. Send it to the nearest antenna. Send it down to the fiber. Send it to where it needs to go. Done. Sheesh. That's how people do it. Like we don't send things through the sky and then it arrives at its destination. with all its information intact. You know, that's damn.
I wanted to say real quick, that's what the purpose of a repeater is, especially the military repeaters. They're supposed to consolidate the frequency and then like basically like put it back into its package the way it is and resend it out with the same power. That's the whole point of
packets and information. Yeah, you're trying to maintain integrity. You know, so you know, pushing it off of some clear communication. Like, what? If you're shooting it up, there's a balloon, there's a plane, there's something up there that you're shooting it at.
And not only that, but when you put it into I'm probably like a robot, but when you put it into a repeater and you have a fill on it, and it's being what's that word, Bong? Where they basically like lock it up. What's the word I'm thinking of?
Hey, check this out though. When you're connected, your telephone, you know, is connected to your local cell phone tower. Is it connected to another cell phone tower?
No.
Sometimes.
No. But if there's a cell phone tower, there's a fiber optic cable connected
to the landline cable connected to the local cell phone tower. And it, you know, just like, you know, Bong's over in Australia, we're talking to him, you know, with almost no latency, We're talking to him in Australia. Boom.
Yeah, but that's because of the fiber optic cables. That's not being transmitted over radio.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. And that includes when you're inland, you're not just going tower to tower. These are landline cables connected to local towers from the fiber optics.
Yep. And then there's the balloons. Okay, like the balloons are coming out, which means they're not connected to fiber, right? Which means they require very, very high amounts of power to transmit and receive, right? This is what all the talk is about. Oh, you're going to kill us, going to fry us. Because of the capacity, you know, the capabilities. And if we want to use it, gotta take some risks, eh? All for convenience.
I mean, I know it seemed like everyone was jumping on clownishness. I mean, but she obviously doesn't understand this, you know. But that's okay. That's okay. It's okay. You know, because if you don't know, you don't know. Don't act like you do know when you don't know. That's okay.
Hey, what I was trying to say, Bong, was I was talking about like encryption. That encryption, that key, and that plug in the fill of the radio. All of that is to ensure the integrity of the signal that goes out, so that way there's clarity in the communication.
Yeah. And if it's classified information, then and if it's classified information, then it's a more secure circuit that you would set up, which means dedicated towers only for you.
Hey, Clonus, you know, Clonus just posted something. Me finding out my pronoun. You know what? The last place that anybody gives a shit about these fucking pronouns is this place.
I don't know. Levelist keeps posting them.
I think it's hilarious.
Levelist keeps posting them over and over again. I don't know.
No, because you actually said something. It's like, are you identifying me by? Nobody gives a shit about that.
When have I ever said that though?
No, you did earlier. Don't act like you didn't.
Hey.
But whatever. I don't give a fuck.
Nobody addresses anybody by their pronouns. Hi, he. How are you, he?
Yeah, that's absurd.
Okay.
They get it right. They them.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can clown around with other people over in other rooms, but yeah, we don't talk about that here.
By man.
I mean,
you sound like a girl, so we're gonna say she. How about that?
Levelist has posted it twice now.
Yeah, you don't have the right to enact thought control over others or try to dictate how they express themselves.
And you can't stop me from making my jokes either.
Oh yeah,
No,
jokes are
I
fun.
didn't say. I
Here, here's how simple this is. Drop it. There you go. Problem
There you
solved.
go. Boom. Yeah, like nobody gives a shit about the pronouns, stupid pronouns here. We're just gonna, if you sound like a girl, we're gonna call you she. Boom.
All right, you
I didn't
said
ask
that
you to
already.
care.
All right, drop it. Everybody drop it.
Rolling.
So what we were talking about, okay, is that in order for something to travel in a straight line, right? Okay. Now, if the Earth had a radius, okay, which means it was a small ball, and you try to shoot something in a straight line, it's probably going to go off into space if the Earth was a ball. You agree?
If we were to shoot something into space, it would fly off.
No.
Ball.
If we were on a ball,
Yes.
small ball, and we shot something out at the horizon in a straight line, okay? It's like going to go straight out into space, like a ruler on a ball. There's a straight line out into space, tangent line, on the ball. Yeah.
It's called a true horizon. That's what it's called.
Yeah. But if we were on a flat plane, a surface of a flat plane, right, then we wouldn't have that problem, right?
Why would you not have that problem?
Because the ground wouldn't be curving all the time, and we'd have to put freaking repeaters and antennas all over the place, right? So close because of the radius, because it's so small, because it's curving away.
You would or would not have.
The point that we're making is,
wait. You would or would not have repeaters.
That's not the point. The point is that we are taught in our professions, in school, even Neil deGrasse Tyson says, that stuff is flat. There was a balloon they sent up, the Red Bull jump. 120,000 feet, there's the horizon, it looks flat. Neil deGrasse Tyson says, because you're never going to see the curvature of the Earth. So we're taught that it's flat, to use it as flat. And Neil deGrasse Tyson agrees that all the way up there, it looks flat, and we'll never be able to see, measure, or prove that the Earth is a ball from down here. You have to accept that.
Why do we have repeaters again?
Because the signal, when it gets so far away, right, it'll start losing power. It'll start losing power.
So you said that is or is not necessary on a flat Earth?
Is necessary because the signal runs out, so we have to repeat it and send it again so it can travel further. But it depends what type of.
Yeah.
Holy crap!
Our repeaters are. They're spaced out.
Everybody here is a repeater, man.
Yeah, they're spaced out.
You guys have been repeating the same thing for the past 5 minutes.
Yeah. A repeater is spaced out so that when the signal starts to decay, it'll pick it up and repeat it again. Depends on the strength of the transmitter. Okay. Now, if it was a ball Earth, these repeaters would have to be way, way closer to each other, which means the whole world would be full of repeaters. But that's not how repeaters work, and that's not how we use them. Thank God, right?
Right, but the real problem is how much energy do you want to put into each location? With a multitude of repeaters, each location needs less energy to send a signal. It's more economical, it costs less to build the facility, et cetera, purely logistical. I mean, this stuff is so simple once you understand that people don't have infinite amounts of money and infinite amounts of energy. So if you want to do something like Marconi did, it takes a lot of, building, a lot of money, a lot of power. Nobody's going to just be doing that when they have all these repeaters everywhere that cost very little money. Like, people are going to do the most economical solution.
Okay.
Just like cell phones. Like, why are cell phones so small? And why do they have such a limited range? Well, one reason is because it's very obnoxious to carry a heavy thing that can send a signal farther. But also, the cell towers are comparably cheaper to the saturation of the product. So you no longer need to have a massive cell phone with a massive battery and a massive antenna.
I don't think that's why cell phones are smaller, but okay.
Oh, okay. That's exactly why they're smaller.
No.
The reason why they're smaller, the primary reason why cell phones are smaller is because they don't consume as much power as they used to, and the antenna isn't as big.
I don't. Okay. You know what?
Okay, nothing. Those are the facts.
I'm not gonna Okay.
Just look it up. Do not just deny it out of hand. Just look it up. Just say, okay, that's interesting. I'll look into that and then check it out. Stop denying things out of hand when you have no knowledge.
Look what up?
Phones in the past did not.
Why phones are smaller than when we first invented them?
Because phones were big back then. Because it was a
Yes,
different.
I know. I know phones were big back then.
Because it was using a different kind of technology, actual radio. That's why they were big. They're small now because of the new technology we call wireless. It's a higher frequency, okay, but this is why they're smaller, because it doesn't require as much power to transmit from here all the way over there to where the station is. You just transmit it to that tower right here. Right there. You don't need as much power.
Plus,
I don't know where you were going with that point. I don't know where you're going.
But anyway,
that wireless allows us.
That's kind of a dumb point. Okay, let's.
No, it's not a dumb point. It's because you're not listening. You need a lot of power to use the old phones. You need less power to use the new phones because
I don't care about
wireless.
phones, dude. We're not talking about phones anymore.
Oh,
you really missed the mark on the phone thing. Let's move on.
All right. Well, let's talk about the Titanic and how the radio transmission was picked up over 3,000 miles away.
Uh-huh.
It doesn't matter.
I don't see a problem with that.
There was never any satellite.
You don't see a problem with transmitting?
Titanic sink. When did the Titanic sink?
You don't need satellites.
Listen, it's irrelevant. Her claim.
I literally just looked up Marconi's experiment. Marconi did not use satellites.
You haven't even considered the radius. You're not listening when we say.
I don't have to consider the radius to
because
read.
Then what the fuck are you? What the fuck are you talking for? Shut the fuck up. Then we're not talking about anything but the radius. Get the fuck off and go learn about it and come back and talk. Why are you opening your mouth about things you don't fucking give a shit about or care about? This is what we're talking about. The radius. This is why it matters.
Man.
Sorry for yelling. Go ahead.
I didn't know we were. At what point were we talking about the radius?
Listen. Both of you guys, both of your claims are about propagation angles. You have to prove.
Oh
you have to prove the angles. It's true. You have to prove the angles of propagation from the source all the way to the target. If you can't do that, then your point is moot.
I feel like somebody who is an expert in radio transmissions would know the propagation angles.
Well, that's great. So you could just appeal to that in the ether, and maybe it'll manifest itself here for you.
What will manifest itself? The belief that the propagation angles are known by people who are experts in radio wave transmission?
Like who?
Like Bong, the guy you were talking to? Yeah, he knows.
If I'm not him, then who is it? Is there another kind of radio guy that exists?
He's over here talking about radius, or.
Well, he's
trying to teach you the basics of your claim. The globe, has a radius. You didn't know that?
But what does the radius have to do with radio waves?
Let me explain it, okay? Since nobody else seems to have a coherent thought at the moment. Okay, check it out. Your claim is that radio waves are bouncing off a ceiling of some kind, whatever it is, down to the ground and then back up to the ceiling multiple times.
That's not what I said. There is one bounce.
Okay, one bounce. Fine.
There is one bounce. It is that is how Marconi's experiment was completed. It literally says that. I just read it.
Okay, one bounce. What are the angles?
What do you mean?
And how do they apply? Now think about it. If there's a big hump of Earth curve, if there's a big hump of Earth curve in the way between point A and point B, and you have to launch your signal, right, with an inverse angle, because you only have one bounce to work with, so the angle must be inverse, right? That's the only way it could happen. Because you only get one bounce. That means that the radius is of crucial importance.
No, the radius is not of crucial importance. Listen.
And how do you know where to aim the thing?
It's
listen.
Because we know how far away.
The Earth is a ball, but the radius doesn't matter, right? Right.
In order to
get to the ball, but I don't care about the radius. That doesn't matter.
Marconi's experiment. First, he said he was able to send radio waves further and further by making the thing he was aiming at higher, right?
There you go.
Yes, so he had to make it higher each time to send the radio wave. Why would he have to make it higher if it wasn't flat surface?
Higher, but pointing at the horizon. Okay, higher, not pointing up, pointing at the horizon. Higher.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes, he had to make it higher up. Right, but why would he have to make it higher each time to send it farther?
Because there is less stuff up there than it is down here.
No, he had to keep making it higher. No. The further he went, the further he shot the signal, the higher he had to make it. Why would that be if it was a flat surface?
Because if you're
He
lower,
answered you.
the atmosphere down here that's denser affects the signal, and it will stop because of that. So you got to go higher or apply more power. If you apply more power down here, well, that's kind of stupid.
It doesn't matter
People
if
are
you
going to
go.
get fucking fried. So you got to take it
doesn't matter
higher
if you
in
go
order to
50
be.
feet in the air or you're standing on the ground. The signal is going to be the same.
This is all true on in the real world on a flat plane. But can you explain how this works on a ball? The radius of 3,959 miles. Okay, go ahead. Explain.
Yes.
Now remember the radius of 3,959 miles, which means there's 8 inches of drop every mile around you. 8 inches every mile around you.
All right, that's cool.
Okay.
I understand. I know the mathematical equation. Thank you.
All right, so we're on the beach and we send the signal at the horizon. What happens to the signal?
Are you asking me or are you going to tell me?
Yes, I'm asking you to explain how it works on the ball with this radius. We're at the beach. We send a signal off into the horizon. What happens to it? Where does it go?
Where is it?
I'm sending it from Australia. I'm sending it from Australia to America. Okay?
Right.
And I'm not going to shoot it up because it's going to bounce and come right back down. So I'm going to shoot it as straight as I can so it exits, right? So it goes straight out into space and bounces off of that ionosphere and it bounces back down to England or America or wherever, right? So I'm shooting it at the horizon. What happens to the signal?
You think that if you shoot it, if you point it up toward the sky, right?
It's not going to go to America. I'm pointing it to the horizon because I want to shoot it, because I want to bounce it off the ionosphere and go to the other side of the ball. If I shoot it up, it's going to bounce up and down, up and down, up and down until the signal disappears. The best shot I have is to shoot it as close to the horizon as I can get. Up, maybe a couple of degrees up. It doesn't matter, right? I'm shooting it as far as I can. I just want to know what happens to the signal as it's traveling across this ball.
Bounces off of the ionosphere and then
the ionosphere is like thousands of miles away. This signal can't go that far.
Why can't it?
Because it has to travel out into space, across the horizon, out into space, bounce off the ionosphere, and then bounce back down to wherever America. It can't go that far. We don't have enough power to transmit it that far, right?
The ionosphere is not in space.
Into the ionosphere, whatever you want to call it.
Well, you said you send it into space.
Yeah, I agree with her on that one. The ionosphere is not in space.
Go ahead. There's no space, so nothing's there.
Yeah, sure. But as far as their idea about it,
This is also irrelevant. Okay. You should go, our listeners, and draw a little circle. Then try to take a straight line and make it do one bounce of what you believe is the ionosphere. You can draw another circle for that. And then back to the other side. Try to make that happen.
Cool. Gotcha. But the point that I was trying to make with Marconi's experiment, and it says it in whatever I was reading about it, about how his experiment worked. Basically, every time he wanted to shoot the distance or make the signal go farther, he would have to make it higher, right? He would have.
We know that. And
correct. So
Bong already explained that to you. So repeating your question does not help unless you didn't understand the answer.
I'm making a statement. Why do you keep talking over me every time I try to say something that you know is right?
Because you're actually confirming our point. That's why.
No, I'm not confirming your point. My point
You're
is
not
that
saying
you would
anything that's
not.
right. You're just
Oh my
making
goodness.
baseless
When
claims.
you're
That's the problem.
projecting a radio wave from a higher point, then you'll get an expanded. If someone's receiving the signal, they're more likely to receive it when it's at a higher altitude. Of course.
It's also like you run straight away from the point that basically decimates your nonsense, where you claim there's only one bounce, because that's basically not possible. Like, you would see that if you try to draw this out, your claims, but your claims just are incoherent.
We're not here to argue about Marconi and what he did, or we're not here to argue about what the Army writes to teach their radio men. Okay, if you want to argue with that, you go argue with them. Our point is, we are taught, okay, and told that it is flat, measures flat, and it's how we use it. That's the point.
How about this? How about I do you this?
No, you're not going to find a way to make this work on a ball. If you can, it's all those dumbass liars on fucking YouTube that nobody fucking listens to except these Globers and these people who so anti-science. That's what they are.
Mom, you sound frustrated. Chill out a little bit, brother.
Hey, let me do you one better. How about this? How about when I go to work tomorrow, I find somebody who specializes in signal analysis and signal what is it called?
It's about flat Earth. You can't tell him it's about flat Earth or globe Earth. You can't say that. You have to get the knowledge directly from his brain without triggering bias.
That's fine. I will ask them how. Why are you asking me good luck? I work with military people. They'll know what I'm talking
You're going to hear what we're telling you. That's what I'm saying.
That's fine. I work with military people. I work with a lot of really, really smart people.
Oh, nice. Nice. Good. Find a radio man.
I know. Yeah, I will. I know where they work.
Let me tell you something. There's a radio man that is also a glober. He comes here and argues for the globe. And he tries to bring up submarines and all this crap, and he just gets shot down every time. So now every radio man is a smart radio man or knows what they're fucking talking about.
Okay.
Yeah, he was in the Navy too. I don't know who you're talking about. Yeah, he was in the Navy as well.
What does it matter, man?
It doesn't necessarily, because we're talking about
working with radio is not the same as knowing certain things about certain things. Yeah. They have to be an expert in that particular thing. Otherwise, they're just talking generalities and using some appeal to their field as some kind of sense of authority. Oh, and by the way, he told you good luck because usually when you ask these types of questions, right, that involve like shooting waves over a curve, it almost always triggers cognitive bias about flat Earth because everyone has in the back of their mind the flat Earth paradigm being defeated when they were young. And they have like some kind of white knight principle built inside their psyche to defend the mother globe.
Obedience of understanding. That's what it's called. Obedience of understanding. That's what they call it.
Drogishness, could you do us a favor and bring in these really smart military people with you next time, please?
Drunkishness.
Would be.
Did you change my name? No, you didn't.
No.
I have not drank. I'm trying to quit.
Well,
anyway, bring in the military people. Bring in the military people. Bring in these really smart military people, please. Bring them in here.
I don't know them. I just know where they work.
I've had
fall apart.
Go ahead and, I've just been going to go talk to him tomorrow, and
I am, but that doesn't mean they're going to
make sure you ask an E5 or higher. Don't ask an E4 because he doesn't know shit. Just got there.
I don't know how to figure out somebody's rank by looking at them.
E5. Just say, are you an E5? You just ask that. What does E5 look like? It'll show you what the rank looks like.
You know what a greater than? Yeah. Do you know what a greater than symbol looks like?
Yeah. Arrows.
So if there's three.
How many of those they have?
Yeah, if you have three of those stacked on top of each other.
Oh, really? That's an E5?
Two chevrons or higher, ask them. They know. One chevron, he doesn't know. I mean, depends. People are smart ass.
Ah. Cool.
Most of them, they're just going through the training. You know, they're just getting into it. You know, understanding the science. Or, you know, the frequency.
Oh, man, I was in the military too. What do I know? I forgot.
We have many people who have been in the military here.
Bunch of fucking blue pills in the goddamn military. They'll tell you that.
I've got some. I've got to run past AI because this is hilarious. This dude over at Geos, he says he's done some military contracts. So he says he's like worked for because Levelist in fact brought up targeting systems because he were talking about the horizon. He was saying it's a hill of water and it's also apparent. He wanted to have his cake and eat it, right? So okay, so we're talking about these targeting systems, and he says, right, that the apparent target that this laser, points at, that's he says that it hits it. The apparent target, he's essentially targeting a ghost, basically, and it hits it. His answer was that it was close enough.
But is he aware of how? Like, have you asked him how the military targeting systems work?
He didn't say. Nobody was buying it. To be honest, Trace, nobody.
Because the way they do work is they do use different wavelengths to basically quantify if there is any refraction between them and the target. So they're not shooting at an apparent object.
Yeah, of course.
But I know as a marksman,
until you hit it.
You never adjust for the spin of the Earth. You don't adjust for any Coriolis.
Oh my goodness, my friend. The laser has to hit the physical target. It can't work otherwise.
Exactly.
There's no other option.
And Kosho backed him, by the way.
Of
course.
Well, he tried to weasel out of it by saying semantically. He tried to say that the apparent target and the actual target are close enough that the missile still hits anyway. That's how he tried to get at it. Yeah,
okay, the correct argument they should have made is that refraction is equivalent in both directions. Therefore, the laser follows the same path as the light coming or close enough to it, because it's only going to be off by millimeters at a fireable range. That would be the only rational argument they could present. If they presented that, at least it'd be in the realm of sanity.
Yeah, I often hear them say something along the lines of the drop of the projectile is just curving along the refracted
that's
object that you're looking at. It's super retarded, but that's kind of what they have to go with, because the target is getting hit by the projectile. So but both are supposed to be beyond the Earth curve. Like, the targeting systems are just off the bow of the ship, and they can see much further than Earth curve and reliably hit targets there.
Painful. Like Superman. A bullet follows refracted light. A bullet at best follows ballistics, right? So ballistic drop, right? Which is pretty much standardized in automated systems. You're just going to laser the target. The target's going to come back, 3,000 meters, 5,000 meters. The barrel's going to automatically adjust for the ballistic drop of the round that you have selected. And that's it. Unless you're talking about a smart weapon.
No, but even then, with the ballistic calculations, they're not taking Earth curve into account either.
No, why would you need to? Think about it. It's retarded. If you
never hit anything.
If you laser the target, that means you have a line of sight to the target because your laser hit the target, and you put the laser on the target because you synced it. And the bullet's going to follow an arced path regardless. So why would it be in danger of running into the curve of the Earth? That's just stone cold retarded. It's literally retard level logic. I see you. I shoot at you. Let's say you shot with a ray gun that shoots a perfect ray that has no ballistic drop. If I can see you, I can see you, and if I shoot you, I shoot you. If I can see you, there's nothing in the way of me and you. It doesn't magically appear after I see you.
Yeah.
This is like kindergarten. This is like kindergarten. A red block, a red square block goes in the square hole, kids.
This is why I think the globe Earth actually is a method to keep military superiority, because if you try to use the globe idea, you're not aiming at the target because you're thinking about Coriolis, so you aim to the side of it, and you think that's a hologram, so you're aiming even higher up. It's so dumb.
Thinks like that. No one in the military thinks like that, bro. Like seriously.
Exactly.
Yeah, because they are operating under the governments that believe in the globe.
But they're highly trained. They're not just highly trained. Yeah, the training is very high quality. I mean, very specific. Like what you do. Like you can hire a dumbass, right? A stupid person, and put them through this training, and they can do the job. So it's not that people know anything, right? The training is so good that anyone can do the job if they go through the training. Well, not anyone, you know, you can't be that dumb, but they don't have to know everything about everything.
You can go through firearms training, and you can ask your sergeant, say, "Hey, what about the Earth curvature? What if that gets in the way of me shooting my bullet?" I guarantee you, your sergeant's gonna laugh at you and say, "There's no curvature in front."
Right. I mean, you're gonna get your ass whooped. Yeah, because you're trained a certain way to hit the target, to do this thing this way, right? And you have to assume the Earth is flat and non-rotating. That's what anything that has to do with large surfaces. That's what you're gonna be trained. You think any other way or try to do any other thing, you're gonna probably get a smack, get demoted, you know, lost some pay.
Doesn't matter though.
Who knows?
Look, it practically doesn't matter. The guy at the range or whatever training you doesn't need to tell you whether there's curve or not curve. There's only one principle that applies. Can you see the target? Is it in your reticle? Yes or no? The topography then is irrelevant, because if you could see the target, you could see it.
Right.
Line of sight.
Exactly.
And also the way you're going to bracket, or use mil dots or whatever you want to do to adjust the tilt of your weapon to increase the arc, right, for the distance. All those little things are in the reticle. And again, you see the target and you adjust those dots on the target that you're looking at. You don't care what the ground is doing. It's irrelevant. See the target. Use the mil dots. He's 800 meters away. Tilt your weapon. Fire. He's dead, or you got to fire again. That's it.
I met a flat earther when I was in the Navy. It would be the stoic guys that tried to warn me about conspiracies, and I thought they were crazy. So I mean, they probably learned earlier than me, but I think most people in the military have some kind of pride in what they do and the uniform they wear, and this pride is instilled in you when you go to boot camp. Boot camp is where the bond. This is the induction. This is the way all secret societies work. Come in, and there's this bond that is formed. It makes you brothers, the brotherhood, right? And when you're out there, you're fighting for your brother. You're fighting for each other. So there's this pride that's there. And if you go up to these people and say, "Hey, did you know that the Earth is flat?" They might get angry at you, not because you think the Earth is flat, but because of their conviction and all this emotion that goes into it. That's why they're angry at you, because you're saying something that goes against their code, their their pride, their ego. I joined because I wanted to be a soldier, but things didn't work out. Should have joined the Army or the Air Force. They're all blue pilled, in my opinion, man. Be lucky to find one.
So, conclusion is electromagnetic propagation is done over a flat Earth. Laser targeting systems are done over a flat Earth. Projectile calculations are also done over a flat Earth. The airplanes are assumed to be over a flat Earth, and the navigation is assumed to be over a flat Earth. The automatic missile systems calculate their flight paths over a flat Earth.
I have a question. Why are satellite why are they pointed toward the sky dishes if they can just shoot straight?
They're not pointing towards the sky.
Yes,
Show me one. Show me one.
A satellite dish pointing toward the sky? You've never seen one?
My satellite is not. My dish is not. My dish is not. Is yours?
The angle is open and obtuse. It points slightly upward, but there's still a direct line of sight over the lateral of the Earth. And it's more or less pointing to a tower, not a satellite.
Yeah, it's a receiver.
You're telling me a satellite dish is not pointing toward a satellite?
It's pointing towards the signal. That's where it's pointing.
Where is that signal? From where?
Where is it pointing? You see how it's shaped?
Go look at your satellite dish.
It's a dish, right? It's not an antenna like a straight. It's not. It's a dish, right? So
it's also, remember what you were talking about? Like, you can reflect things off of the ionosphere, and when you have a dish shooting information up into the air and coming back down, other people can pick it up from the point it's coming back down to.
Well, if you live in the jungle,
it doesn't keep reflecting up away from that point unless it's repeated.
So
hold on, real quick.
Right here is not pointing toward the sky.
Real quick. Okay, look. I want to explain this to you. Do you think that little needle thing in front of it, at the middle of it, is the thing that's pointing to the satellite? Because you realize it's receiving a signal inside that entire dish, and then there's a sensor at that little needle thing on the inside that it bounces off the satellite dish and up into the sensor to receive the signal. You realize that, right?
Why did they call it a satellite dish?
Yeah. So this is what we were taught about satellites in the Navy. This is what we were taught. There's these things called footprints. Okay, there are these circles. It's like this circle shadow that moves around the Earth. A small shadow. Not a big shadow like you'd expect, but a really small one, as if it was from a plane and not from outer space, not from the eye, where the satellites are supposed to be. So these footprints move around the Earth, and that's what you're trying to catch with your satellite, is these footprints. They're not that big, which means you're pointing at something in the sky that's bouncing down, if that's the case in those, which I've never heard of, right? But it's always pointing at a signal, wherever this footprint or signal is coming from, in the general direction of it. All you know about it is you set up a circuit like this, right? This is what we're taught. You set up a circuit like this, you go up to the antenna, you come back down and push the button and start talking. Okay, that's all radio men would know about how satellites work. Satellites.
Maybe intelligence.
She's getting DMs from Professor Phil as well. You getting DMs from Professor Phil?
What?
Are you getting DMs from Professor Phil?
No.
Are you sure about that?
Were you aware that the picture you posted?
Who is?
Were you aware that the picture you post irrelevant? Were you aware that the picture you posted is of a radio telescope?
Doesn't matter what it is. It's still pointed at the sky.
It does matter what it is because a radio telescope is to look at stars which are directly above your head, not to propagate signals.
Yeah.
So you're you're showing something, a picture of something, to try to prove your point that doesn't actually prove your point.
This is not a satellite dish. This is a freaking
telescope.
They're listening to the stars. Like they're listening to the stars. The sound in the moon.
They're listening to the stars.
Listening to it.
Where are the stars?
In the sky. You know the lights you see above your head. Yeah.
So
that's what those
they're
are
listening to the stars. What would they be listening about? Why would they be listening to them?
Why do you think?
Frequencies?
Because radio waves are electromagnetic waves, just like light, and we can construct a picture using radio waves.
Why would we construct a picture of it?
How else do you think we study the stars?
Why would you study the stars if there's no space?
Exactly. Because we need to know as much as we need to know about the stars. If we can't go up there, then we have to find out how to look at it. We look at it with our eyes.
Your question is also irrelevant because they're studying the stars, which are real and we all see, and they're not studying the mythological imaginary place that you believe is up there.
What mythological imaginary place do I believe is up there?
The outer space of your religion.
I just don't understand where you think like the stars are. Like I just don't understand.
They're above your head. When you look up and you see stars, that's the stars. You didn't know that?
The point is, this is a very weak argument.
I know, but like I can't imagine where you think they are.
This is not an argument. It's a very
in the sky.
Argument. You understand now how things work, right? That we must assume a non-rotating plane. Okay, that's been verified. You know that now, right? Grass Tyson says it looks flat from 128,000 feet, and you don't see the curvature of the Earth. You know that now, right?
Why are we backtracking? Why are we?
No, we're not. We're summarizing what we know.
We're moving forward.
We know.
You don't need to summarize.
I'm summarizing. I'm getting us back on track here.
All right,
I'm trying to get us back on track here, right? One, we know that we please acknowledge this. That we have to use the Earth and assume a flat, non-rotating plane. Do you agree?
No.
You don't agree? Well, then you should go talk to the military and NASA and all those people that say that stuff.
I will.
Good. Don't forget to talk to that radio man.
Oh, I will. I'll talk to all of them. But I'm just blown away that you both think that we have satellites to listen to stars that are pointed at the sky, but there's
No.
You know what SETI is? The search for extraterrestrial life, SETI. You know, where they're trying to look for aliens. Well, that's what you're showing us. The things they're using to listen to aliens with. But
please try to articulate correctly our point and not strawman it with some nonsense. We're not claiming these satellite dishes are satellites, like you just said.
I never said that.
You just said that. We have recordings of it, you saying that.
No,
go back to the live stream and watch. Listen to yourself saying that.
The satellite dishes were satellites.
You just said the satellites were pointed.
Satellite dishes, then. Satellite dishes. I have a slippery
TV,
tongue.
Right?
And... What?
Yeah, like TV, like our TV, right? Satellite TV or radio. That's what you're talking about, right?
Yeah, and you have yet to show us any actually evidence of that. All you have shown us is radio telescopes and then a picture of
a satellite dish.
A satellite dish that we cannot actually see where it's actually pointing.
It's pointed up. Okay. Yeah, you see how it's like pointed up.
It's pointed at an angle. You don't see actually the references to where it's connected to anything. So. Like I could take a dish and bend it however I want it and take a picture of it. And that doesn't mean it's actually working or functional at that point.
Okay, if that's what you think, that's why when you go outside and you see a satellite dish.
Yeah, it's generally pointed at the horizon or towards the horizon. It's not pointed directly up. You're wrong.
It's pointed up at an upward angle. If you were to take
we never claimed it was not pointed at an upward angle, so now you're just bullshitting your way. Like, this nonsense works on no one. It just makes you look dumb.
The edge of the dish is angled towards the horizon. It always is angled towards the horizon.
Why would you think that would be?
Because I'm witnessing it.
Direct line of sight.
Direct line of sight. So it would be pointed toward the horizon because what is past the horizon? It's space. It's the ionosphere.
Not outer space.
It's not outer space.
On the ball, it's outer space, but in reality, it's just moving across the plane of Earth.
So I'm confused because I have one person telling me that previously that a signal was going to the ionosphere through space, which doesn't exist. And then Helioskeptic said he agreed that it wasn't going to space. It was just going to the ionosphere, which is not in space. But then we're also
you gotta draw a strict distinction between the narrative and reality. So
yeah, you're confused. You're confused because he was teaching you about how things work and was teaching you about also how the globe belief is. And so you conflated the two and are attributing and you're attributing that to him now incorrectly.
Okay, so you're teaching me how the globe works. But so also you said that the thing that I posted was a telescope. Is that what you said? Radio telescope?
Yeah, radio telescope, yeah.
Radio telescope.
I just posted the array that's in New Mexico. It's one of the biggest ones that exists on Earth. Those are receivers. Those are receivers, and all of the information they receive from the sky is fed into computers, and then the NASA experts gather that information. It's not the only one, but they collate all of that stuff, and they give you pictures of what the galaxies and solar systems might look like if you could actually see them, but you can't. So these telescopes, these radar telescopes, aren't optical telescopes. You're not going to be able to see the Milky Wave.
The same thing. The same thing occurs with electron microscopes.
Yeah, it's just like a physical. Yeah, electron micro. Yeah.
Also, that's begging the question fallacy. How do you know we're in a galaxy?
Oh my goodness, we're back to the
he said.
Well, you just made that claim again.
Yeah, see, I mean,
I didn't.
Yeah, in certain parts of the Midwest,
I just said you could see the Milky Way from where.
Cool.
From Earth.
What is the Milky Way?
Yeah, where can you see that from?
Where can you see it from?
Yeah.
Let me see.
What is the Milky Way?
See, I thought we were in the Milky Way galaxy.
I was going to say, don't they say the Earth is in the Milky Way? So
okay, how can you see it when we're in it?
Come on.
Because there's...
I'm looking up there and I'm in that. That's retarded.
Okay, so you've never stood in the ocean and looked out and saw more ocean?
But it's not the same thing.
It's not the same thing?
No, you're looking up in the sky. You're saying, hey, look, I see the Milky Way.
Planet.
I'm in there.
You're on a planet.
Are you in the sky, goofball?
It's another begging the question fallacy. We're not on a planet. That is the thing you're trying to prove here.
You can see the Milky Way from Earth because we are a part of the Milky Way, which is
you don't know. You don't know what the Milky Way is. You have a belief about what that.
I can see Earth from Earth every day. I just walk outside. Earth.
Y'all are
so far, you've only given us fallacious appeals and not a single coherent argument. Do you realize that, or are you under the impression that you are being coherent?
I'm being very coherent.
No, you're saying it clearly, but it's incoherent, really. You're saying, look, up there in the sky, there's this phenomenon. Mm-hmm. I exist in that phenomenon.
You have never seen a photo of the Milky Way.
See, but here's the problem. We all see the same thing in the sky. You have a story attached to it.
What is the Milky Way?
It's the galaxy that we are currently
in. So you do claim that we're in a galaxy. What is it? How do you know that we're in a galaxy?
Well, we can see it outside. You can just walk out. If you are in a good enough...
So you just proved you lied, and your evidence...
How did I prove I lied?
You said that you didn't claim that about anything about a galaxy, but you did, and you just admitted it.
No, you brought up the question, how do you know you're in a galaxy? I didn't, and then after that fact, I said because you can see pictures of it. You
assume that is a galaxy. You have no evidence that is a galaxy, so that's not.
You can't say I lied.
You can't tell me that you know it because you believe it. That's retarded.
You
mean
tell
pictures?
me.
You mean pictures that can easily be modified on Photoshop?
It doesn't matter if they're modified or not. She's looking at the sky and believing things about it. There's no evidence there.
I'm believing things.
Where did you even get the information
Thing in
from?
the sky does not prove the
by
thing under your
looking at
feet.
the. Where are you even getting all this extra information? Just by looking at the sky, it's not. You don't just get whispers from God. It's like, this is a galaxy. You belong. Galaxy. It doesn't work like that. You're just making up a story that's attached to what you see. We're just saying
she's
we see
parroting
it
it.
and it looks cool. You have a bunch of stories attached. Like, we belong in the Milky Way.
I mean, I don't know what else you would call it.
A story for kids, a bedtime story.
A bedtime story for kids?
Yeah.
You believe that we're inside the lights in the sky. Okay. You believe that the flat Earth is a globe. Okay. You believe that the stationary ground is actually moving. Okay. Get a padded room.
I think
I would
this
love
story
to
about
live in a
outer
padded
space
room.
is for adults. I mean, it
You
seems to
kidding
be
me?
working for most adults.
I mean, does it sound like we're talking to an adult? I mean, I don't want to.
No, but sure, but
Oh, are
it
you
works
to
for most adults. I mean, real adults don't actually come in here and actually want to have an open dialogue because we meet them every day and they, oh, you're a flat earther. Oh, what does that mean?
Can I just say something? Clownishness, with all due respect. What you're talking about, when you're talking about the Milky Way and everything I've heard you say for the last 5 minutes, like, we all learned the same thing.
Yeah. No, I
we
get
all
it.
taught that in school, yeah. So we're well aware of it, like the mainstream
Yeah, and it's cool. It's
narrative,
cool.
you know what I mean?
I was just like, even though we're clowning and you're clowning a little bit, but like I was saying, most people that we interact with every day wouldn't even be willing to have this conversation with us. So, they're at the very least,
Yeah, no, I totally get it. Listen. I would never sit here. I know a lot of people come in here and they instantly just start flinging insults. And they want to call you this and they want to call you that. I get that, and I would never do that. You know why? Because we're having an open dialogue. That's what we're doing. We're talking.
No, we're not. Actually, what you're doing is just throwing shit out there.
I'm what?
Yeah, you're not actually listening. You're just like once you get put in the corner, you just start making shit up.
Oh, okay.
Damn, I'm not going to sit
You're
there.
argumentative.
He ain't wrong.
Everything we teach you have an argument against it.
That's all right. My bad. My bad.
No, but okay, my bad. Well, then stop doing it.
Okay.
You have access to a whole slew of channels down below where there's been a lot of research done by a lot of people here. And I would highly suggest that you go down there and do a little research.
Experiments were done.
Yeah, I've seen some of them. I've gone through some of those channels and watched a few things.
All right, so let me ask you something. Why would you sit and talk with us for hours on end when you really do you get our point of view, or are you just are you here to argue against it for the sake of argument, or do you kind of
she's
see
here to
where we're
learn.
coming from?
I think she's here to learn. She's not going about it the right way.
Listening to what
You really think she's here to learn, King?
No, I just think she's not going about it the right way. Like you said, you could just ask questions instead of clownishness, and just listen.
I don't agree. I don't think she's here to learn anything.
No.
Like, she hasn't shown any willingness to learn anything or look further into anything. She's just trolling.
Yeah, she digs deeper into the anti-flat Earth material. It's funny.
Why were you asking about Professor Phil earlier?
Because people like to slide in the DM. It's a common thing.
I didn't even know he was here. I thought he left.
Oh, he was in the chat. But it's like, we're on YouTube, so if they see somebody innocent, young like you, and you're talking to flat earthers, you might get a ping in the DMs. Here, say this, say that.
Oh no, okay. He's in the lobby. That's why I didn't see him.
Cool.
No, I don't. think
I heard someone ask you if he was talking to you or whatever.
No, he's not. Here,
don't listen to that asshole.
Okay, I was going to show you my DMs and show you that he's not.
No, it's all good. Anyway.
Okay.
No,
I mean, you can. I'm not saying who you can or cannot speak to, but if he was like feeding you shit in the background as if he had balls enough to come in here and speak for himself.
No. I did hear him in here the other day, but I thought he left, so I guess he came back.
It's all good.
What's the main reason why you still believe in this globe?
I really can't say why. I'm just
Peer
a really
pressure.
stubborn person.
I would argue you get more stubborn the more times you come in here.
Yeah,
but yet you can't come up with one. You can't come up with one valid excuse for believing in the globe in the first place. So, where's the congruency there?
No, I'm genuinely asking her.
How boring would it be though if everybody just came in here and talked endlessly about the same thing?
So you're just putting on a little show? Is that what you're doing?
You want to make this not an echo chamber for the sake of it.
Drama.
Yeah,
No.
that doesn't help us, man. Are you?
I know it doesn't help you, but like I want to hear what you have to say.
So you think you're talented at just making shit up and being obtuse for the sake of it? You think people like that, or you just want to disagree?
I don't know
with
if people
us for the sake
like
of
that.
it?
Al, have you ever lost an argument before?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah. I have lost an argument before.
Okay. All right.
What was it about?
I mean, I've lost a ton of arguments. I can't pinpoint.
We don't got to go that deep. Sorry.
Sure.
Oh, that was too much. I'm sorry.
I lost the argument with Miggy. If you want to, I had to concede there.
This is the same fucking argument.
No, we were talking about different things last time.
Really?
Oh, we're talking about
It wasn't about Earth
and being inside of a container.
There were different points. It wasn't about radio transmissions.
No, it was about Earth curvature, it was about rotational spin, and about gas pressure inside of a thing.
Yeah.
Those are just more points.
So where did you?
It's not just one point that we have, or 3 points that we have about the Earth being flat. We have more than that. Those are just 3 basic kinds.
Yeah.
So where did you read about this ionosphere bullshit you came in here today with?
Where did I learn about it?
I don't know what.
Yeah, where'd you read about
One
it?
of
Yeah.
one of the guys I work with. No, one of the guys I work with is in the military, and he was talking about it one time, so I asked him about it, and then I did my own research on it.
You don't seem to know a whole lot about it.
And how do you think your performance was today? What would you rate yourself today's performance?
I don't know. Like a 4.
Yeah, okay.
I actually agree with that. Maybe 4.
I'll give you a 2 because you knew the word I was.
But yeah, I mean, it's just like, why do you want to talk to us?
I don't know. I like you.
I don't like you.
Shout out Arkansas.
I would like you if you actually made it a coherent sentence or a point that made any sense at all. I think you're just here to bullshit us and waste everyone's time.
Julio ain't no simp.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry you feel that way.
Okay, well then stop doing it.
Hey, like me.
I don't want to waste your time. I like talking with you guys. We don't always have to argue.
Yeah, but you didn't answer my question. I was asking you, like, what's your main reason for thinking that we're on a globe?
What's the main reason?
Peer pressure. Give any reason.
She did answer. She doesn't even have
I gave a
one.
lot of reasons before.
Give any, because none of those were reasons. So start by giving any.
Why do I think?
Yeah, just one.
Yeah, reasons require a reason, not logical fallacy.
That's tonight's homework.
Oh, man,
Find
I don't know
one
how
reason why you live on a globe.
I don't know what reason to give you that you would not consider a logical fallacy.
Don't worry about us.
All right, cool.
Just put it on the table.
I'll give you the first one that most people would say. Everybody knows it's a globe. Boom. You could say that.
I wouldn't say everybody knows it's a
Listen,
globe because
don't-
obviously you guys.
Don't worry about us.
know
Right,
that.
you got to take into consideration the people who may be listening, who might agree with you. So just go ahead and put your cards on the table and don't worry about, oh, I don't like, you guys might not like it. Don't worry about that. Just put it on the table. Let it do the talking.
Because we are able to fly around the world.
So
don't laugh.
Begging the question.
Her explanation.
Presupposing that the
now,
world.
now we got a teacher.
Now you're throwing fallacies at me.
Airplanes. You mean airplanes?
Yeah, but
A lot of things are able to fly around the Earth. We have the whole International Space Station.
Can you do this without fallacies?
Yeah, you just threw the fallacy at us.
I thought you were talking about airplanes, not the ISS. I thought we started.
Go ahead,
Went up there and flew one.
Yeah, you just threw the fallacy at us. You're presupposing that the world's a globe for things to go around.
So you think an airplane wouldn't work on a flat Earth?
That's what I was gonna
No, it absolutely would.
that doesn't
why they call them airplanes.
But a plane would be able to find the edge as well
No, that's your idea.
Edge of what?
That's your idea.
of flat Earth.
No, that's your sloppy idea of a flat Earth. Just put that to the side.
Okay.
Don't worry about that.
Okay.
So we're still looking for what was the question? We need. Why do you believe it? Is that the?
Yeah, why do you believe it? You're on a globe spinning at millions of miles an hour.
Yeah, we need reasons with reason, not logical fallacy.
It's not spinning millions of miles an hour.
Traveling through space, shooting through space.
Oh,
whatever number we do.
Actually, it's
Not
probably going
shooting
faster.
through space.
Earth is
Spiraling, spinning, spiraling.
Are we in the Milky Way?
Because we have photos.
Well, she can see the Milky Way galaxy from Earth, which we exist in.
Yeah,
You think you can't see something you exist in?
So you
We're
can
not
see
the
some
only
light.
one in the Milky Way.
No
I
one's
don't.
in the Milky Way, you goofy.
What did you say? A goofy?
Hey, she's not the only one. You can get fucking PhD astronomers that will tell you the same goddamn thing. So, yeah, it's weird, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm kind of curious. Like, do you think that we live on the third disk from the sun?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's some bullshit.
Oh. Wait, what is bullshit that we live on the third disk? Even I think that.
No, that the idea even exists. It's ridiculous. Even so, let's play on this ridiculousness. Let's say we did live on the third disk from the sun, and you could walk out to the edge. What gives you the idea that you could even jump off and fall off of it if you're in space and you would just float in?
What?
Exactly. What gives you the idea that you can walk up to the edge and jump off of it and fall downward into space by
I
jumping
don't
off?
think that at all.
Who told you there was an edge?
You think there's an edge. You think there's an edge. You think that water is falling off of it. You think that if you walk to the edge, you could jump off of it.
Yeah, but you're presupposing that there's a space.
No, I'm using your analogy. You think we're the third disk from the sun.
I didn't say disk.
We say it's a flat Earth, and you say, well, then where's the edge? You think we're the third disk from the sun.
Right, so you just said you would jump off into space, but you don't believe in space. So you're like conflating two different arguments.
You want to see where the edge is. You're asking me, where's the edge? Because if I tell you where the edge is, you're going to go try to jump off of it, right?
No, I wouldn't do that.
You need to speak slower for her. Like,
Would you walk up to it and take like a baseball? Would you take a baseball and drop it and see if it would fall off the edge of the Earth?
Yeah.
What gives you the idea that it would fall?
I don't know.
Space is supposed to be floating in zero gravity, right?
Yeah, this is a ridiculous question.
Exactly. It's a ridiculous concept.
Because you're conflating two different ideas.
No,
you are.
He's
No,
questioning
you
your
are.
straw man argument.
You are. I'm expanding on your argument, showing you how ridiculous what you're thinking is.
I do not think the Earth is a disc, though.
Okay,
What
no,
if I
but that's
told
what
you?
the representation he told you is how you perceive us seeing the world. We have never
No,
claimed
because
anything like that. We don't have an edge for you to fall off of.
Right. So,
have
but
an edge
you
for you to throw a
said,
ball off.
you did say, you're conflating two different ideas because you're saying both that it is a disc.
No, we're not.
And
No, we're not.
so
You're just not paying very good attention, so I think we need to speak slower and maybe use simpler terms and
I don't understand. You don't have a model though. You
Oh
don't
my,
have.
that's the point. Listen, let's just put a pin right there. That is the point, because when we brought up the flat earth, you're like, oh, well, then there would be an edge. That's what we're trying to get you to understand is this is
I
just an
understand that there
idea,
is no model.
a sloppy idea of a flat earth. So just
Okay,
put that to
I
the
said
side.
I understand that. I understand that.
So that's
I
what
agree
I was
with
trying to
you.
help you understand.
I don't think that we are the third disc from the sun. I'm asking you if you think we're the third disc from the sun.
That's where you're
Just
conflating
know
the
that
ideas.
it's not.
Because I say
That's
it's
where
flat, you think we're a disc, and we're the third disc from the sun.
Sir, listen. You're conflating two different ideas that don't make any sense. You're trying
That's
to
the
both
point.
say he's not making a very good point because I literally agreed with you when you said I don't think you are. I don't think you realize you're not making a good point because you're taking two different ideas and smashing them together and then
Exactly.
expecting for it to be a coherent idea.
That's the
Because you can't wrap your mind around the idea that there's a possibility that the sun might be going over our heads and we're not going around the sun. You can't wrap your head around that.
Wait, Owlishness, you actually
Oh,
see
my
the
goodness.
problem with what you just said. Most people.
No, that's what he said.
No, listen. You just highlighted the issue. I think 9 out of 10 people, maybe 10 out of 10, when they come here, they think that it's the disk. They've smashed the two ideas that aren't coherent. This flat Earth plus outer space idea. You're correct. They don't go together, and that's all he's just trying to help you understand. Seems like she gets it, so that's good. But majority of people do think that. So it's just important. That's why we end up talking about it so much. Go ahead, Grace.
yeah, it does seem like she gets it, but she's trying to project it onto him. Like we don't have that belief.
No, we don't.
Well, notice just the only reason he's trying to tell you is because you hit a trigger button when you were like, oh, well, on a flat Earth there'd be an edge, and I was like,
Yeah,
no,
you're right,
just
you're
don't
right,
worry
you're
about that. So that's why he started.
Yeah, you're
so you
right,
got to be
you're
very
right.
careful.
Yeah, you're right. I did say that.
Yeah.
Yeah, somebody else preloaded that idea in your mind. It didn't come from us in here.
There you go.
That's right.
Oh yeah, totally.
All right.
So going
Anyway,
back to
that's all I wanted to say. I wanted to
Okay.
simplify that. Like, we don't believe that here.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Hey,
Well, did
listen,
you see what
y'all,
I drew? I'm gonna repost.
Oh,
something
wait.
that I drew real quick.
Yeah,
Did you
let me
see?
see.
All right, let me just repost this in the chat. This is what I'm
is
saying
this?
about the Milky Way thing. So you're standing under that arrow, pointing at the Milky Way, going, "Okay, I'm up there." How does that make any sense, though? That doesn't make any sense. It's like that doesn't make any sense at all.
No, it's not that I'm saying like we're up there. We're part of it, so therefore we would be able to see some of it. We're seeing.
No,
Okay.
no, we're not. The Earth is not like anything up there. I wouldn't say the Earth is involved with anything up there.
Okay.
We're down here. Okay, this.
I don't see trees up there.
We are
Yeah,
indeed down here. That is an accurate statement. We are indeed down here.
But notice how when you come to globe Earthers, they're always trying to point to the sky. Oh well, I know it's a globe because up there. Why isn't the Earth like other planets and stuff like that? They're trying to compare the Earth to things in the sky. You're already saying that the Earth is in the Milky Way. Like, come on.
Like, I use a quick analogy real quick. Do you have like kind of like Christmas lights in your room to light up your room and give it ambiance?
No.
You're not one of those people, but you know what I'm talking about, right?
No, I'm an adult.
Well, but you know what I'm talking about, right? You see people, they'll light up the room for ambiance and they'll put all these cute little lights all over the place.
Yeah.
You can't point at each of those lights and say that's what the shape of my room because of those lights.
The lights are in your room. Your room isn't in those lights. Yeah?
Yep.
So
The lights are in the sky. You are not in the lights in the sky.
like the Earth,
You're on
for
the
example, I always say that the Earth is the place. That the Earth isn't in another place, aka outer space. So I would say the things like Earth, everything's in the Earth essentially. There's no like outer. Yeah, I would say the Earth is just the whole place. That's
This is the universe.
Yeah.
I mean, they reset every single year. You can go out tonight, take a snapshot of a certain area in the sky, put that camera into some concrete so there's no way it will move, come back a year from now, and all the non-wandering lights will be in the same exact place that they are tonight.
True.
You said that the Earth wasn't traveling either, or something like that. Well, do you know?
I don't know what you meant by Well, he said like
look at this
shooting
GIF in the
through
chat.
space.
This wasn't made by flat earthers. Okay, this was from like some documentary. They're saying like,
Yeah,
look
I
at
don't know what
how
they were doing with
amazing
that.
the Earth.
Hurtling, orbiting, spinning.
What do you mean? That's literally mainstream science.
Wait, you said
Teaching
you
you
don't
that.
believe that? Because if the Earth is going around the sun's going around, the Milky Way, and the Milky Way is going around another thing, and then everything's moving. Okay, these are crazy speeds.
I
There's
have no
one
idea
speed
what
that-
this is supposed to represent. Where is this from? This is ridiculous.
Your mom.
This is how.
But see, that's the thing. When you see stuff like this, people's minds often think, "Oh, flat earthers made it to make us look bad." We're just grabbing screen grabs of like documentaries. Do you think we took the time to make this crap?
See, all you've ever seen is a 2D model, an image in a book of what the solar system looks like. This is actually just an animated version of what your science teachers tell you we live in.
Yeah.
I have never heard our science teachers say that we are hurtling through space like that. This is an absurd.
You don't think we're
What
just
about the Big
hovering in
Bang?
space?
What about the Big Bang?
This is an absurd GIF. I don't know what.
Well, I agree with you, but let's do a quick test. Let's do a quick test. How fast is the Earth spinning on its axis right now at the
I think
equator?
something like 1,000 miles an hour.
There you go. How fast is the Earth revolving around the sun?
How fast? It takes 365 days.
How fast is that?
How many
miles per hour?
Miles per hour to. I don't know.
I mean, it says it right there.
I mean, yeah, there's a cheat sheet on the fucking screen.
Sorry,
but
I
I mean,
wasn't looking at it. I was looking at my iPad.
It's fine, it's fine.
Sorry. 500,000 miles per hour?
No, no.
Wait, tilt is. Oh, I wasn't even looking at the other thing. Earth's orb. I can't see. What does it say? 66,000 miles per hour?
66,600 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Now, and the sun speed, when I first got into flat Earth, it was 666,000 miles an hour. Now, for some reason, it's down to 500,000 miles an hour. So that's how fast the Earth is going around the sun. So the sun is basically a comet, and all the planets are being driven by the face of this comet in a line. And then finally, how fast is the sun traveling through, or I'm sorry, how fast is the Milky Way galaxy folding in on itself?
No, sorry.
I guess that's the 500,000 miles per hour.
That's the sun moving within the galaxy.
The galaxy.
The
Yeah,
speed,
isn't that
the
what
speed
you
of the
asked?
galaxy itself, supposedly from the Big Bang, is 1,300,000 miles per hour.
Oh, right. Okay, I got you.
So now let me go back and explain. When I told you that all the non-wandering stars will be in the same exact spot that they are tonight, how is it possible that we're traveling all those miles an hour every single year, and yet the same exact stars that our ancestors 5,000 and 6,000 years ago saw in the sky, we are observing the same exact stars in the same places? How would that be possible?
They're not in the same places.
They are.
What do you
They're
mean?
They've always
They're
been.
not.
They are.
They're not.
They are.
They're not.
They are.
All the same constellations are still here.
Just a second.
Yes,
Let me
they are.
let me teach you a little bit. They tell us that before human recording of the stars and before human discovery, the stars might have been different, and they were probably different in the time of the dinosaurs and when ages passed. But through all of known human history, the stars have not changed at all. And there's even 17,000-year-old, supposedly, cave paintings of the same constellations that we have today. So they haven't changed in all known human history, but they claim that they will change in thousands of years.
Mm-hmm.
So even they admit it hasn't changed.
So what makes more sense? That we are indeed traveling all these millions of miles an hour throughout the eons, or is the Earth just not moving at all?
Stationary.
I mean, you realize that if we were moving, that
Which one is more probabilistic to you?
the stars would also be moving. That's how that works.
That's what you observe.
That's because as you said, the universe is ever expanding, right?
There is no universe.
How would we never be introduced to new constellations?
The universe is ever expanding. Therefore,
Jesus Christ.
you're also expanding with that
Hold
universe.
on, let me get tucked in. I forgot it was bedtime story.
Oh, okay. Did
So
you
the
get your
universe is
warm milk?
expanding. Go ahead.
Yeah, did you get your warm milk?
I did. You know what? I did. I got
Make sure you go potty before you go to bed.
Ready.
Are we about the tooth fairy next?
Did you
You
lose
got to
a
read it
tooth?
in like a magical voice, though.
It's also funny because recently they're saying the universe isn't expanding, so like your rhetoric is a little bit old there.
Who said that?
See, that's the thing. That's what
Well,
sucks.
it's like, have you heard of the Zodiac? The Zodiac, it's the same. It's the same
Zodiac
way it
killer?
was. The Zodiac. Yeah, it's been the same throughout human history. So that
Zodiac
means the
killer.
Earth isn't moving.
Zodiac calendar.
Well, I mean, certain cultures use the Zodiac for calendars and everything, but it's based on the movement of the sun, moon, and stars, not the
Mhm.
Earth moving.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's proof. As
So you're
far as
gonna stick
what
with
we
the-
can tell, the Earth is not moving.
Are you going to stick with the expanding universe as your final answer? You don't want to phone a friend? That's it? No? Okay.
Yeah, let me get Professor Phil on the phone. Invite him in here.
Uncle Philly?
Yeah, get him in here. Tell him I heard him.
I wouldn't
Dude,
recommend
please
that.
get
Twinkle,
Professor
twinkle,
Miller.
little star. CB, you need twinkle, twinkle, little star for one of your soundboards when you get tucked in.
I told Professor Phil if he tries to help you, I will mute him. So just forget about that one.
Okay, well, I guess that's a
Oh, okay, never
bygone
mind then.
conclusion.
That's not it. I like that.
I think that sunk in a little bit, actually.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, it's good stuff.
I saw that you got rid of that one guy who tried to challenge me the other
What
day.
are
and I
you?
said I
Are
didn't
you
wanna
still
talk to him.
appealing to someone else now? Since you can actually understand this yourself. Just, I mean, this is not even hard. Why are you making
No,
this
I was
more difficult
kidding.
than it can be?
I was
Who are you
kidding
talking about?
about calling him.
Calling who?
I'm sorry. I think I got confused about what you were talking about.
No, I'm just wondering why, after everything that everyone said here tonight, you're still just like, all right, so since I can't figure out what you guys are talking about, I'm going to call somebody and
That was a
they can
joke.
explain it better. No,
That was
bullshit.
a joke. I was
I call
kidding.
bullshit on
That
that.
was a joke.
No, she was. I think that was a joke. I laughed.
All right, maybe
that,
it
that
was.
was a joke.
All right, cool. But
Hey, whatever
we were
happened to
joking.
we'll call
Anyway, who are you talking about? Alishness.
Huh?
You said that you got rid of some dude. What dude? Who dude?
Yeah, what was his name? Kid Salve or something?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, don't worry about that. Don't worry
He's
about it.
banned.
Okay. Yeah,
I
I
know
don't know.
nothing.
Okay.
I know nothing. Yeah. Don't worry about that. Yeah. We
Anyway,
already know who that is.
it's cool. It's been real, guys. I'm gonna go get ready for bed myself. I have to work tomorrow.
Yeah,
All right. It's been a good one.
Yeah, I wish I could say it was a pleasure, but
Oh, it's fine. Don't worry about it. You don't have to say that. You don't have to appeal to me.
Alishness. I'll say it again. Next time you come in, bring some proof. All right?
All right, I got you.
Bring that game.
It's 10
be
times you've been
warned.
in now, and you haven't brought one bit of proof. So let's do it next time, all right?
Study it.
Pro
Study
tip,
it.
though.
You know it.
Pro tip, though, the
I
reason you're not
realized-
coming up with any proof is because there's no globe to prove.
Oh,
Just so you know,
right.
up front.
Hey, what's the radius again? Do you remember the radius?
Yeah.
She don't remember.
959.
Good.
There you go.
Oh man, I was got
Hey,
many on my face.
Look into look into all those speed numbers about that galaxy as well. Blow your brain.
Did you not think I would know that, or after you said it like 50
No.
times?
I think you didn't think it mattered, but now I think you know that it matters a lot.
I did know that.
Hey guys, I have something to say real quick. Hey, what's up? Congratulations, Timbo, on that gold, man.
Oh
yeah,
dude. I saw that your name's in gold, so yeah, I just wanted to say that you're much appreciated in the server. So
Yeah, he got
thanks,
he
guys.
got gold plus. He got gold plus tonight too.
Oh, he got gold plus too?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
All right, see you
Hey,
guys
Alish,
later.
real quick, Alish, before you leave.
Yeah.
When you come in next time, we might grill you again on some of the numbers and the dimensions of Earth. So just remember what the radius is, the circumference, how fast we're
I know the
spinning,
radius.
how fast we're spinning, how fast we're orbiting the sun, and then how fast we're shooting through space.
Dang, are you really
And
giving me
another
homework
thing,
right now?
He's got a checklist.
think about how you might observe the Milky Way galaxy from Earth.
Okay, I gotcha.
Think about that one.
All right. Well, when you woke
All
up in the
right.
morning, you'll have traveled millions of miles through space. So, good luck tonight traveling.
Thank you. I will have to make sure I tie myself down so I don't fly off my bed.
No, it's
All right.
Hey, real quick, Alish, do you know how far the orbit of the sun is?
Isma's not going to let you go.
Distance is? This is the last one. I'll let you go.
How far?
The orbit is one annual orbit of the sun.
One annual orbit of the sun. How far? Like how far is the sun from us? Is that like
Yeah,
93?
No. How far?
astronomical
How far
unit.
going on the circumferential orbit all the way around the sun? How far does the Earth
that's a
travel in one
bonus
annual
question.
orbit?
I don't know.
Extra credit. This is extra credit.
941 million kilometers.
Ooh.
I know.
900.
That's all?
That's the
940
orbit.
million?
941 million kilometers.
What
That's
orbit?
I said 93 million miles, so I was close.
That's the distance to the sun.
That's the
Oh.
distance in the solar system. Yeah.
That's the sci-fi globe lore.
Oh, okay, I got you. All right, I'll see
Actually,
you.
misunderstood.
I'm
All right,
actually
get
gonna
out of
go
here.
now.
Get out of here.
Dreams.
All right, bye.
Thanks for hanging out.
All right, no problem. Bye.
I see Flatsy Klein in the live.
Yeah, she's just a believer, but she's been in here a couple of times. We've had a couple of run-ins with Alishness. There's an extended version of the 3 points with her and like 2 other people. So it's already been done that she's just a believer, guys, and she's already admittedly said that she's happy to stay a believer. There's nothing.
She got put through the entire test tonight. And
So I will let you know, Miggy, that I asked her. I said, "Have you ever lost an argument?" And she goes, "Yeah, I've lost an argument." And then Helio asked her, "When? What was the argument about?" And she said she lost an argument to you. She had conceded she was wrong to you.
Yeah, you know what? It took a while too. The extended 3 points were like, Helio was here actually. It was kind of chiming in sometimes too. But yeah, it was. It's difficult, but the process is it's psychological, you guys. So everything that they deal with, like Matthew learns and all that, so long as they come to the place where they're telling you they just believe the Earth is a globe, I mean, we're all happy to hear them say that because it just remains in the realm of belief, and that's all. But when they say they know that it is, it's a bit different. We have to. The approach is differently. But anybody can believe anything they want. At the end of the day. But what we do in here is also for the audience, so people can actually hear how dug in people are with the idea of the Earth's a globe. You know what I mean? Like it's just. It just comes down to it being psychological, guys, and it's it's hard to change your own mind when you're listening to people tell you that it's a globe
but
for
it's not.
years.
It doesn't. It has more with it's spiritual as well, and you talk about that often too. I mean, it is. I mean, but nobody here is preaching a gospel of truth necessarily. But we're just, like I had to show, believe your own eyes. It's like, and like I was telling her, when I saw the Milky Way galaxy from Earth, I was like, okay, did you? Where did you see the Milky Way galaxy from Earth?
They talk about the clouds. What is it, the Magellan clouds that you could see at night, like the
Magellanic is what they call
Magellanic. So, but I mean, if they say that they're looking at the solar system, or excuse me, the galaxy by looking at that, that's their version of saying they're looking at the galaxy because they're seeing that.
But you're inside the Milky Way galaxy, so you're not actually seeing the Milky Way galaxy from Earth.
The funny part is, Meme already got her on this point where he asked her, "How do you know you're in a galaxy?" And she had to eventually admit that she didn't know, and she just believed it. And then she tried to appeal to us all being in a galaxy because there's lights in the sky now, but.
It's just like we were giving her shit all night, but she actually proved a lot of our points the entire time. So, thanks.
Yeah, she was fighting like a lady, or but not but like a bitch. But
she did that to me though. Like she proved that all the faults or the fallacies of the globe Earth, like when she was talking about
that's because he wasn't actually listening or trying to understand what people were saying. She was just trying to pick out any contradictions she could find and then argue against that. The problem was she didn't listen well enough to understand that you were actually talking about how globers perceive the flat Earth and how that doesn't match with what we actually think. And so she was trying to pick apart the straw man ideas she herself was presenting earlier. It was just hilarious.
Oh yeah, I'm glad I brought that up into her.
I'm on the move right now, but what's our viewer count on the YouTube live stream? Are we in the 20s or 30s? Because if it is, it would have been a great way for you guys to be having that conversation exposed to like those many people. I mean,
yeah, I think we had about 30 something earlier. Yeah.
That's great. That's great. Hey, Levelist, he's been doing a great job at it too. I think I recommended him for gold, but I don't know if that was a thing that was put up in the room for nominations. But he should have been up there. I think I did. Didn't we put him down, CB? I thought we did.
I think so.
It was him and Timbo, or something like that. Yeah, but Levelist has been he's been carrying his own, so
yeah, he's been solid.
I've been noticing. He just sounds so stinkingly similar to friggin' Deuce, man. Like Deuce Volt.
Yeah. The elusive Deuce Volt.
The elusive, man. He comes in every now and again.
And when he does, he controls the whole room. He's just freaking awesome.
Hey, I don't know if he's still here, but Levelist, he's actually declined. He had the opportunity and declined it. So he just doesn't want to.
Well,
that's all good.
We'll work on that,
Literally, somebody had their finger on the button to do it, and he told them not to.
Okay.
He's not the first one.
It's all good,
There's
man.
been a couple of people that don't want it. It's fine.
They don't want the attention or whatever. Don't want the responsibility. That's cool.
The ones I've talked to just feel like they can better talk to people without people going into too much of a. They think that because we are moderators or gold or whatever, it brings with this extra both responsibility, like you were saying, but also stigma, because it's harder for the Globers to actually understand them or sympathize with them or for them to get on the level with them sometimes, because they're like, these guys must be staunch flat earthers.
Hey, Levelist is very good just with his own voice to control the room without any roles. So.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
You know, he doesn't
Yeah.
really need them, but I mean, like you all said, he would definitely be deserving of it.
Yeah.
He deserves it, but like he doesn't
If
need
he
it.
doesn't want it, we're not going to force it on him. You know?
Yeah, what it is, it just comes down to a couple of things. Like, it's Discord clout, like within our group, our community. It's recognition. It's also like putting people in our Discord, like basically like friends within us inner circle. We keep the server running together like it should. You know, there's a culture here, and that's why when you get invited into like a position like that, that's what it is. It's the culture inviting you into like a unity. You know, like we're all of one mind. We're walking of one accord. We don't say things like the other servers do. You know, like we don't look at this like a debate. It looks more like they have to bring the evidence here and present their case and see if it actually is able to pass like what we have to give them. That's why it's different. It's the culture.
We recognize when, like, you don't have to vie for it or anything like that. We just recognize when you're kicking ass, and then we offer the opportunity for you to be a part of the.
Yeah. So, and the reason, like, I'll say that because CB was one of those guys. Now he held his own against Bob the Science Guy, Dean, like some of the big known sophists that I've encountered in my time, like through Flat Earth. And you got to hold your own weight when it comes to these guys, because like Drace knows, man, a sophist is one of the hardest things to contend with when you're having a conversation with them on the fly. Like there's no script to this. Like you have to be able to redirect and understand like their questions and how they're trying to misdirect and all that from your line of questioning and logic. So that's what I'm saying is difficult. So if you're able to handle that in a conversation, that's recognized. It's like, damn, somebody's able to do it without the assistance of others. That's what we see.
Just gonna throw myself in here because I said something to Tracy and he told me to repeat it on mic. Basically, like, I remember when people were talking about giving me Gold Plus, and I got Gold Plus, and they were talking about whether it should make me mod or something. And I remember being like, no, I don't want that. Because I, for instance, don't feel like I'm active enough. I wouldn't be able to participate in mod meetings because I'm busy. I wouldn't be able to keep up with the rules. So I personally felt like I wouldn't be a good mod. That's why I definitely wouldn't want it. So there's often a multitude of reasons why people might say no, but it's always flattering, and it is an acknowledgement to even be considered,
Yeah, you would be one that, like, I mean, if you were wanted to be more active in here, like, for sure, like, I would say I would cast my vote for you to be a mod as well, like, because of the fact that you do so well when it comes to like the debates with these guys in here when you're in here, and that's difficult too, because you already know, you and Drace know the sophist types, so identifying them, like Levelus, me, you, CB, Helio, like when we hear somebody just spouting out some bullshit, like we're gonna easily call them on it, and we don't give no slack when it comes to them. So that's our that's what I'm saying, like we're moving together as one. We're not like all divided,
and I appreciate you saying that, Karma, because when you're offered, even if you're a silver and you're offered gold and you're like, no, I'm good with where I'm at, that's okay. But if you change your mind, the offer still stands. Just keep doing what you're doing. We're not going to force you into having a role where it gives you more responsibility or whatever. But if you really enjoyed what you're doing in here and you want to participate more, or even just do what you're doing. The only reason we offer like Gold and Gold Plus is because we can already tell that you're doing what you're doing.
So if anybody wants,
anybody asks for it, then you're not going to get it.
Yeah, I was just going to say that.
We offer it to people when they participate. We don't.
I was going to say, so if you're active in the server,
anybody that asks for it, they're not going to get it.
Yeah, if you're active in the server, everybody identifies who you are, and like we know, and then it just like gets put up, and like, man, this person's really kicking ass. So we'll just start, at least putting the petition for you to get it, and then of course, if you don't want it, then that's up to you. But
yeah. And once it's offered, the offer still stands. But if you say you don't want it, then we won't give it to you. But it's a standing offer once we offer it. Unless you totally turn into a shithead.
Hey, that has happened, man. That has happened.
I apologize.
Has anybody spoken to Little Daddy?
No. I think I've seen that person in here before, but I don't think I remember speaking to him.
He doesn't
Is
have
he
VC
muted?
verified.
Oh, y'all go ahead. I'm on the move right now.
We also have deleted user who is VC verified, but he's not listening to us. Try to speak into your mic, Little Daddy. Are you there?
Poppy.
Small father, are you there? I guess not. He maybe doesn't have a mic.
Hey, disconnect him for a pulse check. That's what I usually do. Okay, we're gonna do a pulse check. We're gonna disconnect you if you hear us right now. If you return, then you can join back in. We'll unmute you. We just want to make sure you're not a bot, and then just hit disconnect on him. And then if he returns, then you can try again. I usually do that to make sure that somebody's available. It works sometimes, not all the time.
Saria93 is a globe earther. No VC verified, though.
Oh, I think he should be able to speak.
Yeah, I can speak.
Welcome to 24/7.
Yeah, which globe do you live on? Are there more than one? I wasn't aware. I haven't seen one.
That's interesting. There's only one globe in your cosmology?
One that we live on, yeah. There are many globes in the solar system, but I only live in one. I didn't know there was more than one that we could live on.
Said we.
We don't live on a globe, so can you
That's
provide
quite the
any evidence
imagination
for
you
it?
have there.
Huh?
That's quite an imagination you have there.
Multiple people spoke at once, and I didn't understand what you say.
Why do you think you're on a globe?
Science. The globes are shaped.
One word answer.
Right?
One word answers.
So how would you use science to prove a shape? If you ask me, like, the first thing I would say to someone that thinks they live on a flat plane, I would just tell them to look at the sky, and I would tell them that in the northern hemisphere.
So you would tell them to look directly away. Straight away, you tell them to look away from the thing.
You want me to answer, or you want to talk over me?
No, the question was, why do you think you're on a globe? And you said science.
I was going to tell you.
That's secondhand information.
Yeah, I also asked you for evidence. I didn't ask you for your beliefs about the things you look at. Those are just fallacious appeals, not evidence.
Yeah, but the first thing you did is started pointing in the opposite direction from the Earth, right? Which is the thing that we're talking about. And the first thing you did is started pointing at the sky, right? Wrong direction. So we kind of need to start over.
You can infer things by looking at the sky.
Yeah, but you could also just directly confirm things by looking at the thing itself. You're trying to confirm something about.
Well, but there are things that cannot happen on a flat plane in the sky.
Are you sure?
Have your idea of a flat plane?
Are you sure?
Wait. Looking at the sky can tell me if the Earth curves?
Yeah, of course.
Is that? How does it do that, by the way?
Well, if you want me, I can tell you. Do you want me to tell you?
I want you to, please.
Oh, all right. So, if you're in the northern hemisphere, the stars turn counterclockwise, and if you're in the southern hemisphere, they go clockwise. So that cannot happen on a flat plane.
No, they don't. They go clockwise, counterclockwise, anywhere on Earth, just depending which way you're looking at them from. It's just a matter of orientation.
You cannot change the way things turn by looking at it from.
Well, you're not doing that. They don't actually turn in different directions. Those are just different apparent directions, right? Just depending which way you're facing when you look at them.
No, that's wrong. If you put a clock on your ceiling, which way can you put yourself in that?
Let me ask the gentleman. Let me ask the gentleman one question.
Let me ask you the question, and then you can answer it. Let me ask you the question, then you can answer.
Excuse me, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Guy who's talking. All right, so just real quick, because you went to the stars, right? I need to ask you this question: how do the stars tell us the geometric shape of the Earth? Like, in what relation do the stars tell us what shape the Earth you're standing on is?
Well, the stars don't tell us.
Yeah, go ahead.
Want to ask the same question again? Want to ask you the same question again?
Yeah. How do the stars tell you what geometric shape you're standing on? So the shape of the Earth. How do they tell you which way, even if they're spinning, right, in whatever counterclockwise or clockwise? But how do they tell you what the shape of the Earth you're standing on is?
Want me to tell you, or you want to ask again?
Yeah. No, I'm just making sure you heard me clearly. That's why I said it that many times. Go ahead.
All right. So I'm telling you, the way the stars move don't tell you if it's a globe or a cube or anything, but it tells you that there's a top and a bottom. So it tells you that that you cannot like on the top the stars will turn one way, and on the bottom it will turn another way. It won't tell you whether it's curved or a cube or a pyramid, but it tells you there's a top and a bottom, and that there is not everyone looking up in the same direction. That cannot happen on a flat plane.
Okay, so we're not talking about void of talking about like what the shape of the Earth is, because you said that it doesn't tell us the shape of the Earth. So now let's do away with this, because we're not
information about the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, excuse me, I wasn't done yet. So we're not getting to the geometric shape of the Earth. So what we need to know is, how do you know the shape of the Earth geometrically is a globe? We don't care to know if there's a top or bottom. We care to know how geometrically the Earth is a globe. So can you point us to the evidence of how geometrically the Earth is a globe? Go ahead.
Sure thing. Like, first thing, we rule out a flat Earth. Like with the stars turning clockwise and counterclockwise, we rule out the flat Earth.
It's
then
just
we can
your
move on.
idea.
Then we can move on to the shape.
Did you check the actual Earth itself? Hey, hold on. Did you check the actual Earth itself to determine whether it is actually in fact flat before you reach that conclusion by looking in the wrong direction?
Can you see oxygen? Can you see it?
That doesn't answer my question.
Non-sequitur.
Yeah.
No, you don't need to see something in order to infer the way it is.
I don't need to look at the Earth itself to come to any conclusion about what it is.
Yeah, you don't need to stand from the moon and watch the Earth in order to find out which shape it has. You can infer it based on different methods. And if your answer to go ahead.
Can you look at the Earth?
I could if I could go.
Then why would you avoid looking at it? If you can, why would you avoid looking at it? Why would you start looking literally everywhere else, but at the thing that you're trying to find something out about?
I'm sorry, I don't understand your question.
Why would you look at anything but the thing you want to find something out about?
Because you cannot watch the shape, because you cannot go into outer space. Like, I cannot do it. Some people
because it's not a real place. No one is going there. So
well, you don't know that. So you don't know that.
I do.
How do you know if you haven't been?
Why would that be the standard of proof, though? Is that how the Globers claim that they did it in the 3rd century BC? The Greeks went to outer space?
No, they proved it some other ways, but you think it's fake, right?
Yeah, you would from the ground, right? You would study the Earth from the Earth itself. You would try to measure the ground directly.
That's why I'm telling you to look at the stars.
Well, that's not measuring the ground directly. That's looking in the wrong direction.
Yeah, remember that wasn't evidence of the Earth being a globe, Mr. Gentleman. We're asking for
evidence that it's not flat.
Specifically. Yeah, we're asking specifically for the geometric measurement. So we need to know how the Earth was measured to be a globe. So we're not gonna, like you said, inferring something is not actually measuring, because you said it doesn't tell us the shape. You even gave us examples He said it's not a pyramid, it's not a cube. So we're like, okay, that's fine. We're not going to look at the stars then to tell us what the geometric shape is. How can we then measure, like Heretic has been saying, like everybody's been telling you, we want to look at the Earth so that we can see if it's measuring to be a globe. So how do we do that? And go ahead and take us through that, because we need to measure this Earth for this geometric shape. Because it's an oblate spheroid.
I'll do that. But can you like accept that by looking at the stars, you can tell it's not flat? Like,
No.
We're not looking at. Yeah, hang on 1 second. We're not going to look at like. If we could just put a pin on looking at the stars for right now, and we'll look at it later, okay?
Why do you want to put a pin on it? What do you want to put?
Because we're not.
Is it because it goes against your narrative?
No, we definitely can't rule that out. No.
Listen, right now, I'm asking you a question, so you need to answer it directly and stop avoiding and jumping to the stars.
Yeah.
Don't jump to the stars. Just answer
I'll go to where you want me to go, but you have to accept that what I tell you about the stars just said that the Earth isn't flat. It doesn't tell you how it is. It doesn't tell you that it's the globe. I admit that looking at the stars will not say that the Earth is a globe. I admit it.
All right.
But it tells you that it's not flat.
Right, but we're not looking at the stars, so I don't want to even talk about the stars for the moment. Because at the moment right now, all I want to do is ask you to tell me, how do we figure out that the Earth is a globe? Like, I don't want to care to know if the Earth is flat or globe from looking at stars.
Okay.
The only thing I want to do right now is just
So you
figure
don't
out
think
how
the
do
Earth is flat. You just don't know what the shape is. Right?
No.
It's just not flat the way you're thinking, buddy.
Listen, I'm just asking you for the simple evidence that the Earth is measured to be a globe. So any evidence you got for it to be measured as a globe, that's what I want you to present for everybody listening, so we can all know.
All right, so you don't want to talk about the stars, right?
No stars. Just the Earth. Just the Earth.
All right. All right. I can.
You can Google it.
I know a bunch of stuff of why it's not flat. So that doesn't work for you. You want
just
evidence
not flat the way you're thinking. So don't worry about your idea of flat Earth. We're not talking about that.
I'm happy to.
Yeah, your strawman representations and your attempts to burn them have no validity here.
All right. So how is it flat? Can I ask questions too, or
No,
not the way you're thinking.
No, don't divert. Don't divert. Stay on the point that I asked you, please. I'm asking you and the room. I'm asking you in the room. I'm asking you and the room to give me a moment so that you can just respond to what I just asked you.
All right.
That's all I'm asking for.
If I respond right now, can I ask a question later?
You can.
All right,
definitely.
All right. So my first evidence of like the curvature of the Earth, I guess that's what you want, right? Is
that's correct.
The classic shapes over the horizon that disappear from top to bottom, and if you like go up, then you can see them again. I think like in the what's the tallest building in the world in Dubai? I forget the name.
The Burj Khalifa.
Exactly. You can like see the sunrise twice. You can see not the sunrise, the sunset. You can be on the bottom and watch the sunset, and the sun will disappear. And you like take the elevator and go to the top, and you can see the sunset again. So how does that happen on a flop? Like,
So hang on. We're talking about. Let me see if you can understand what I mean by measuring. So the drop over distance on a globe needs to be measured geometrically as a globe. So we understand. Like, if let's just say, right, real easy. If you have a ball, you know it's a ball because it has curvature, right? The ball has curvature. You could measure this curvature if you wanted to. So if you're standing on top of a giant ball, right, a giant oblate spheroid, then you'd do the same application. You'd measure the ground that you're standing on for the curvature of the Earth. So now, how have we done that as is directly measuring the curvature of the Earth? How have we done that?
No,
I'm not talking about
I cannot do that. I can tell you how other people do it.
Okay, well, just point to somebody, whoever's done it. Just give us the information so we can talk about it. At least open up the conversation.
The name of this dude in like centuries ago that did it with the sticks on the shades of the sun.
Okay, what did he do?
He measured he put a stick somewhere and measured the angle of the shade of the stick against the sun, and then did the same thing in like another place like that was far away, and based on the angles on the time of the day, he calculated the circumference of the Earth, and it was like 0.1% accurate to what we have today. It was like super accurate. That's how he did. I don't know how to do it.
Yeah, but I'm saying, and I'll just tell you because we have all heard this about a billion zillion times.
Yeah, I know you've heard it.
I'll tell you, so I'll clarify a little bit. His name was Eratosthenes. And the two cities were Cyrene and Alexandria. And what he did was he measured the length of the shadows diverging from like the light from noontime in one city and noontime in another. And so he measured the angles of those shadows, and one of them was pointing directly into a well. And since the light was shining directly down into the well, he knew it was noontime there. And so if it was noontime somewhere else and the shadow would be diverging, he just presumed that his first assumption was that he was looking geometrically at a calculation of the Earth being a globe, right? And so with this calculation, he then went back and because of his assumption, he went back and looked at like these two places and the diverging shadows. And so he looked at the shadow in one place and said, well, it's diverging this much and it's not diverging here. So we understand that this can only happen on a globe, on a curved surface, right?
Yes.
So this is
it can only happen on a globe.
Well, this is what he was saying, right? And what he presumed. But we have it on good authority that most of the science communicators today would admittedly said that if it was possible to have the sun and being a light source that's different than 93 million mile away sun, that if it was closer and it had like a flat surface, that it would work just the same.
Yeah, I know. I've heard that too, but that would only happen if the sun rays weren't parallel.
Well, the sun rays being parallel is a whole other topic. But just we're staying on the fact.
It's the same topic. You cannot have a close local sun and not have I'm sorry. You cannot have a close local sun and not have parallel rays. It's impossible.
We don't have parallel rays, so don't worry about that.
Yeah, we don't have parallel rays. I don't want to. Yeah, listen. Hang on, guy.
We do have parallel rays. If you have evidence otherwise, I'd love to see.
Yeah, you're diverting. You're diverting. I don't want to divert away from the premise.
It's not diverting. It's like two different things that talk about
but
the
you
same
can't
thing.
listen. The reason why I wanted to get to what the science communicators were saying, like Neil deGrasse Tyson and everybody else. I'm pretty sure you heard these guys mention it before. But the reason why they say it is because it can happen, it can happen on both a flat and a curved surface. So on both surfaces, this is a possibility. So you can't rule out.
I hear what you're saying. I understand where you're coming from. But you're saying that the experiment that Aristotle did could work either in a globe with a very sorry, I'm not a native English speaker, so I get stuff wrong. So you could have the same experiment and work the same way in a globe with the sun that's far away, or in a flat surface where the sun is close and local. Correct? That's what you're saying, right?
Yeah, and everybody agrees with that.
Exactly, they all agree with it. But the problem is that the only way that it can work with a close local sun is if the sun rays weren't parallel. If they are parallel on a flat plane, everything would have the exact same shade at the exact same time. But since the sun rays aren't parallel on like a close local sun because they cannot be, then that doesn't work.
Okay, when you say the sun rays are parallel, are you absolutely sure of what you're saying? Because we have information. We have information from the globe side, not the flat Earth side, that the sun rays aren't parallel.
Well, if you have that and you can like send me a link or a picture or something,
for sure.
I'd love to see it. Yeah,
it's super simple.
I mean, it's in the chat now.
Yeah, what they claim.
Let me see if I can see the chat. Wait 1 second.
Yeah, go ahead. If you can't see the chat, somebody please give them the roll so you can see it. But also, what I'd like to say is what their claim is that it's nearly.
I don't see anything in the chat. Oh, what were you saying?
That it's nearly parallel. That is not parallel like what you would understand parallel to be. It's nearly parallel. So nearly is not good. It's not good enough. Is what I'm trying to propose to you right now.
To give you context, let me show you. If you look at the lunar, the shadow supposedly from the moon as the moon eclipses the sun, that shadow is far smaller than the moon. That means that the light rays are not hitting it parallel. Otherwise, it would create a shadow that is equal size of the moon on the Earth. Do you understand that?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but you're wrong by saying that because it's not. If you get a big flashlight and you shine it at the wall, the rays aren't parallel, but you still have like a big aura on the wall. And if you put like your finger inside, if you put your finger really close to it, the finger looks huge on the wall. And if the closer you get to the wall, the smaller your finger will be. But if you get like a really small like a pea, you wouldn't even have the shadow on the wall because it's so small that the circumference of the flashlight will cover the whole thing. And since the moon is so much smaller than the sun, that's why that happens.
You're up. The sun is very small because it's so far away. That's perspective. You can't just make the sun gigantic whenever you want to.
All right, so
I
don't know if you've seen. I don't know if you've seen the information.
I don't know what you're saying.
I don't know if you've seen the information yet, or if somebody posted it or not. That the sun rays aren't parallel.
There's a chat that says lobby. That's not it, right? So the one that says
no. Go to live stream voice text. It's the channel right above the voice channel that you're in right now.
Yeah, I've seen the picture, and what you're seeing there, it's. I mean, I don't know. Like this is like pretty ridiculous. It's an optical illusion, man. Like the rate, like the train tracks. Like when you stand,
it's not an illusion.
When you put your face on a train track, like. We agree that trains are parallel.
Let me teach you a little bit about perspective. When the rays are coming towards you, you can try. Stop talking. When the rays are coming towards you, you can try to argue that perspective. Hey, listen. When the rays are coming towards you, you can argue that it is perspective because the rays would appear to splay out. But when the rays are coming down and away from you, you cannot argue that it's perspective because you're inverting perspective and you don't know what you're talking about. Parallel lines do not become bigger as they go away from you.
Right. So, and think about it like this: if light is emitting from an orb that you think is the sun, if you think the sun is like a ball emitting light, then on every point on that ball, light is being shot outward, and there isn't any parallel light that's coming out of there. Everything's diverging from itself because it's an orb. It should be shooting out in all directions. So light's not parallel in that sense. It's just emitting in every direction. Plus, I would say that again, the globalist that comes in here would also agree that the rays are nearly parallel. They're not parallel themselves, as in the way you're claiming them to be. So you're getting the rhetoric wrong. The rhetoric is incorrect.
It's also, when you look at Aristophanes, what we see is the sun is a point source in the sky, and that matches with the flat Earth model. With the globers, the whole sky is emitting the light and not the sun, and that's what's causing the shadows in your belief system.
So the sun is not our source of light?
How did you get to that point from what I said?
What?
Are you not listening very well?
You said that the sky is the one that's giving light, not the sun.
In the globe model, all of the sky has parallel rays coming down onto a globe with no refraction, nothing.
There is refraction.
No, not in the Aristophanes assumptions. Incorrect. And so they use that while imagining that all of those lines lead to the sun, when that doesn't actually work because they're all looking at a point source in the sky and not like the light coming from all of the sky.
So what we're doing right now, and Drace is helping me with it, is we're going back to the premise of the argument. Actually, the beginning, like the point that you wanted to draw the measurement from the Earth's curvature. We're going like 3 steps back into the conversation. So when we were talking about what I asked you, if you can provide evidence for the Earth curving at a set rate on a drop rate distance on a curved surface, you pointed to some guy that you really didn't know about. So we started to talk about him, which is Eratosthenes, which now Drace is pointing you to the light, not even working in the same way today as the way they thought about long ago. which long ago they were admittedly saying that the sun is an unlimited distance away and the light is coming in parallel. So that is not what's happening, according to mainstream rhetoric today. And so I don't know, maybe you haven't caught up with the times or whatever, but the conversation today and what these globalists are saying is that they're nearly parallel. They're not parallel as you would, Eratosthenes would even claim.
But it's nearly parallel. It's still good enough.
Well, it's not. That's
it's ideal. Like, do you know the difference between ideal like resistance or ideal stuff? It's not that it's actually 100% parallel, but it's still parallel enough so that we can use math as if it were parallel.
And you're not understanding.
That's why it wasn't exact like 100%. It still got.
You're not understanding. Here is a picture of two surfaces with sticks out of them. The resulting shadows appear the same. So the results are the same.
Right.
You need to verify. How far away the sun is, and you need to have some evidence for all those claims. Otherwise, you're just stacking on claims you'd have no evidence for.
It's called begging the question right now.
The only way that the sun can emit parallel rays is that if it was like unimaginably far away. If it's like really low, there's no way it has parallel rays. So
you don't know the distance to the sun, and that's the issue.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure. I'm sure that if I try to do math myself and like to calculate the distance of the sun, I would get it wrong because I don't know shit about math.
No. I'm not even talking about. Wait, just 1 second. It's not even the math. Okay, so people can do calculations, right? That's fine. Math can work in a specific way because it's a language. But what I'm asking you right now is to think about the question. I want you to critically think about this. What we're talking about, right? Like if you're gonna verify the sun's distance, how are you going to do that? Because no one can. These calculations are assumptions. They're given out to people as formulas to think about, maybe different ideas of where they think the sun could be and work it out on math. But math is a language and it describes something. But the mathematical construct that you're working in is no relation to reality. Reality is going to the actual sun and verifying its distance from where you are to where it's at. And that's not being done right now. The verification method hasn't been done by anyone. So all that's being done right now is a mathematical formula being propped up and given to you to think about. And you're like, oh, it works out with the math. That's fine. It can work out with the math as a construct. But as far as reality goes, you don't know for
I'm not saying it works out with the math. I haven't checked the math. I don't know the math. I'm not saying it does. I'm saying that what I know is that the sun is far away because its rays are nearly parallel. That's evidence.
No, they're not. You're just saying that, dude.
Yeah, you don't know how far the sun is away.
So let me give him an example.
I'm gonna let Indio take over.
So we have there's a specific example. There's a video on YouTube that says how I proved the Earth is round with my bike and 2 sticks. It was done by a Canadian dude.
I think I saw that. Yeah.
Okay. How closely did you watch the video?
I don't know. I don't remember much. It was like ages ago. He
Okay.
I think he did the same experiment that Aristotle did.
Yes. Well, how closely did you watch the video?
Not very close. I watched like a movie. And I don't.
Okay. So in the beginning of the video, he's in the parking lot before he drives off, right? So he's gonna have. So he has 2 setups, right? One's like so he's got a meter stick. It's a meter that's horizontal to the ground and a meter vertical, and he measures the shadow of the meter stick on the vertical part, right? And then he takes his and then he pedals away, right? And he does a distance, he pedals away. Then he measures the difference in the shadow. Well, at the beginning of the video, these 2 things are right next to each other in the parking lot, and they show different shadow lengths.
No, I'm not gonna argue with you.
3 feet apart. Listen, I'm gonna post an image of it, screenshot of them put together. They're in the same parking lot.
Okay.
They're literally like 3 feet away from each other.
Okay.
So why are the shadows different lengths if the rays of the sun are parallel?
I don't know. I'd have to like watch the video. Like I don't know.
Well, if you're looking live stream voice,
I watched this like 2 years ago. I can't remember now.
It's fine. That's fine. Okay. So I posted it in live stream voice text. I don't know if you're in that channel.
Yeah, I'm watching. There's like 2 rulers with the shadow on it. I don't know what that.
Yeah, exactly. So, but if you watch the video, you right before this, so this is, you can see the timestamp. But if you watch the video, you can see that these 2 rulers are sitting in the same parking lot.
Mm-hmm.
They're sitting right next to each other. They should have identical shadow lengths, unless the Earth is like a super tiny ball, right?
Why are you assuming there's not identical shadow lines?
Because I can read the ruler.
Yeah, but the person that put the ruler did. How could you know that when he put the ruler somewhere, he didn't like shift it a bit to the left or shift it to the right? How do you know that? Because put it exactly in the exact angle that it had to be.
Because there's a frame that shows it in the video. I'll take a screenshot of it.
I don't remember the video. Like, we can talk about something I can remember, please. I don't know. I don't remember this video. It's like 2 years old or more.
It's built on the premise of Eratosthenes. So it's the same type of understanding that you'd get if you're talking about Eratosthenes. Remember the same idea. So under the same premise that Eratosthenes is working under, this guy was doing the same thing, only in a different way, using what he was using. And Indio's kind of
you keep saying the same thing, and I'm gonna keep saying the same thing. We can just move on and talk about a different thing because we're just going round in circles. The only way that you can reproduce the only way you can reproduce Aristotle's
Aristophanes
readings, that the only way you can reproduce that experiment with
not an experiment
parallel, it's on a round Earth. You cannot have.
You haven't proven parallel rays. You have been debunked on that point as well. Provide some evidence before you base these claims. Do not repeat the baseless claims.
Okay, now look in the live stream voice text. So this test disproves parallel rays.
I don't think I understand what that picture means.
I think you do.
I really don't. I honestly don't.
I think you do. I think you do. What it's doing is it's damaging to your case, so you don't want to say that you know what it is.
Can you explain what those sticks are trying to prove? I don't remember the video.
It's the same thing Eratosthenes is doing. That's just what I've been trying to tell you. It's the same thing.
You see the first picture, right? With the meter sticks?
Yes.
These are the meter sticks.
Are those like horizontal or vertical?
There's a meter stick that's horizontal, and there's a meter stick that's vertical on each of these.
No. On the first picture you posted, were those the one horizontal parallel to the ground?
Yes.
All right. Okay. So,
they're
why
right
does that matter?
Are you okay?
If you shift, if you move, like if you turn that contraption,
I don't think
only have to
off by a degree, then that's the shadows are in different places. Like, I don't remember what that contraption was supposed to do. That's why I don't understand.
It's your evidence. Why don't you understand your evidence?
Yeah. That's what Eratosthenes was doing. What this man is doing in the video, Eratosthenes was doing the same thing. I've been trying to tell you this.
All right, so
that's your evidence. That's your evidence for the Earth curving. You brought up this guy that you didn't really know about. So we started to talk about him because we do know who he is, right?
Yeah, I knew about it. I just didn't remember his name.
So the premise is, if you take a stick it in the ground, it'll have a shadow length.
Yes.
And if I measure the shadow length some distance away, the shadow length is going to be a different shadow length because the surface of the Earth is curving, and that the rays of the sun are parallel. Well, that's fine, right? If you assume that the rays of the sun are parallel. But we get different shadow lengths, and it can't possibly be Earth curved because these two devices are right next to each other.
It seems the exact same to me. It's like 65 inches, or what is that? Inches or centimeters?
It's in centimeters, and it's not the exact
65
same
centimeters. Then a mark, another mark, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's on the 5th mark, and on the bottom it's on the 5th mark as well. It's the exact same thing. What are you talking about?
You can see the green line, right? And on the right green side of the line, and on the right side of the green line there's shadow, and on the bottom one, on the right side of the line, there's no shadows.
There's not even shadow on the left side of the bottom one. Look closely.
Yeah, but I see. I understand what you're saying now. But if you
Earth
take
would have to be super curvy, right? So we say I did the calculation for this. I do the calculation. What radius of Earth am I going to come up with?
Like, dude, I don't ask me to do math. I don't know math. Don't ask me to do math.
It would be like 4 miles.
Listen. I understand what you're saying now. Let me address it. On the second picture you posted with the hand in front, if you turn that thing, turn it clockwise or counterclockwise, if you turn it, the shadows are not going to be in the same length, correct?
Yeah, but the shadow's also not going to fall on the yardstick. It's not going to fall on the bottom. They have to be aligned.
Yep.
Why are you saying
because you would be rotating it, right? So when you rotate it, the shadow's going to fall onto the asphalt. It's not going to fall onto the meter stick.
No, that both shadows can be on top of the thing.
If I rotate one of these to one of these, right, to one of the contraptions, right, if I rotate it 90 degrees, where's the shadow going to fall?
On the stick or on the asphalt?
How can it fall on the stick, dude?
It would be 100.
Now you're just being obstinate, dude.
This is stupid. If in order
he says he doesn't know math. He doesn't understand what 90 degrees is. He doesn't understand anything.
Look, a shadow falls in a direction directly opposite to the sun, right?
Yes.
So if I rotate it, then it's not going to fall on the meter stick.
If you rotate it too much, yes, but this is not an exact science. The shadow has a width on the
okay, if it's not an exact science, right? Thank you for conceding. If it's not an exact science, Mr. Mann, if it's not an exact science, then why is he trying to attempt?
I don't know. I'm not his cousin or anything.
I know. We're telling you the reason why, because he wants to get globalists like yourself to keep believing that the Earth is a globe by using this simple. That's the thing. You brought up Eratosthenes. We brought you to this guy. This guy's doing the same thing Eratosthenes was doing, and so now, like you said, well, I don't know what he's trying to prove. Well, then you don't have evidence for the Earth being a globe using Eratosthenes. Because if you can't understand this, then you couldn't understand Eratosthenes.
I'm gonna go back. That you know what ad hominem is?
Miggy, real quick, I just want to say, Eratosthenes only supposed the Earth was a ball. This guy is showing you that it works both on a ball and a flat plane, or on a curve and a flat plane. That's what you're not getting.
But here's the thing, though. Even bringing Eratosthenes as evidence, he needs to understand that's not evidence of the Earth's rotundity being
because the sun rays are parallel. If the sun rays
this
weren't
proves
parallel,
they're not parallel, dude. This proves they're not parallel.
You keep going back to that.
Can I post a picture here? Can you give me rights to post pictures here?
We can. What are you gonna post? A diagram?
Yeah.
I'm gonna post a picture from a plane.
No deep pics, dude.
The rays are parallel, and that when you see that they're not parallel, it's just an optical illusion.
What?
What?
Well, that's only damaging your case.
Evidence is your claim that what we see is an optical.
Debunk everything you're saying.
That's damaging your case. You shouldn't even said that.
It's right, dude. So we make an observation. We claim the observation's an optical illusion, and that's our evidence.
That's our.
No. I'm saying that what you're saying, I'm gonna post a picture that shows that sun rays are parallel.
And just
what you just posted, whatever Dre's AI posted, it's an optical illusion.
Incorrect.
The same way that train.
Now he's trying to do it again. He's trying to say, as you look along train tracks, they will actually diverge. That's what this retard is saying right now.
Yes.
Because
yes.
Yeah.
So what Indio said, make an observation, claim it's an illusion, there's your evidence. Cool story, guy.
Do you know what diverge means?
What I said that I'm saying there's observations that prove there's parallel, and what you're posting now is
give us some.
Yeah, show us those.
Yeah, let me post a picture.
Send it to someone.
I said DM it to me.
I can't. I don't have rights.
Just DM it to me. I'll post it.
Dollars to donuts. I bet you it's gonna be a diagram.
Indio 007.
I don't use Discord much. Who was the person that said DM me?
Indio.
Any of us.
Indio, Drace. I don't see the names. Elvo.
Not me.
Fat Batman. Floyd. Helio.
You got
Indio.
Hold on. I'll just give you the whatever the embed because you got the Global Earth roll. Hold on a second. Too many rolls here. I gotta find it. Fucking Christ, man.
I don't know why I can't.
I gotta purge this mess. Okay, you should be out in bed now.
Oh yeah, I got it. All right. You guys seen this picture before, right?
Yeah, you've been here before. I've seen it.
All right. So when you look at that, what do you see? Like, do you see sun rays that are diverging and from a single spot, or do you see parallel rays, parallel shadows?
They don't look parallel to me. I don't know why you think those are parallel.
Someone just posted a creation bear. Some posted the exact same thing, and it's all parallel. Yeah, you can like draw.
It's not though.
Yeah, it's all parallel, man.
What is it? Is that clouds or is it water? I don't even know what that is.
It's literally not.
Clouds over the ocean.
The one I posted is not parallel.
Totally, and it's totally parallel. It's the same as this
No,
picture.
it's not.
So here's what I've noticed about you guys. Whenever there's evidence against you guys, you just say it's fake.
No, it's
So
not
that's-
fake.
no.
It's not fake.
Oh, so
We
it's not
never
fake.
said anything like that, so
okay.
don't
It's not
lie.
parallel, you
I
goof.
apologize. I don't know.
The difference is we look at this and we measure the distance between the tops and the bottoms, and we find, oh, it's not parallel.
That's
You
not
look at
parallel,
things
dude.
that are not parallel and you say, oh, it's parallel, even though there's no reason to assume that.
Well, I see it's parallel. Like you drew
I
like
just literally drew arrows on it. That is not parallel, dude.
drawing, like you're exact. Like, do you think that's what's happening? Like it's like on the start it's wider than on the end.
Yeah.
You're spiraling.
So what the pictures you're posting before, like it's wider on the bottom and shorter. Is that how you say? It's shorter on the top, but on this picture it's upside down.
Kneeling.
Look, what we want is the
Does that make
evidence the rays are parallel.
Sorry.
You
Hey,
can
sorry.
measure it.
Sorry.
What's up?
What do you think? What do you think
image-
of the picture I posted?
Yeah, exactly. That's just an optical illusion.
No, it's
Right.
not.
Just like train tracks. Just like
What,
train
dude,
tracks.
you just said we're saying evidence is fake. You're saying what you see in reality is fake.
So,
Come on, dude. Give me a
train
break.
tracks get converge because they're getting further away from you.
Yeah, they
Yes.
come together into a
This is
point.
coming straight down. It's not getting.
as well.
It's coming straight down from the sky,
away from
dude.
me as well.
So, do you think that like the top part is farther than the bottom part, or something?
Of course. Do you think the sun is like right there in the cloud?
Pay attention to where the light source is coming from those clouds.
Don't ask me a question. Just answer my question.
I answered your question and I said yes, of course.
So, there's a spot on the ground underneath that the cloud, right? Of what Sheepdog just posted. That's 12 miles away. The hole in the cloud's 12 miles away. Why would it diverge?
You mean the cloud? It's 12 miles away.
Why would the rate? I'm just using it. I'm just making up a number. 20
I know,
miles
I know.
doesn't matter.
I know.
The rays are coming straight down. Why would they appear to diverge?
It's not
they're
coming
the same
straight
distance.
down. You're looking straight at the sun. Of course, the rays are.
Thank you very much. They're not coming
forward.
straight down. Exactly. They're not coming
They're
straight
not.
down. Thank you. Yeah, I know.
The
'cause they're not
clouds are
parallel.
blocking the sun from my view. The clouds are blocking the sun from my view. The light rays are going downward to the ground.
Yes, and onto you as well.
And you just said
No,
they're
they're
coming straight
not.
down. Thank you.
The cloud is blocking my view of the sun.
He conceded.
Light
Why are
is
we
not
going
coming
on with
from
this?
my
He
way.
just conceded they're not coming straight down.
How can you difference? How can you difference?
I'm not going along with them. I said they're going to the ground. I didn't say they're going straight down.
Yes, they are going. They're not going straight at your face, but they're still going down. Like what the point
At
where
an
the
angle.
sun rays, the point where the sun rays hit the floor is closer to you than where than the sun is to you. Is that like super unbelievable? Is that something super weird?
We're not claiming the sun is closer than the ground. That's a strong.
No.
We're talking about where the tips of
the difference that the length from you to the sun is the same that the length from you to the spot that the sun rays hit the floor, right?
No, you're just violating the laws of perspective. Things that are going away from you, if they were parallel, would not be diverging. That's what we see in reality with sunlight.
So I have another question. If I look at New York City, listen, if I look at New York City from a distance, do those buildings appear to diverge like this?
No, because it's
okay. Even though the tops are higher than me, right? Tops are higher than me than the bottoms. So if I'm on, say I'm looking at the Chicago skyline. I'm in the middle of Lake Michigan.
Mm-hmm.
You don't see the tops of the buildings converge.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay,
because
these clouds. So we see the light. We see the light right from the bottom of the cloud to the ground. We don't see the sun. We just see the light from the rays from the bottom of the cloud to the ground. It's the same as like a vertical building.
I'll explain to you why. Because the top of the building you're looking at, in the distance from the top of the building and you is essentially the same distance than the bottom of the building to you. It's like I don't know, maybe 20 meters different.
Isn't that what I just said?
The distance, yeah, but the distance from the sun, the source of the light, the source of the.
But we're not seeing all the way the source of the light, though.
Sorry. Let's take the cloud. The distance from the cloud to you and the bottom of the floor to you is like so different. It's so different.
Yeah. So instead of 2,000 feet, it's 5,000 feet, and that's why we see this, right? So if we made a city of 5,000 story buildings, we would see the tops of the buildings converge to the top.
But the light is not coming from the cloud. It's passing through the cloud. No.
That's right. It's passing through the cloud, and it appears to spread out.
Yeah, it's coming from the sun, but it's coming through the clouds.
Yeah, it's going through the clouds. But what does it matter?
Observation says that the lights appear to diverge. There's no evidence that they're parallel. Period.
I just posted a picture that's evidence.
They're not parallel, dude. I literally drew arrows on it, dude.
You drew them wrong, and there's plenty of pictures.
How did I draw? Tell me how I drew them wrong. Creations. Okay, now I'm going to actually measure, right? Because I have a little app here. I can actually measure the distance, and that's going to show. I'm going to count the number of pixels, right? The width.
All right.
Of one side, of the left side, and compare it to the right side, and they're not going to be the same number of pixels apart.
Okay.
You know that. You're just bullshitting at this point.
No, you cannot do that exact math with the picture because the shadow has a width. What point? If you want to pick and choose which point of the shadow you want to measure from, yeah, it's gonna be different.
He's pinning his globe hopes on this picture right here.
He just said it's going to be different, so it's not going to be parallel, and he just destroyed his own point.
It's an accepted fact that you want to deny that sun rays are parallel. Like
that's an accepted
We're not denying it. You have no evidence.
I just gave you one, and you didn't. You just put your fingers in your ears. And
you gave us evidence that they were not parallel, and then you admitted that they were different. So you admit that they are not parallel. You just destroyed your own argument.
I don't have no idea who you're talking about. That's not me.
Are you having hallucinations?
I gave you evidence.
There's a 32 pixel
your answer is just put your fingers in your ears and show.
No. You're just trying to cope and project, dude. Okay, that's all you're trying to do. There's a 32 pixel difference between the thickest part of that shadow. I'm talking about all the shadows. Right? So the whole clouds are casting a shadow. So there's a shadow, light, shadow, light. So it's basically like 3 stripes. I measured the entire width. There's a 32 pixel difference between the thickest part and the thinnest part.
You cannot measure a shadow like that. A shadow has like how do you say frame? No, that's not the word. Spectrum.
So what are we doing by looking at it?
The spectrum from when you start to see it and when you finish seeing it.
So let me get this right. We can't measure it. We can't measure it objectively. So we're supposed to just look at it and go with our feelings.
Yes. It's not. It's definitely. It doesn't diverge.
Dude, shut up. Dude,
it definitely doesn't diverge as much as you put on in the picture with the sun in the clouds. Like the difference between divergence in the picture with the sun in the clouds and the ones that I gave you are totally different.
The fact remains, the picture you posted, they're not parallel. No matter what you say, they're not subjectively parallel. They don't look parallel, and they don't measure to be parallel. Not objectively or subjectively. They're not evidence of parallel rays. It's not because I say so. It's because it is.
All right. Okay.
It's the way
I'm not going to argue with you on that. Like, I'm not going to argue.
You see that admitted by you.
What?
There's nothing to argue. It's even admitted by you. Stop
like
it.
Arguing the Atlantic Ocean is not liquid water, man. It's fucking idiotic.
All right. Do you know what an ad hominem is?
No. Actually, I do know what ad hominem is, but I didn't use that. I said your argument is idiotic.
Yeah, well, the same
And
thing.
also, an ad hominem is when I insult you when I disparage you personally to prove a proposition. Just insulting you is just an insult.
Instead of arguing
or avoid an
I
argument.
didn't use it to prove anything.
All right, you want to move
He
on?
already proved you wrong. You already admitted it, so he can call you an idiot all day if he wants to.
Yeah,
that
you
would just
can
be an
call
insult.
people what you want. It's a free country.
Just to pin a tail on this donkey. Not only did you provide no evidence for parallel rays, we provide affirmative evidence disproving parallel rays.
What, the optical illusions?
No, the bike and the stick, dude.
Oh, I'm telling you, it's not an exact experiment. There's a width on the shadow, and there's a width on the rulers that dude used. So if it turns the thing just a little bit, then it gets messed up.
You would see the angle if it were turned. You don't see it turn.
So here's the funny part. The two sticks in the picture I posted, they're more parallel than your fucking cloud shadows.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not saying they aren't.
Dude, you're killing me. You're killing me.
What
dude.
are you saying, dude? What are you saying?
I'm saying that he turned that the whole contraption is just a little bit turned. That's why you get
it. Isn't
and the shadow would fall on the stick, dude.
What?
It's really simple. The shadow would not fall on the stick.
It would because there's a width.
No, if he turns it too much, the shadow doesn't fall on the stick. And if he turns it just a little bit like you're saying, if he turns it just a little bit like you're saying, you would see that the angle of the shadow relative to the stick itself would be skewed, and you could be able to point at that and say, "See, I have evidence for this," but you can't because you're just a loser who has nothing.
Yeah, just keep on with the atoms, man. I love it.
Oh no, that's just a fact. Like you have proven nothing so far. I'm just asking you to try to point at something to try to validate your claims instead of just making baseless claims. That's what a loser does.
Exactly. The picture that you just posted with the picture that they posted with the rulers. There's an angle between the green line and the white ruler. Like there's the angle right there. Like, I don't know what you're talking about. Whatever. We can talk about something else.
That was probably the orientation of the camera, but
yeah, it's crazy.
That's what I'm telling you. There's an angle. Like if you turn
the
that
orientation of the camera doesn't affect where the shadow is cast. The orientation of the camera doesn't affect where the shadow is cast.
No, I'm telling you that the orientation of the camera shows that there can be like a little angle difference that you don't know. Like,
no, you got to look at the shadow relative to the stick.
If you turn that contraption just like, I don't know, 2 degrees, the shadows are going to fall in different places and there's still going to be a shadow on the sticks.
I might regret this, but
you're out of your goddamn mind, dude.
How is this picture an optical illusion?
Why are you talking about the sticks? I didn't want to. You brought the sticks up. I'm not
because
defending.
We're bringing up affirmative evidence, dude.
Also, we didn't bring it up. You brought up sticks and shadows first.
Yeah,
don't confuse things.
What I brought was that you cannot reproduce the Aristotle's experiment with parallel rays.
We can, and we showed you that the rays are parallel.
With the local
area, you know it. So in China, they did the exact same thing and assumed the flat Earth at the same time Eratosthenes did it, and there's published papers on it.
I'm sure they did, but they were wrong.
Hey, just claim it. They were wrong because I said so.
I'm telling you, because you cannot reproduce the thing that he did with parallel rays. That's
not
it.
at all. I think you're
There aren't parallel rays. We disproved the parallel rays, dude. Like,
don't you guys get bored? Don't you guys get bored about talking about the exact same
thing? With your sea lining? Yeah, we kind of get bored with it, yeah.
Yeah, we can talk about something else. Let's talk about gravity. You wanna?
Oh, boy. Yeah, if you really want to.
Let's talk about curvature.
Yeah, all right. If
he thinks gravity proves curvature.
I'm going to put a big if here. If there was gravity, you cannot have a flat Earth. Do you agree?
That's factually wrong.
Fuck.
Nope, no. Factually wrong.
All right.
That's incorrect.
Why am I
hey,
wrong?
let me present you with a different scenario, Saria. If you cannot find any curvature and there is no ball, does that mean that gravity exists?
If you cannot find any curvature and there is no ball, yes, gravity doesn't exist.
Okay.
Welcome to Flat Earth, sir.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Right.
Show us the curvature.
What I'm saying is that if there was gravity the way we know it, you cannot have a flat Earth. You have to have a ball Earth because by the laws of gravity, something as massive as the Earth would collapse
Gravity's
into
not a
ball.
law; it's a theory.
Laws of gravity.
I'm saying if. I'm saying if. I'm not saying gravity.
If, but that's actually wrong, though. I know they teach that in
wrong?
school. Wrong.
Why is it wrong? Why is it wrong?
Gravity's not a law.
Because the theory of gravity is every particle attracts every other particle inversely proportional to the square of the distance. And they've run that in simulation, and it doesn't become a ball. They make a computer simulation, and they apply Newton's inverse square law to every single particle in the simulation, and let it run in time, and then it all coalesces together, and it doesn't form a ball, dude.
Like I have never heard of that in my life. Like every single massive thing. You don't even need to know anything about anything to know this. Like every single thing, you look at the sky and everything like as big as the moon is a ball. Because of gravity.
Okay. So what's your evidence those things are balls?
My eyes. I can look at it with a telescope and see it's a ball.
Yeah, so a telescope's a binocular. You can't see in 3 dimensions with a telescope. So what's your evidence it's a ball?
What do you mean? Like
it's a binocular.
You cannot see
in order to see something in depth, with depth, you have to have stereoscopic vision.
That is not true. If you close one eye, you can close one eye right now, and you can still see things in 3D. In 3D, that's dumb. What you just say is just dumb.
No, you can't, dude.
You're just probably false, little guy.
Dude, are you out of your fucking mind?
Wait. You saying that if you close one eye, you cannot see in 3D?
You can't tell how. No, you can't. So you can. No.
I agree with you when you say you cannot like measure how far away things.
So there are other.
There are eyes. But you know, like the difference between a picture and a TV when you have just one eye, right?
What are you talking about?
You can tell the difference between a shoe and a picture of a shoe when you just have one eye, right?
No.
All right.
There's other things that tell you it's a picture of a shoe. Namely, dude, it's well known that you need stereoscopic vision to see in 3D. Called stereopsis.
You're just denying reality. Like
no, that's what you're doing.
That's actually what you're doing.
If you're telling someone that, hey, look, if you drink water, you stop being thirsty.
I have an idea. I have an idea.
How do you argue with that?
Play any sports? You play any sports?
Yeah, I play basketball from time to time.
Okay. Put a patch over your eye and try to shoot some baskets.
Yeah, I would suck. I agree with you.
Why would you suck? Because you don't have
when you have just one eye. I agree. When you have like one eye, your depth perception goes to shit. But that doesn't mean that you cannot tell the difference between a picture and something that's 3D. That's just bonkers that you would ever say that. Who says that?
Dude, because the moon appears as a circle. You don't see the sides. You don't see the edges. The planets, they all appear as circles. They don't appear 3D. They don't appear as spheres. You claiming they do is utter nonsense. And you know it's nonsense.
I don't know how to talk to you, man. You beat me. Yeah, you win. I don't know how to talk to you.
There's nothing to beat because you're like most people. You think because of mental conditioning, you think when you look up in the sky, you see a bunch of balls. When an accurate description is, you see a circle. That's why they call the sun the disk of the sun. And they say the disk of the moon. That's how it's referred to in the scientific literature because that's what you see. You don't see it in 3
You understand that you saying, "Hey, this is why this has this name." It's just a non-argument, right?
It's a description. It's a description of what it looks like.
Is a plane like a sheet of paper? No, is a plane like an airplane? Is not a plane. Like it's not a description. It's just a word. Like the fact that something has a word that it's how you call it, that doesn't say anything about that thing.
They call it the disk of the sun because that's what it looks like.
Okay, so whatever. That's not an argument for anything.
Listen, when you look at something in the sky, all you see is a circle. You don't see depth. That's a fact. It's not even arguable. The fact you're even trying to argue it is just retarded. Okay? Period. Because you want to use the non sequitur. Oh, if the planets are spheres, then the Earth must be a sphere. Even if they were, it wouldn't prove the Earth is a sphere because it doesn't logically follow from the premise. And I'll tell you why it doesn't logically follow.
I know. I
because
agree
you
with
can
you
look
there.
in the sky and see planets, right? And there's nothing you can observe by looking at a planet that you observe with the Earth.
I agree with
So
you there.
why would you
I
think
agree
they're the
that
same?
looking at other planets doesn't say anything about the shape of the Earth. I agree.
So then, like, why'd you bring it up? I
brought it up because I was talking about gravity, and I was telling you that anything that is as massive as the Earth, under under what we know about gravity,
what we know,
as massive as the Earth cannot be a plane because it just collapsed into a ball.
Tell me the last time gravity was observed to form a sphere.
I don't know. You can probably look it up. You can probably look it up. Like, yeah. I don't know. Like
no one's ever observed the planet form, right?
We can. This is what you're doing.
Just break it down. What would the evidence be? It would either be observation, experiment, and the weakest form of evidence would be maybe a predictive model. But then you'd have to verify the model in some respects. Let's go with observation. No, we don't have that. Do we have an experiment? No, we don't have that. Do we have a physics model that predicts it? No, we don't have that because I already covered that.
We do have experiments.
We have an experiment showing gravity forms things into a ball.
No, we don't have that. You're right about that.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
But we do have experiments that what do you say? I'm sorry, I forget the words. We do have experiments that prove gravity exists.
Hey, I got a question for you. Real quick question. Is the shape of the Earth, is that a science issue or is it a math issue?
Science issue or those are related. You cannot do one without the other.
Yeah, you can. You can do math without. You can do
that's
both
like
without
saying,
the other.
is your body a heart issue or a lung issue? Like it's related stuff like that.
Give me the formula for germ theory, then.
What?
Give me the formula of the math for germ theory. If I can't do science without mathematics,
I am certain that there's math that describes germ behavior. I'm certain of it.
No, there isn't. Anyway, moving on. Let's get back to the gravity.
Let's move on.
So there's experiments that prove gravity exists. Well, guess what? Even if there were, it doesn't logically follow that the Earth would be a sphere. You don't have an observation. You don't have a physics model that predicts it, and you don't have an experiment.
Okay. I see. But you understand.
Yeah, and I don't understand what your evidence gravity exists. I don't even know what that means.
I understand. That you or I understand.
What are you talking about?
There is no experiments to prove that gravity collapses things into a ball that you or I understand.
No, it doesn't exist.
They don't exist.
Well, somebody can say it exists, and if they explain it to you and you don't understand it, then what you can do is say, I don't understand this.
No, it doesn't exist, dude.
You go find it, and you try to explain it. You go find it before you try to claim that it exists, when all of us have tried to find it, and multiple physicists and theoretical physicists and astrophysicists have come in here and tried to explain these things to us, and we have asked for it, and they have told us they don't have it.
Okay. All right. If you say so. I believe you.
Why would you believe it does exist?
Well, I was under the impression that everything like projectile physics and satellite physics and launching physics, like all that is like because we have a very deep understanding of gravity. Like you cannot like shoot a satellite into orbit without knowing about gravity.
Yeah, do you know what would be really cool? Which would make it like impossible to shoot a satellite into orbit?
What?
If you didn't know the radius?
Well, I'm pretty sure there's people that claim to know the radius, and that's why.
Yeah, this guy Eratosthenes thought there was parallel rays.
I totally agree.
Was an infinite distance away.
I totally agree with you that you cannot shoot a satellite into orbit if you don't know the radius of the Earth. But
how do we figure out the radius? How did they figure it out before they did it?
I don't know. I honestly don't know. I'm sure there are ways.
That's the most honest thing you've said so far.
I've been like every time I don't know how to do shit, I open out and say, "Hey, I don't know. Don't ask me about this. I don't know it."
That's the first time you've actually said that, though. Like every other time,
I told you before.
you
don't ask
haven't
me about math
known
because I don't know it.
anything.
I told you that I couldn't prove to you how far away the sun is because I don't know how to do the math for it.
You haven't known anything that you're talking about, and this is the first time you admitted to it.
So let me get this straight. You do know what you're talking about, right?
Yeah, we do.
Yeah.
So you know more than like all the scientists on Earth, right?
Which scientists?
All the astrophysicists. You know more than all of them, right?
The theoretical astrophysicists?
No. There's theoretical physics, and there's like astrophysics. It's like two different fields.
Astrophysics.
Tell me an astrophysics experiment. Just one.
Oh, wait. Don't ask me. Don't answer my question with a question. You know more than them, right?
Well,
I would love
more about what? He probably knows his wife better than me.
More about physics.
It depends.
So is
It depends. Like, listen, people specialize in something.
All right.
Even at the astrophysics level. Even at the astrophysics level, they specialize in stuff. So, pardon me?
Astrophysics studies the physics of the universe.
But they have specializations. So you'll have one astrophysicist that'll deal with the fucking protoplanetary disk model. Then you'll have another astrophysicist that deals with infrared radiation, and another one that deals with X-ray bursts, another one that deals with quasars, another one. That shit doesn't overlap.
Yeah, you know.
So he might know a lot about this one thing, because we've had cosmologists in here. We've talked to PhDs. Fucking dude couldn't even figure out what the fucking beam divergence of a laser was.
Yeah, so you know more. You know more than them, right?
Yeah. In this particular instance I'm talking about, yeah, we did.
All right, okay. Just wanted to.
And he had a PhD in cosmology.
All right, okay.
Which is basically astrophysics with some extra speculation sprinkled onto it.
Well, what makes an physicist know more than any person on Earth about those things up there? You think these guys go up there and study up there? No, they use math.
It's
all theoretical.
They use math. They use science, like the thing that we use to know the truth about the world.
And that's why I asked you what experiment they did. Okay, that's why I started there. Because now you're like, they use science. They don't use any science.
Can you explain what the scientific method is?
Maybe we can agree on something. Do we agree that science is like a good tool?
Do you know what science is?
To find out about things?
Do you know what science is?
Yeah, well, it's a tool to find out about the world, about the world around us.
How do you do the scientific method? What's the scientific method?
Oh, I know there's a bunch of steps that I don't know them all by memory, but I know like what is like.
In other words, he doesn't know
theory, and then you have to like do
you don't know.
You can't say science. If you don't know what science is, you can't say where you use science because you don't even know what science is.
Daria,
admittedly,
hold on a second, guys. Daria, do you know who Michio Kaku is?
Oh,
he's a famous astrophysicist. He's on TV, all that shit.
Is this the Chinese guy?
Yeah, the Chinese guy. He's Japanese, as a matter of fact.
White hair?
Yeah, white hair.
Yeah, the Asian guy with white hair. Yeah, I know him.
So do you know what he says about his astrophysics? He says nobody in his field uses the scientific method.
All right, okay.
So
no, it's not okay, dude.
But you just said it's science, and they're using science, and you're asking us if we know more than them. Know more than them about what? Science? You're not doing any science.
I would believe that astrophysicists don't use the full scientific method. I would agree with that.
You have no idea of what they're using or not. The full science that they're not using. Though you sound like you know what you're talking about, Saria. You don't know absolutely jack.
Do I sound like
nothing?
That? Oh,
yeah, you absolutely. You sound like a freaking.
You sound like a drowning man. That's you sound like.
You're circling the drain at light speed and you don't even know it, dude. You're just like, you're saying shit and expecting like this critical thinking group to indulge you farther, but you haven't even provided evidence that you know that the geometric shape of the earth is proven and by what method it's proven with. So I'm going to take you, no, nothing, dude. Listen, I've asked you this from the beginning. You've been on this server for a while and you haven't provided any evidence of anything. So you're just rambling at this point. Everybody's asking you things and you keep saying, well, I don't know much about this, but I know that this. You don't know shit. And so basically you just want to sound intelligent, which you don't really sound anything at all. So I have to take you down a lot of pegs because right now You think that you know something that you have no knowledge on. So geometric shape of the Earth, how was that proven? Do you know?
Yeah, I can show you. Okay, I'm gonna post you another picture.
Post a picture?
Yeah.
What's with you in pictures, dude? Like,
it's easy
some more
to
clouds.
explain-
Some more
it's easy
clouds.
to
Yeah.
explain my
okay,
point.
is that measured? Is that measuring the shape of the Earth? The geometric shape of the Earth.
Well, it's not
How?
measuring. It's not
How?
measuring.
Well, then why is that? Why is that? Why you? Why? No, I don't care. I don't care. I want measurement. I want measurements of the shape of the. I don't give a shit about your damn idiot pictures. Who cares if you put pictures of it? I want to know how the Earth was measured to have curvature. How was it measured?
Cannot have a civil conversation.
How was it measured? How is the measurement of the curvature done? Yeah, but he's not telling us the measurement of the Earth's curvature.
I know, but that's not. I don't think he's here for that. Do you know that Dolph Lundgren? Do you know that Dolph Lundgren is smarter than Bill Nye the Science Guy? He's got a chemistry degree.
Let's let Miggy. Let's let Miggy keep going here.
No, I want to get a compromise, right? So, Steria.
Yeah.
If I can debunk this in under 30 seconds, the picture you posted, will you answer Miggy's question?
Yeah.
Okay. The top of Mount Rainier is above the clouds, and it's casting its shadow on top of them. We got pictures of it from being on top of it.
Well,
the peak of Mount Rainier is above the cloud, right? So the sun is shining at the peak of Mount Rainier, and its shadow, the shadow of the peak.
If you zoom in on the picture that I posted, you can see that there's light between the clouds and the peak of the mountain. So that's not true what you just said.
You freaking sophist, dude. Yeah, I know sophists like you. So
let me try mine.
Go right back to no, because his toes aren't burning yet, Bong, and they need to be.
I'll burn it. I'll burn it real quick.
Like I've been on this point. No, everybody's like, don't weasel. Let him weasel out of this point. I want him dead on this point. Like he's gonna die on this hill. He's gonna be dead here.
You honestly don't know what the peak of Mount Rainier looks like.
Geometric shape of the Earth.
You don't know what the peak of Mount Rainier. That's Mount Rainier, dude.
What was your question?
You said that there's light in between the peak and the clouds.
Yes, you can zoom in on that.
That's not what the peak of Mount Rainier looks like, dude.
What do you mean? That's not what do you want a picture of the peak?
I know what it looks like. I've seen it 100 times.
Do you want a picture of the peak?
Don't worry.
No,
behind door number 1 is me.
Sphere. I want a picture of flat surfaces on a sphere.
Behind door number 2 is me.
On a sphere? What the? I don't know.
Yeah, on a sphere. Flat surfaces on spheres. What? That doesn't make sense to you?
Not at all. You can have
not at all. Okay, think about it. You're living on a sphere, but it's flat. You got a picture of flat spheres?
So you're moving away from the picture that I said.
I was waiting for Indio. No, I don't give a damn about that picture. Going back to the geometric shape of the Earth.
Exactly what I wanted to hear.
Geometric shape of the Earth. Saria. Yes. Geometric shape of the Earth. Go ahead and bring some evidence for that. I have no idea
how to refute your point, so I'm just gonna ask you something else. Go ahead.
No. So you're admittedly saying that you don't know how to prove the Earth being a globe.
No, I didn't say that.
No, I'm not asking if you said it. I'm asking you to bring the evidence for it.
I just posted you a picture of evidence. What are you?
Where? The geometric shape of the Earth. I want you to realize what evidence looks like to me. Drop over distance measurement. Drop over distance. I'm telling you, Saria. Drop over distance measurement of the geometric shape of the Earth. So, looking at the Earth from the Earth and saying, okay, from where I'm standing to where something in the far distance is, I'm going to measure how much drop there is. So now, can you do that? Because that's how we know the Earth is curving at the set rate that they say that it is. So where is that evidence? Please.
I cannot prove that it's curving at the set rate they say that it is. What I can prove is that it's curving.
So you don't know. So you don't know. You don't.
Wait. Let me answer what you said.
No.
No, you're just gonna talk over me. Fine.
Yes, because of the fact that you didn't provide any evidence.
I can tell you that a basketball is round without telling you how big the basketball is, right?
Do you know can test the basketball.
Yeah, I'm sure you can, but you don't need to know how round
if a ball is big enough,
in order to prove that it's round, right?
Right. You're going to say a basketball is going to look flat, right? If it's big enough. How big does a basketball have to be to start looking flat?
You said that yourself. I'm not saying anything about that. What I'm saying is that you don't know.
If a ball is big enough, it's going to look flat. That's what you're saying, right?
I'm not talking about that. What I'm saying is that one of you is asking me to prove to prove that the Earth is as curved as science says it is. I cannot do that because I don't know the math to do that. What I can prove to you.
So you don't know the Earth is a globe. So you don't know the Earth's a globe. No, so you don't know the Earth's a globe. No, you're not proving anything. You're not proving anything. No, you're not proving anything. You're not. You're a sophist.
What I can prove is that the Earth is.
You're a sophist. Now I'm going to stop you from your parrot. Like, this is what you're doing right now. You're like a broken record. What I can't prove. What I can't prove. No. What you're doing right now is escaping the fact that you're not being held to the standard in which everybody should be. That's finding out the drop over distance measurement. And you haven't provided that, Saria. And that's what you need to do. You and every other glober in the world needs to provide the measurement for the drop over distance. That's what you got to do. And everybody else has to as well. This isn't just for you. This is for everyone. I don't care to see images of things that you claim to be debunking the flat earth. I don't care about that. If you're not bringing evidence for the globe, there is no globe at all, Saria.
Yeah. How about we agree? How about we find some things we can agree on, and then we could talk. Like for instance, the Earth looks and measures flat. We should at least agree on that, because that's what
we agree on. We definitely agree on that.
It looks flat, right? Okay, and it measures flat, right?
Yeah.
Right. So my next question is, have you ever seen a ball with flat surfaces?
I think there's a name for that shape. I don't remember. Like
balls. No, it doesn't exist. It goes against geometry. It goes against logic. Let me finish what I'm saying. A ball, right? For a flat surface on a ball, it's not even geometry. There are no flat surfaces on balls. No matter how big you make the ball, it's never gonna be a plane. A plane will always appear like a plane, and balls will appear like balls. No matter how big, there will always be curvature in respect to that radius.
What you're saying is demonstrably false. There is
no. What you are saying, what Neil deGrasse Tyson is saying, what NASA is saying, is denying science and math and logic. That's what they're. You have to believe that a ball can look flat if it's big enough in order for you to believe that the Earth is a ball. So the first step is to believe a lie, okay? That a ball has flat surfaces on it. Go look it up. Go do your math, man. Ask your math teachers.
There is no such thing.
Look for that locally flat. Look for that locally flat surface, and you're not going to find it. And if you do find it,
a perfect sphere doesn't exist. A perfect sphere doesn't exist. If you take
we're not talking about perfect spheres. I'm talking about eggs. I'm talking about oranges. I'm talking about pears. I'm talking about anything that is curving, right?
The roundest cube
I don't care about perfect spheres. I care about curvature.
You're not going to be able to tell it out.
We're not talking about perfect sphere. Let me ask you a question. Do you think a cue ball is a perfect sphere? Yes or no?
No.
See, that's the problem. See, you're trying to say that it's not perfect sphere. I'm not even saying that. I'm saying it's at least a sphere as a cue ball, right? You agree? Or do you think a cue ball is too perfect of a sphere? What about a bowling ball? Is it at least?
I don't understand your question.
Is it at least as spherical as a bowling ball?
Can you rephrase your question? I'm not sure I understand it.
How spherical? What kind of sphere are we talking about here, right? We're talking about the blue marble, right? Do you agree that the Earth looks like the blue marble? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, that is a sphere, and there's curvature on that sphere. Okay.
Yes.
And what I'm saying is that curvature.
Yes.
Does not have any flat.
What don't we agree on here?
Think about what we do with flat surfaces and how far and how big it is. You'll never find a locally flat, right, where the ruler touches the ball. You'll never find that in the real world. Because the horizon, we see all way beyond the radius. So you do agree that it looks flat.
The size of the Earth escapes your understanding.
Now, this is what we have to agree. One more agreement. One more thing we have to agree on. Wait, let me finish. The last thing we have to agree on is that in order for us to believe the Earth is a ball, We have to look at photos and videos from an agency. Okay, that's the only thing that they can show us, and the only thing we can show each other. So we can agree on these things. Okay, right?
He's muted.
We can agree on these things, right?
Yeah,
It looks flat.
muted him for a second.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just want him to agree with us on some things, right? And then he can't deny those things.
He's not going to.
I agree that it looks flat. I agree
also
that it
want to know what happened to the top of Mount Rainier.
Yeah. Why did you fly past that? I wonder why you just flew past that.
I didn't. I've been posting in the live stream voice text for 20 minutes.
I haven't been looking at the chat. My apologies.
Of course you haven't.
All right. What should I see? The dude's running. What am I looking at on the chat?
No,
I'll just post it. I'll just post it.
Posted it.
So what happened? Where'd the top of the mountain go?
Where? All right. Let me. Is that
what do you mean where?
That Mount Rainier?
You zoom it. You said zoom in, and if you zoom in, right, you see yellow, but you don't see any peak, right? So separation between the shadow and the top of the mountain. It's not a peak that's shaped like this. It's inverted.
Can you understand that there's like the peak is gonna look different depending on where you're looking at it? So what you're
know. That's why I took this.
You're looking like
this is taken on the left. This is listen. That's why I used this picture.
All right,
because it's from the west. It's from the east, and that's where this image was taken from. This image was taken at sunset.
I have no idea.
No,
like
we've already done this before.
How do I know?
That's why I said 30 seconds.
You ain't getting.
How do I know you're not saying that the picture?
Your bullshit sophistry isn't gonna work. Your little magic tricks.
Mount Rainier
so when I give you
the clouds,
when you demand evidence of the shape of the Earth, and I give you a picture, you say it's fake. But when you
said that, fucktard.
When you give me a picture of a mountain somewhere, and you say it's Mount Rainier, I have to just go with it.
Nobody said it was fake. Stop making up straw man.
This image has been around since 2017.
It's not fake. It's not fake.
Listen, dude. This image has been around since 2017. It's Mount Rainier.
I know.
Okay. It appears in gizmodo.au/volcanoes hashtag. Mount Rainier is a dormant volcano.
He didn't know it was Mount Rainier, by the way.
I didn't know.
You already said you didn't know it.
What? When did I say that?
This ground has been tried over so many times.
That's Mount Rainier, the exact same peak that you see on the picture.
Not from the same direction.
How do you know?
Because I know because I've done this before, like 3-4 years ago. No, this debate about Mount Rainier, this photograph and everything, dude. You're not treading new ground. This is old shit.
I'm giving you. I'm gonna sum up.
Compare the pictures.
There's like 40 videos on YouTube that span over 2 years arguing about this shit.
I'm gonna sum up what happened.
It's also super simple to see that the new picture that you posted, Saria, does not match the silhouette that you're trying to claim it matches. Just match them up. They don't match.
Over the clouds. And then when I say no, there's not a peak over the clouds. You can see light in between the clouds and the peak. You say, well, that's not the peak, so this picture must be fake. And when I give you
he didn't say that.
When I give you a picture of the peak,
the next time
I give you a picture of the peak,
you're gonna get
that
shut the
looks
fuck up.
exactly.
Daria, the next time you say a lie, you're getting banned.
Yeah, I would just like to point out while he's not speaking.
Well, hold on, just one more thing. The word fake has not come out of any of our mouths. It's only come out of your mouth.
Yep.
So cut the shit.
Yeah, if you just compare this latest picture with the picture he claims is the proof, that profile of that mountain does not match at all. So the direction of that latest picture does not match the earlier picture. So he's just trying to lie again.
No, on top of that, he's calling Indio a liar. So that's a great offense in here, man. That's a great offense. If you're calling somebody out as a liar, you better damn well come with your evidence as how he's lying.
Who did I say was a liar?
Indio.
What lie did I say?
No, he said that we said it's fake, but that's actually. We never said it was fake. I never said the photo was fake. Never said anything you presented was fake.
Wasn't that the point of sending me the picture to tell me it is fake because that's not what the peak looks like? I thought that's what you. Why are you sending me the other picture then?
No, I'm saying your interpretation that the frickin' peak is not above the clouds is bullshit, dude.
All right, two things. One, it doesn't matter if the peak is over the clouds or under the clouds. The shadow is still casted under the clouds. So there you go for that. And the second, why are you even posting the other picture if you're not trying to say it's fake?
Fucking brain dead. Okay, if the peak is above the clouds, the shadow is cast on the top of the clouds, right? So the clouds underneath it, when you're looking from below, those are darker than the surrounding clouds.
But that's not what you see. You see the shadow under the clouds.
Fucking Christ! I just want to show you.
Undeniably, what you're seeing in the picture.
You're a fucking goofball or something, man.
Well,
what happened to your microphone, dude?
I love the ad-homs, man. Love it.
Dude, goofball is like the nicest thing I can call you.
Yeah, it's still an ad-hom. you can keep doing it. I love it.
You don't know what that word
ready for some more.
It's not.
Point that you don't have any other arguments other than you.
No, it doesn't.
But anyways, what you're seeing in the picture is you're seeing obviously the cloud beneath under the shadows. It doesn't matter where the peak is. I don't even know why you're talking about it, but whatever.
I know you don't because you don't have the capacity.
The clouds are not transparent. The clouds are not transparent. Like, even if you were to,
they are translucent, right?
What?
They're translucent, though, right?
I have never seen in my life shadows over a cloud that you can like tell from the bottom. Never in my life I have seen that. I don't know if that's a thing. You can tell when there's shadow on top of a cloud from the bottom. That's not a thing.
How would you know that?
I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you a picture. So
all right. Show me.
I got to find it. There's a bunch of videos I got to go through because there's fucking.
All right.
Like I said, this has been done over and over and over again.
Sure, I'm sure it has.
Yeah, this Mount Rainier argument. This Mount Rainier argument is utter bullshit, dude. And it's your bullshit of not being able to have evidence that the Earth, dude. Yeah, because you're not displaying that you have any evidence for the curvature of the Earth measurement.
Good argument.
Good argument, dude. That's a standard. That's a standard.
It's bullshit because
that's a standard. So you're gonna bring stupid things like, well, look at my teddy bear. Earth's a globe. Look at the clouds under Mount Rainier. Earth's a globe. You're just like a dumb fool. You don't have no evidence of drop over distance measurement.
The sun being lower than
no evidence. No evidence of drop over distance measurement whatsoever.
That wouldn't be evidence there's a globe either. Even if it
it is.
No.
Just because you say so? Who's using this as using this? No, Saria, who's using this as a standard for evidence for the Earth being a globe?
Let me explain to you
who's using it. I'm not saying why it's evidence. I'm saying what science communicator is using this as evidence of the Earth being a globe? What science? Point to the
science communicators.
Well, then why are you doing it? Because you're just taking pictures of something that you don't have no knowledge.
Because it's
good enough for you. Why? Because you say so? Are you the arbiter of knowledge? You're the arbiter of knowledge.
Using a fallacy that because
you're using the fallacy
about this, then it's wrong.
You're saying I got a picture of Mount Rainier. I got a picture of Mount Rainier and the Earth's a globe. And we're like, bullshit, dude. Provide the evidence that drop over distance is giving us that understanding. And you're saying, but my picture of Mount Rainier. And I'm like, I don't give a shit about a mountain. I want to know how drop over distance is measuring the curvature of the Earth. And you haven't that. You don't got any of that evidence. So you can throw as many pictures as you want.
By that logic, evidence for anything doesn't exist because...
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm asking you for the standard.
I'm giving you like...
This isn't standard.
Prove to me that water is good for your health. Well, there's people that have died from not drinking water. And then you tell me, well, the fact that they died and they didn't drink water is not evidence.
No, shut up.
Oh my God.
No, shut up. Shut up. Drop over distance
measurement. For things.
No, Saria.
You cannot deny that.
Saria, drop over distance measurement is a standard. The standard for everybody that comes in here needs to provide how we know the Earth is curving at the set rate that they say that it is. And you claiming that you have no knowledge on that and saying, well, I don't know, I'm not a scientist, it's not going to get you out of the hot water that you're in right now. So you're not getting away from this, and I'm not going to let you go. I will keep you here with a drop over distance measurement, and I'll keep pounding away until you give in and give up.
How to measure it, and I'll keep saying I don't know how to measure it. And
well,
then
you better get your ass somewhere to
know how to measure it.
Because I don't want to see pictures anymore of dinosaurs.
Why do I need to know how to measure it?
Anything.
Why do I need to know how to measure it?
Because if you don't know that the Earth is curving at the set rate that it is, then it's not a globe.
No,
wow, that was interesting.
That's wrong. I can prove to you that.
No, you cannot. No, you cannot. Look at Indio's latest picture.
Yeah, look in the live stream voice text. Right. So
it's very challenging to make so many points at the same time.
Yeah. Just scroll up. Okay, stop.
All right, reality Glovers. Is that what I'm looking at?
I'll just fucking post it again, dude, because you're not fucking
reality Glovers. Is that it? No.
No.
All right.
Right there.
Okay. Yes. What about it?
So you see two images are here, right?
Yes.
Your image and the other image from on top of the mountain.
Yes.
So you think that if you're underneath these clouds, those clouds that the shadows being cast on from on top is going to be bright.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What an idiot!
It's going to be lit up. It's going to be lit up.
It's understanding what I'm saying.
Stop fucking talking, dude.
I agree with you, bro.
And now you're trying to filibuster, dude. That's all you're trying to do now. You know goddamn well that if you're underneath these clouds, where the shadow's being cast, it's going to be dark clouds there. But beside it, where the shadow isn't, it's going to be lighter clouds there. Same as the other image. And the reason why the reason why they converge on the mountain and they converge going away from the top of the mountain is because of perspective.
You know, the thing that we tried to teach you about earlier when you were telling us railroad tracks will actually diverge and appear to become larger the further they are away from you, that's retarded.
Everything is laid out for you there in picture format so you can understand nuts. So now let's get back to drop over distance.
Yeah, so here's the funny part, Miggy, before you start.
Yeah, go ahead.
How would this even prove the Earth is the globe? How would your image, this mountain image, prove the Earth is a globe? Because you have to say,
why do you ask the same question 5 times, man? I don't understand it.
You can't get it to your damn head, dude. That's why.
I want to ask you. You said you presented evidence.
All right.
How does this image explain it to us? Like we're 5. How does your little mountain image prove the Earth is a globe?
All right. So, if we know that the
you fucked up. As soon as you say if, there is no if.
No,
There's no
say 2 words and you interrupt me. Can you shut the hell up for 5 seconds?
To get rid of the word if, because if you can't prove things with an if.
When did I say if?
You started with that. You fucking said it, dude.
I said we know that half. We said half. HALF, not if. Half.
Okay.
We know that half of the Earth is night and the other half is day. We know that. That's
we don't know that.
We don't know that.
It's not even the globe model.
Oh my God.
We're talking about Mount Rainier. Stay on track.
Dude, there are things that play with each other. It's not one isolated thing that we can point ahead.
You use Mount Rainier, idiot.
I'm getting to it.
We'll talk about it now. No, I don't want to get to it. I'll talk about it now.
First of all, that's not.
You cannot shut off for 10 seconds.
No, you're ignorant about your own model. We have to correct you. I'm sorry.
Count 10 seconds and then interrupt me. We know that half the Earth is day and the other half is night. If for that to happen, the sun cannot go under the Earth because then it would be all night. So the only way that the sun is below a mountain is on around Earth.
That's incoherent.
Okay, yeah, so that's fine. First of all, you got your model wrong. In the globe model, more than 50% of the Earth is lit up at a time.
Well, so it's like 51 or like 50.5.
Well, 50 over 50. It's 51 point something of direct sunlight, but as far as illumination, it's something like 64%. Yeah, that's right. 64% illumination. Dude.
That doesn't address.
Now go to Mount Rainier.
Let's get on to the point. I don't see the sun in your image.
It's below that mountain. That's the only way.
How do you know?
How do you know?
How do you know it's below the mountains?
Because it's casting a shadow on the clouds that are above the mountain.
You're assuming.
I'm not assuming. I'm looking at it.
Where's the sun? Where's the sun in the image?
Below the mountain.
Where is the sun in the image? In the image, where is the sun?
The only way
in the image.
Yeah.
In the image area.
Listen, that's why you started with if, because you know that this is speculative.
Okay. Yeah, he said it.
I'm using logic. I'm using
You're
logic.
not using logic.
Bullshit.
Yeah.
You're not using logic. No, you're not.
The only way.
Okay, then give it to us in the form of a logical syllogism. Then
the only way that I can cast a shadow on my roof is if the source of light is below the roof. If the source of light was above my roof, then it couldn't cast a shadow below the roof.
That is
so
not
the sun
true.
is below the clouds.
Listen, what if the source of light was above your roof and your house was sitting on a mirror?
Yeah, that would work. Is
that would work.
Sitting on a mirror?
So this is this is a eastward facing photo or westward facing photo. What's on the western side of Mount Rainier?
Some water, I think.
Yeah, the Pacific fucking Ocean. What happens when light strikes water at an angle greater than 20 degrees?
And reflects.
It reflects.
I think that's what you want me to say, right? Reflects.
Yeah, it reflects.
You're talking about logical.
Do you have
I just
anything?
gave you not just plausible. Assuming this peak is not above the clouds, which it is, but let's just say it's not. There is an alternative explanation. That sunlight's reflecting off the Pacific Ocean, and the reflected light off the ocean is casting a shadow up.
Do you have any evidence where that has ever happened ever? Like anything above the clouds casting a shadow onto the clouds?
Listen, this is your evidence. So if you're asking for something like that, then you haven't looked at all the answers yet.
Have I seen a shadow casted up?
No. Have you ever seen a shadow casted on the bottom of the clouds while the sun is above the clouds? Have that ever? Not you personally. Has anyone ever seen that?
This picture right here. That's the evidence. This picture is.
Well, that's what you say.
Well, according to you, that's a valid evidence.
I'm using your logic, dude. I'm using your logic.
I'm telling you what I'm saying.
So it's almost like you can't draw conclusions about it. Amazing.
Yeah, you can. You can draw the conclusion that because the shadow is on the bottom.
Where's the sun at? Where's the sun? Where's the sun in the image?
Light reflecting off the Pacific Ocean. And
that's not a valid argument. If you were to hey, that's not a valid argument because we have seen that when the sun is above the clouds, you can still cast a shadow below it. And
where is the sun in the image of Mount Rainier? Where is it?
Hey, that's not a good argument, but no one.
Where is the sun in the image of Mount Rainier? You don't want to answer this, do you? Saria, I'm gonna have to mute you because you're not listening. The sun, where is it in the image of Mount Rainier? Point to it. Draw a circle on it and then put it in the chat. Where's the sun?
Why are you saying never in the history of man have we observed this? That's what the photograph is.
No.
No. Yes, it is.
Bro,
that's what that is. I'm saying. That the photograph is evidence of my claim, and my claim is the evidence of the photograph. Saria, I'm using your logic.
Yeah, he's using your logic. That's what you're doing right now. What he's doing, that's what you're doing.
I'm using your logic. Dude, no, I'm using your logic.
When you can only speak.
Logic.
Can I speak? Can I speak now?
Yeah, when you acknowledge that we're using the same form of logic.
No, we're not. Can I explain why?
Oh, bullshit. No.
All right.
Because you have to admit that that's the same logic. Because you don't know where the freaking sun is. Where's the sun? If you understood where it was, and then you could say, well, look, the sun's right here, but you don't even know where the sun is in the image, do you?
The sun is below the mountain casting a shadow up. What's your evidence of that? The picture. Yep. The sun is reflecting off the water.
The evidence for it.
Light is bouncing off the water and casting a shadow up. What's your evidence for that? The picture.
The evidence for it is that
the fucking stupid thing you're doing.
Yep.
Sorry, you know it's true. Below the clouds. That's it. That's the only evidence you need. If anyone anyone ever in the history of humanity has a picture of the sun with a shadow below the clouds, then I would say, hey, this is a dumb thing.
You showed us to us. What are you talking about?
Showed us.
No, you cannot see the sun there.
There you go. There you go. There you go. Thank you for saying.
So you don't have any proof then. Thank you for arguing for us.
You are claiming like this. Pictures like this have been
shot
taken
yourself in the
many
foot.
times. Pictures like this have been taken many times, where the sun is casting
like
shadows
4 of
up
them, so many times.
Now, if you have evidence to prove that something else is possible that can make this happen, then I would gladly.
He just gave it to you. You weren't listening.
Making things up. You might as well
That's
just say
what you're doing. You're doing that
you might as
shit.
well just say God is below the mountain, flashing it with a flashlight.
No.
Oh shit!
So I gave you.
That's a really curious thing as well. You like demand super precise proof for every single thing in the world, but yet you believe in God, which is like mind blowing.
Shut up, dude.
The thing that has the least evidence forever.
That is just an incoherent red herring. He's trying to run from the point.
Yeah, I know he is. He knows where he fucked up.
Yeah.
Where did I fuck up? Let me know.
When you started
made a
speaking to
claim.
the server?
You showed this picture's evidence for your claim. I made a claim.
And I'm explaining to you why.
For the claim.
And instead, I explained to you why. But instead of telling me why it's not evidence for the globe, you're telling me, hey, this magic thing.
Shut up, dude.
I didn't say anything.
Shut up.
That. 50 straw mans. Is that the best you can do for real? Is straw man?
That's what you just did, man.
No, that's not what I said. I didn't say anything about magic. I didn't say anything about fake. I didn't say anything about that. I made a claim. I said your picture is the evidence for my claim. You made a claim. You said the picture is the evidence for your claim. There's no difference between what either of us said. Sorry, you can't deal with that.
It could happen.
They're equally valid.
Otherwise.
Or invalid.
Then you say, show me where it ever happened. The picture is the evidence that it happened.
No.
That's what you're doing. That's what you're doing.
You're telling me something is happening because you think that's something that can be explained in this picture, but
that's
the reality
what you're doing, idiot.
No, it's not.
It is.
If you see, all right, let me explain. If you see a car, if you see a car on the street that is blown up, why do you think that happened?
Shut up with your damn analogy. Shut up with your damn analogy.
Could be gasoline. Could be gasoline leak. Could be fucking hand grenade, nuclear bomb. Fucking I don't know,
dude.
Irrelevant. Non sequitur.
Yeah, with your stupid analogies, dude. Stick to the actual point, which is your demonstration of this idiotic picture.
Like little children.
Idiotic. Shut up, Saria. You don't know what you're saying, dude.
Bro. And you're just butthurt and just saying gibberish and nonsense at this point. You're just fucking embarrassing yourself.
Really?
I am so embarrassed. Like this is.
You should be, man.
You should be. You're freaking.
How many people are watching me?
Postnatal abortion. They call that murder. So.
Well, if you're not embarrassed, then you're shameless, and I don't think that's better.
Good point. Good point.
Well, getting schooled by flat earthers, it should be pretty embarrassing, right?
He's like, the sun's beneath the clouds. Okay, where's the sun in the image? I don't know where it is.
Listen, Miggy asked him for measurements, and this is what we get. And this is trash. Sorry, it's fucking trash. That's why we asked for measurements, so that we're not dealing with things like interpretation or subjective interpretation of an image. Oh, I looked at the image. I can't see the sun. So I'm going to make up a story which supports where I think the sun must be. You're going to do it. I do it. So it's subjective nonsense. That's why we want objective, empirical measurements of curvature that matches the claimed radius. Pretty fucking simple. And there's a good goddamn reason we're demanding it.
Yep. The weird thing is that you did the same thing to him, and he didn't like it when you did it to him. He's like, well, you can't do that. Bullshit. That's what you're doing, freaking idiot. That's exactly what you're doing in this chat right now. And then you start going to your stupid analogies. Well, if I look at a car and it's burning and I don't know what's the cause of that. It's like, shut the hell up, bro. Like, all we're asking you to do is bring the standard of evidence, which is drop over distance measurement. And if you don't got that, you ain't got shit. All you got is your verbal diarrhea, which is you're displaying right now, which we need to clean up on aisle 3 right now because it's everywhere. And so all we got to do is a simple bit of cleanup, and then we're off back to maybe asking somebody else to talk.
To use his analogy of the blowing up of the car, he's here telling us that it specifically happened in one way, and we're like, well, there could be other ways. And like look at the totality of the evidence, and he's like, no, it has to be this way because I believe it.
Oh shit. Saria, yeah.
These guys are making a mockery of their religion. It's not helping. Whatever you're trying to do, Saria, it's not helping.
Anybody want to talk to Roji?
Hell yeah. Roji, you there? Does he have any roles?
Yeah, I'm just playing a game while listening to this.
Playing a game?
What did you think of this conversation, Roji?
Yeah.
I didn't focus much, honestly, but I was here yesterday, and I heard some very good points. I just wanted to ask a question. I'm sure it had been asked before, but when I Googled it, as you know, like when you Google anything about flat Earth, the whole feed is just why is it wrong? And I know I can't find what I'm looking for, so I have to ask people.
Right, so just to say, why are you Googling that, retard?
Yeah. So how does the eclipse happen on a flat Earth model? That's what I want to know.
How does
which eclipse?
Like
solar, lunar.
When the Earth's shadow comes on the moon.
Supposedly,
like
allegedly.
Yeah. Allegedly, I understand, but like,
well,
okay.
Well, here I think I can speak for the whole panel that we don't know what's going on with the Illuminaries. The one thing we can tell, and I can tell you personally, like I wasn't there, but here's what I've gathered is that the Mayans and the Aztecs, people like that, actually used elevation angles from the horizontal to predict eclipses, and NASA uses those Saros cycles still to this day.
Yeah, so basically the phenomena is separate from the geometric shape claim. Does that make sense, Roji? The geometric shape claim has nothing to do with the phenomena that's taking place in the sky. So solar or lunar eclipses have nothing to do with anything to do with the shape of the Earth. Yeah. But there are assumptions that are asserted when somebody's talking about heliocentric nonsense, Earth covering the shadow of covering the moon and all that. So you get like this kind of story about it, but it's separate actually. The phenomenon is separate from the shape claim. So the evidence for the Earth being what it is has nothing to do with the phenomena in the sky. I mean, we could talk about like the predictability because of the post-dictability, because they've been happening on certain cycles, and because they've already happened, they're calculated to happen again at a specific time. So there are times at which they take place, and the way it looks in the sky to us, that's all something that can be separate from like what you think you're standing on.
No. I understand. So he was saying you can predict when it's going to happen without using the globe.
Like a heliocentric.
I understand.
It's actually a post-diction.
It's a post-diction, yeah.
Mm-hmm. So it's because we already knew they were coming around. They were going to be at that same exact location in the sky. But there's this whole thing that's been passed along with this globe model is it's like a religion in that way, as far as everybody has this idea that they can tell what's going on the ground beneath them by looking up at the lights in the sky, which couldn't be more ludicrous.
Mm-hmm. But like, my question is, so you can predict it on a flat Earth, but you can't explain how it happens on a flat Earth.
Yeah, let's just say the phenomena that takes place is cyclical in nature and can be predicted because of their post-dictions, because they've already happened. So they're known to have repeated cycles, right? But it doesn't have anything to do with the Earth's shape. So we don't need to like involve a ball flying through space, kind of like to really figure this out. Because like the ancients were doing it before that concept was even derived.
Yeah, I'm aware.
So that's why I'm saying that you don't have to be a ball flying through space in order.
Yeah, I know.
Right. So
I'm not saying you have to be. Yeah. I understand. Yeah. You can explain a lot of things without using gravity, for example, without using a lot of, because, I know it's like a different subject, but as an example, gravity only makes sense if it's a globe. If you don't have a globe, then gravity is, the explanation of gravity is kind of useless.
Yeah,
I understand that.
The theory, but the little g or the effect is what we would say, because the term gravity has been used on both instances of little g and big G. Little g is the effect, and big G is the cause of what they claim to be gravity is on the globe. So big G is, when you say gravity, it's kind of like both. You're saying both little g and big G. So the distinction is the effect is what we notice, but the cause of it is something that is not what they say is understood that they know of. So, but yeah, the phenomena of gravity, the effect is what we can claim. Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's something that you can get an average on if you drop something, just different things.
Yeah. That's like what I'm saying. I know you can explain a lot of things, like why they happen without having a globe. Yeah, it's actually easier to explain it when it's flat than when it's globe. When it's a globe, you have to add a lot of things to make it work. I understand that. I just had a question with the eclipse because I didn't find an explanation. Yeah, like why it doesn't happen exactly.
Yeah, so that you have the heliocentric lore, and the lore, like every good fantasy has, is embellished with like the different ideas of like how the heliocentric, balls flying through space work with the galaxies and quasars and all kinds of other bullshit. And so they filled your head with these ideas that don't have any, like there's problems in them even when they talk about them, right? So they themselves, the rhetoric has problems. So even at that, like they're still struggling to kind of, we don't know. Their way out is like, we can't know, but only a few things in the universe, and they try to say dumb things, right? But it's all built on assumptions and things that they would say are theories and such. So they're not anything verifiable in reality, and they just make it seem that way to people to kind of postulate the understanding that it is a globe and have everybody on the mindset that all they have to do is just tell you that it is, and have people in high standing with academia to kind of solidify that, and then you're good to go, because you don't really have any, like when it comes to the globe, Roji, do you actually question if it is or not? I mean, coming up like as a young person into adulthood, you don't really, right? It's like foregone conclusion. Somebody figured it out. Scientists know what's going on. You don't need to look into it. But like what we're doing in here is kind of like reopening the case. It's like, wait a minute, did anybody ever stop to verify this thing? Who's talking about like the standard of evidence? The standard should be what, the guy Surya that I was asking him that he couldn't provide. And so no globalist can provide is the fact that the drop over distance from like wherever you are to something you see in the far distance, how much drop there should be to measure this curvature that they claim that it is, because they say that there's a radius, a diameter, and circumference because it's an oblate spheroid. So with that being said, then you're able to know a certain drop rate value on the Earth that you're standing on with a specific amount of curvature. So that would obstruct your view from something you would see in the far distance. If that thing you see in the far distance is too far away, that a curvature, the Earth being in the way, would be obstructing your view. So that considered would be the standard. The standard for everyone, like not just you, but for everyone, is to hand over the evidence of who, when, where was the curvature of the Earth measured. And so we go back to primary source. We look through the citations, who said it. And then we go through a demonstration to see how it was done. And then we verify the empirical evidence that the Earth is curving at the set rate that it is. Now, if it doesn't do all of that, then it really isn't curving like they say it is. Because the truth is the truth. It doesn't matter if you stand against it or for it. It's going to remain true no matter what. So if the Earth is curving at the set rate that they claim it is, then there's no, like, even if there were flat Earth people, there wouldn't be the evidence to back it up. Do you know what I mean? So it would stand without a shadow of a doubt that the Earth is curving at the set rate that they say that it is, and none of us would exist. Well, some of us, if there was people just believing that the Earth was flat, but the thing that I'm saying is that like I wouldn't be here because I stand by the truth, whatever the truth is. So if the truth is that it was curving, it would be curving for me, and I would be able to prove that to everybody. But that's not the case. It's the
The most people, it's just a sheep mentality. Oh, the big guys said it is, so it must be true. I understand that.
Yes.
Most people don't actually look into anything. They just take what's the most popular view.
Yeah, what's handed to you like as
understandable.
As a young child, you're given this like understanding that the Earth is what there's just like basic knowledge, right? But we're holding people to what they would say. They ask us a question: what would you guys accept as evidence? And it's always very clear in this server. There isn't anything that we don't ask for that's not specific. So we ask for the very specific drop over distance measurement of the actual curving of the Earth. Now, that is the most important and fundamental and most paramount thing that we ask for. That is the standard of evidence. We don't deviate. It's always that. There's no pictures from Mount Rainier. It's not Star Trail spinning around. It's not anything else. It's drop over distance measurement of the curving of this Earth. And if that isn't provided, then there's an issue with the person who's trying to figure out if it's curving or not, like at the globalist. So the homework for anyone is to go find that out wherever you can and bring back that evidence into the server, because nobody, for as many years as we've been doing this, has been searching high and low through the internet, through libraries, through people, the testimonies of people, anecdotal testimonies, submarines, pilots, like you name it, mariners, everywhere. Nobody has given us that understanding that it's curving at the set rate that they claim that it is. So we don't have what we're asking for on the standard of evidence. So we are right now standing on truth, my friend. The Earth is not curving like they say it is. But you're welcome to try if you'd like. Please, I would invite you to go look as a challenge. Go look to see if you can find anyone who's ever measured the curvature of the Earth. Bring back that evidence in here, and we will discuss it.
No, I understand that. I mean, it's all like you do some mathematical equation, and then you just say, "Oh, it must be that," and then it's
right.
I suppose tested, but some theories are not tested as much as others, and there is a lot of trust that you need to have for those people that tested it.
No, they usually ask you that, right? They usually ask you first before we talk about the globe. You have to accept that it's a globe before we move forward. They'll tell you like as a foundation, you have to accept the Earth being a globe before we can actually have a conversation. At least most of the people that we've spoken to, first of all, Bob the Science Guy, who was a known globalist, came in here was saying that a person just asked me. The person that was in here in the voice call was not a flat earther or globalist. So he was just like, well, I have a question because I'm neither. He's like, I want to know how you figured out that the Earth was a globe. And he told him, he said, I will tell you, but the first thing you have to do is accept the Earth being a globe. That's what he asked. That's before, it was kind of slimy, but that's what he asked him for. And he's like, the guy was like, well, why? Like, why do I have to accept that? But okay, I'll accept it just so you can tell me. Like, and like this is how they do it. You have to believe first before you know the Earth is a globe. And then that's how they work. They don't work on evidence, empirical evidence. They don't do that. Just like why this is our gripe to the world. It's like, guys, wake up. We're doing it for you. We're griping for you. So if you hear us on here and it sounds like we're frustrated and our passion is coming through, it's because we are frustrated. Because nobody's holding anyone accountable for this except for us. And toes need to be starting smelling like they're being burnt because they're being held to the fire. That's what you need to hear on the live stream. When somebody's in here squirming because they don't want to give you the standard of evidence, which is drop over distance measurement. I say it many, many times. And as many times as I say it, it's as many times as they like to skirt around that and say other things. And I like that because I know that they don't want to directly dive into the fact that they don't have any answers for that question.
I do understand the frustration because, like, why do you ask me for evidence for every single thing to support my idea, I'm guessing, but you can't support your own idea. You just see a badge of a scientist and you just take it as it's divine, you know. You never question it. It's just, it is what it is. I understand the frustration.
Yeah, Roji, that's an issue for everyone. Because, like, okay, so if you want to have a critical thinker of any means, right? And, you know, you take a look at it like how you would ask somebody for evidence of anything, right? So if somebody shows you an image and says, just believe me and just trust me, that's like, well, why do I need to trust you if the scientific method is a standard by which I don't have to trust you? It's going to be that something that you provide as like the cause of the effect. We're watching a natural phenomena and we try to figure out the cause of that effect. And then, of course, we have like gas laws and things that you can realize that, you know, when they run under fundamental ways like in nature, then you understand that things happen the way they do and we try to figure them out. And that's kind of like what the scientific method does, right? Observing the cause of the effect, or excuse me, trying to determine the cause of the effect of a phenomena that you see in nature. And, you know, and then so once you see like water boiling at a certain temperature, like at specifically at sea level, right? Then it boils at a specific temperature always at sea level. So you're going to say that doesn't matter where you go at sea level, water will always boil at this temperature. And, you know, cold water, hot water, you know what I mean? Warm water, like you're always going to raise it to a certain level and it'll always go to a certain temperature. And that just happens always, and it'll be something you can guaranteed be working. So we can investigate, right, and know the cause of the effect to certain things. But when it comes to something where they're giving you an understanding of something extra perceptory, like the Earth is moving, you just don't feel it, then that's a grand claim. You're telling me the Earth's moving, but I don't feel it. So now where's the evidence for that? And that's what we're doing. So they're telling you the Earth is curving, you just don't see it. Okay, so how do we figure that out? How, you know, by standard of evidence, right? Drop over distance. Like, let's figure that out, because it should be curving at a set rate if it's a ball. And so that's all we're doing, Roji. It's just putting everything to that standard, and nothing ever comes to be where we're like, okay, we're all agreeing that this standard of evidence has proven that the Earth is curving at that set rate. So, you know, we're at where we're at right now. So
if you think about it, Roji, on every step along your academic journey, the globe model was ramrodded through without any opposition. Never was there a student that raised their hand in opposition to the globe Earth, another teacher, another educator, another scientist. No one ever opposed this model, ever.
That's true.
There was never any debates.
That was frustrating. I mean, my background is Islamic, and I can understand that very, very well, because in our schools, in Islamic places, it just is. You know, you don't ask questions; you have to take it as if, you know, it's just true.
Yeah, no.
So I don't understand.
We do have some Islam friends in here that with you know, also their knowledge of knowing that the Earth isn't curving like they say it is, with the Quran, like having the validity in the text, like also supporting that as well. So it's like they're in here. We have a few of them.
I am not Muslim. That's my background. I'm Christian. But yes, from Islamic perspective, I do know that if you go high up in the, like, I don't know, like sheikhs, you know, they tell you that actually the Earth is flat. It is not round. But we can't say that to common people, because they won't, you know, they'll take it as false. Yeah.
Well, people go crazy because it's very against the status quo, which you're going to get pushback for sure on, you know, just normal conversation. So I think it can be done. You just have to you know, identify the conversation as something moving towards an opportunity to say that. And you just can't just outwardly blurt it out, like just be like, hey, but you guys want to talk about the flat Earth or whatever? You can. I mean, you can. You know the people, but like
some people did try. Like I remember one guy. He's like a very known sheikh. He said, if the Earth is moving, so if I go in a plane and just, you know, stand still in the sky, why China doesn't move towards me? You know what I mean? If I just stay there,
helicopter.
And people were like, "Well, we don't know, but you're just but like they just made him look like a fool, which I didn't appreciate. He has his own ideas.
Yeah. But once again, though, Roji, nobody's holding anybody to an accountability, and what we're doing in here is that everybody who comes in here, we're just like, okay, present your evidence for the Earth being a globe, and do so with because they always ask us the question, what do you want me to do? What can I show you that you'll believe? And so it's like, it's pretty simple, because if the Earth is curving like it would on a ball, then it would demonstrate itself to you, me, and everyone. So we could all verify it, right? So how did you do it? And so if somebody's done it, then they'd be able to tell us, but that's never been the case. That's what we push on. That's all we're asking for. When people ask us, what would you accept as evidence? That right there. That's what we would accept.
Yeah, like there is some theories that are very well known, very tested, like buoyancy, like how does that work? And there's some theories where it's there's a lot of trust involved in them. Same thing like like going in space and such. Well, I mean, I didn't go there. I don't know. Some people did. I don't know them. You know what I mean?
Spoiler, they didn't either.
Yeah, I mean, let's say, for argument's sake, like we see a very convincing things in movies and even video games. So why is it like it's possible that it is fake? I don't know if it's fake or not. I mean, a week ago, from Saudi, by the way, they sent an SMS that we're gonna have our own space program now. I'm like, oh, okay, great, I guess.
Oh, really?
We're gonna go to space like them now. Yeah. So it's like, I didn't see any of it, and
all that means is
thing,
all that means is NASA will allow Saudi Arabia to have a space department now.
Our own studio, I guess, next to you in Russia.
Yeah, you're gonna be like Flatsy Klein said. You're gonna be funding it now from now on. Your tax dollars are gonna go right into that.
Oh, maybe that's why they just added taxes like 5 years ago.
Yeah, you can think of it as a convenient excuse to pull more money from the public and put it into the hands of private entities.
I don't know, man. Like, to me, it doesn't matter because they've been doing these little propaganda clips of people going to space and whatnot, and like just regular like they're okay. So what's the transition that's happening is like, and I've mentioned this before. It's not like astronauts anymore going to space. It's regular people, regular old Joes, like celebrity YouTube icons that have 50 million subscribers. That get chosen to go on a rocket ride, on Jeff Bezos' rocket ride, and go up to space and look down and say, "Wow, Earth looks pretty round up there." So it's like, yeah, but look at their base of fans that they have. It's in the millions, and so they affect a lot of people with their propaganda if they're ever going to say it. So they don't just pick any no-name normal Joe who's just out there who don't know anybody. No, they choose somebody who's got big influence on social media. And so once they do, that person is going to have a rippling effect. So once that person goes into space, then he's going to indoctrinate the youth of the world. And then
that guy on YouTube got famous for like trick basketball shots, right?
Yeah.
Oh, that guy, yeah. I remember.
I just think it's so funny because if you look at, for instance, the Chinese space program, they do not have as sophisticated technology. Their stuff is just generally worse than NASA. And in one instance, pretty recently, they tried to debunk relative density by having a jar with liquid in it, in supposedly zero gravity, sitting on a table. like when you have all these different space programs, what you get is inconsistencies between them, which just doesn't actually help the story. But it does help give the individual nations more, like it goes into the psyche of the nation, of the public. Like, we are in space, like my country.
Yeah, that's another indoctrination side of things. I mean, you could just see it's like pride in your nation doing something that's now you're part of a worldwide community of people going to space, and yeah, it's going to further the agenda for sure.
Which is always what's the point, honestly? Like okay, I spent money, I went to space, hooray. Okay, what the heck am I gonna do now? It's supposedly empty. Like, why am I spending all this money going there? You know, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Well, we're gonna explore. I mean, I don't care. Just build a better roads. You know, that's more important.
It's a method. It's really and I said this many ways, but it's a method of control.
Yeah,
it's controlling. It's control. Like the control method that it has on people is psychological. It's damaging to the mind because it keeps you under the spell of thinking that the Earth is a giant water ball flying through the vacuum of space, and then they all these other agendas, right? Killer asteroids, or we're gonna colonize Mars. They do all this other garbage that they say that it's gonna happen. It's false hopes and promises, and it got a worldwide population thinking of like their heads in the clouds, and that the Big Bang and all this other garbage is like the leading idea of to like how everything came to be, and so on. So it just ties more of that particular rhetoric of not having a creator involved, and so what it does is it pushes people to a nihilistic, point of view of thinking, where they just nature just created everything. Like it's like you don't have to worry about.
That's my point. That's what I wanted to say. With this whole cosmology, basically undermines every single religious discipline in the world, and so they take the authority of like we know how the world is, and so a lot of people have lost faith as a consequence. And so I see this as a means to take away what previously was the foundation for our laws or God-given rights, which were in our holy books of all different types. But now they're like, oh, we're just a random accident, and the government gives you rights or takes them away.
Yeah, and make no mistake, they've always been fighting against the creator. That has been the overwhelming agenda, is to get people to fight against what is to be known as the creator of this place. So, I mean, people nowadays, grow up as godless as can be, and then their life reflects it because they're now thinking of, everything that the world has here, that it just all came up to be a burped accident, a cosmic burped accident. And so nothing has any meaning. It's just, we're just a bunch of roaches getting ready to get stepped on, like you just live and die, like no consequence. There's no accountability.
Also, from looking at history, like the old world, I mean, like let's say like 50, 100 years ago, even the culture was more, it was more tight. You know what I mean? Like people cared about each other. Now everything is just selfish. Almost everyone is selfish. Like even here in Saudi, like I remember when I was younger, like let's say 15 years ago, people were like way better than now. Now they're more westernized, slowly they're changing. And you can see the selfishness. People don't care about each other anymore. Like now you don't know who your neighbor is. When I was younger, I knew the whole neighborhood. It was very different.
I would say it's the disconnect with morality, which is what we're talking about. Like, morality came from the religious views. It came from the creator saying that things were good and things were bad.
Yeah.
Now people are making up what is good and bad. Like your truth is your truth, my truth is my truth. You can think of whatever you want. That's true.
Yeah, and when you start interpreting things just the way you want and stuff, it just turns into selfishness because you've taken away the thing that brought you together.
It's a degradation of all things sacred. The family unit, your mind, your health, your spirituality. It's an attack on every front. And the thing is, it's a loaded question. Well, why would they lie? Well, I'll tell you why. Because they want to destroy how you think. They want to destroy your health. They want to destroy your spirituality. And they damn sure want to destroy the family unit. So they're going to do it in multiple ways. And this is like in every front, man. The food you eat to the thing that you think is going on with reality of spirituality and how you actually think about things. So I'll give you an example, Roji. Right? Let's just run a quick little method so you can. I just want to show you, right? Okay, so
Sure.
just answer 2 questions that I have to give you, and it's honestly as you can possible. Okay?
Yeah, sure.
Are we talking on Discord?
Yeah.
Are you 100% sure we're talking on Discord?
Yes.
Do you see how quickly you answered that?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
I
Do you
can see it, I
know?
can feel it.
Do you know that there's people that would say that's not the case?
Yeah, you can philosophize anything if you want.
Yeah, that qualifies as a difficult question nowadays.
Yeah, that's a difficult question.
Yeah, but you can philosophize anything. You can philosophize anything. You can.
Yeah. I mean,
but that's just mental gymnastics. Honestly, like when I hear it, I'm like, okay. Just leave. Bye. You know.
Yeah, but why do you think that is? Like, who told these people this? Like, there's a program that's running, Roji. It's running right now, and there's a lot of people, even flat earthers, are falling under this. It's a spell. It's another mind virus that's lashed its tentacles onto people's minds. And some people think, well, that's a great way to think. You know, like, yeah, you can never be held accountable to what you know, so long as you keep it in this like arena of, well, we don't know if we're in a dream or if we're in a brain in a jar or what we're doing right now. We just know what, you know, so it keeps everything kind of like, so that you don't have to know.
People are kind of scared to have a statement because they don't want to defend anything. They just want to be in the gray all the time.
Yes.
It's very
exactly
easy.
That.
It's very
exactly
easy.
that. And so that's what we have.
There's some good questions that, like, I was recommended a video, like I think yesterday.
Okay.
And I saw it's like 40 minutes long. There was some good questions, like, why don't we have satellites on the moon, for example, if we do have satellites, you know? It was a very good question that I never thought of. Like, why don't we have satellites there that we can see go around, you know? That would be useful.
Well, they do say that there's things that are orbiting the moon, but I don't know if they're satellites like per se, like and the usefulness of those, whatever the satellites are going to have to be for a purpose. So, but they do say that there's some crafts that go there and, you know, orbit the moon. Like there's a Chinese satellite, I think, if I'm not mistaken, guys, you can correct me on this, but that orbited the moon, or if it's still orbiting. I don't keep up with that stuff because I'm not really looking to the heliocentric kind of side of things.
I don't know if there's any permanent ones. I haven't heard of those, but I know they have made many orbit them for some time, supposedly.
Also, in the video, the explanation of GPS, I mean, I already knew that, but I didn't know that most people think GPS has to do with satellites. I mean, it's maybe because IT is my field, so I already know that. We don't use satellites for that.
Yeah, but like what I'm saying is there is some satellites that can be used for that, but they're not in the place that people say that they are. High altitude
they're very close. Yeah.
High altitude balloon satellites have been used and are known to be used, not primarily for communication of, you know, the things that you would say GPS are working with, but they are used in some instances for that. That technology is around, but also it's mainly ground-based. Okay.
Yeah, it's like you mostly it's 3 cell towers, and you like have a triangle. That's why the GPS is out of accuracy of 20 meters or something, because you can't.
No, of course.
100%.
Triangulation has always been the most used for GPS. But like when it comes to, is it possible to put technology in the sky and use data transfer in the the realm of like internet usage and such? That is true. You can actually have that. Like there's technology that the project Google Loon was working on. I don't know if they outsourced or not, or they got bought out. But I do know that they were describing the method in which this takes place. You can go to Project Loon, search for it on Google, and
you can. Yeah. I mean, you can subscribe to like a satellite communication where you can call anyone in the whole world, in any place, in the desert or whatever.
Yeah, do you remember this?
I'm aware of that, but like the thing is the moon, because it's supposedly very far. That's why when the question was brought up in that video, I was like, yes, why don't we have satellites there? That would be very useful to see the whole. It's further, so it's we will see more. We can take a picture of the Earth. You can like just go online, Earth Live, and you can see the whole Earth.
Yeah, that would be very nice.
That'd be very simple. We can just do that. Why don't we have that? Like, there's some questions like that.
Excuses. Check this out, man. Like, I don't know. Do you hear about the satellite that was floating around that shot down in the U.S.? I'll put a GIF about it in the live stream voice text.
Oh, that thing. I heard about it a lot, and I was like, why is that a big deal?
But you know what, though? Because they were claiming that it was a spy satellite. It wasn't a weather balloon. It was spy satellite. That was kind of like what they were terming it.
The Chi-Com.
I mean, if it's a spy one, it's not very well hidden, honestly. It should be blue at least.
Yeah, they said it was an old. It was old technology, or so they claim. But like the thing is, it was on a balloon. So the idea of technology floating around on balloons is not like far-fetched for the globalists to be in here like, you guys always say that this technology is floating around in balloons, and it's like, you don't have no evidence for that. And it's like, this thing comes out on mainstream, and they're like, oh yeah, technology flies around in balloons. Like, bullshit, dude.
That.
You guys were saying that it wasn't happening, and now that it came out on mainstream, you're like all about it. Freaking
about
idiot.
that, man. I remember seeing a video of like people in NASA. They had an interview with them, like, why don't we go to the moon again? And they said, like, we can go to the moon whenever we want, but unfortunately we destroyed that technology. I'm like, what do you mean you can, but why did you destroy it? Well, we lost all the footage also, unfortunately. That's very fishy.
Okay, but here's another thing about the balloon. Think about how they displayed that all over the news. They attached a narrative to it. So it didn't even have to actually be what they claimed it was. But they just had to attach a spy balloon. Like, they just had to attach one word to it to wrap a narrative around it.
Yeah, I have noticed in the US media, like every month, you have some big story that you follow for a long time, then you jump to the other one, then you jump, like your mind is always following something. You're never like just chill.
Yeah,
there has to be something all the time, every time.
But this is how they get the attention of the people, is that they'll use these certain words that will attract their attention. And they just unwittingly just believe so many things that have
like you had the pandemic, then you had the elections, then you had all the oil, Saudi, Russia, then you have all the balloon guys focus on the balloon, then you're gonna have some new thing.
It's Ukraine, it's whatever. This is what magicians use. It's called misdirection. You have something in one hand and you wave it in front of the audience while your other hand's doing some shady shit.
Sleight of hand.
Yeah. I mean, same thing. Some from Saudi, like when you came in Iraq, he has nukes. But what actually happened is Saudi was afraid that he's gonna attack us and take all of our money and oil. So like they always show you something, then actually do something else. Like to you, you're saving the people from the nukes, but to everyone else, oh, they're coming here to protect us from this guy that we can't defeat. So always in the US media, I have noticed always they just have some big story, and at the same time they're doing something else.
That's called propaganda.
How it works. Yeah. That's how it works in your country.
Yeah, but what country was the one that gave us the intelligence on Saddam's weapons of mass destruction?
I don't know honestly, but what I know for sure, when he came in Kuwait, Saudi was very scared that he's going to attack us and take all of our oil. So they called America to come and kill everyone, and that's what happened. But for you guys, it was nukes. But for us, it was they're gonna come in and kill this guy and leave. That's how it, went.
Well, the answer is Israel.
Israel.
Israel shared their intelligence on Saddam.
Well, one more reason for people here to hate the Jews, I guess.
Okay, well, let's not jump to conclusions, but let's acknowledge the facts.
No, I'm just joking. I mean, I don't know, honestly.
I got you.
No, it's just because here the Jewish people are the number one most hated people, and no one knows why they hate them, but they just do.
Well, it's an uncommon knowledge that most of the governmental leadership in Israel are not actually practicing Jews. I have noticed. It's just a cover.
They say they are, but they aren't.
Yeah, they're just fucking criminals that took over a criminal government. So you know how like if you steal shit, that's something called a fence, like where you bring your stolen shit to, and they like resell it. That's what Israel is. They're like the national fence, the international fence. So whenever you want to do something like that's against international law, you just funnel it through Israel. So if any of you guys remember, like the Iran-Contra scandal, the weapons for hostages, Al Qaeda, the war in Afghanistan, all that shit ran through Israel.
ISIS.
Yeah, it all runs through there. Because they're like they're a state created by the United Nations, but like nobody will do anything to them, even though they have like something like 200 resolutions passed against them per year. Nothing ever happens to them.
Well, there's a whole narrative behind that you can't speak out against people that have been so brutally violated in the past. Yeah.
Tragic World War II tragic events. Yes.
Oh yeah.
Well,
and sorry, go ahead.
Well, I'm just saying, like it's just to me that argument, like, oh, they tried to genocide us, so we get special privileges. That's just bullshit. There's
I do agree.
There's hundreds of long dead ethnic groups, right? And we're not giving them countries back. Like we're not like, oh shit, dude, the Visigoths, like back in 900 AD, like they all got wiped out. Let's give them a fucking country, right? So like no one is like giving people's countries back. Like no, the whole thing was just a ruse.
But you can
that is like everyone. Yeah, sorry, go.
No, I'm sorry, you go.
Everyone along history was killed. Everyone was a slave at some point. If you look at the ancestor, like everyone, we all killed each other. I mean, so let's just
we have more slaves now than ever. Whoever is, the central banks, whatever you want to say, the things that are, I say banks because river banks, they control the currency. This whole hierarchy of it's just a big old gap, is what it is.
Hey,
if they want to push any kind of narrative, they absolutely have the means to do so. And guess what? Humans are very susceptible to blind belief. Apparently, all you got to do is put one word on it: science. It doesn't even have to really apply to science. Sorry, I'm not trying to monologue.
No, I just wanted to bring the. Remember the earlier question that I gave you, the 2 questions that I told you, and you answered them right away.
Yeah.
All right, check this out.
Somebody
Okay,
thinks
can I defend myself here? Is that okay?
Please.
No, so I don't use prediction a lot. So I don't interact with the world in absolute facts. It's all based off assumption. Those assumptions have a degree of probability as to whether they're correct or not. So I assume I'm on Discord talking to you guys right now. I can't 100% say that's a fact because I might not exist at all. I've got, I'm that type of person, but I can pretty much say it's 99.999% sure that I am here talking to you guys. That's what I mean by nothing's a fact, things are a presumption, but they have a degree of probability attached.
How are you supposed to continue a conversation with someone that isn't sure? Yeah, how are you supposed to continue a conversation if he's not sure?
Yeah, that is. I mean, you can easily debunk that. I mean, atoms always split. That has to be a fact.
Okay, do you observe that happening?
No, but if they don't split, then we all cease to exist. Then how does anything form?
No, but you think with these guys, Roji, you think that you'd have the way, the magic method to kind of like counter it, but this is like the level of,
that's like the wild card of any conversation, I guess. Well, everything is
yeah,
99.999%.
There you go.
Subjective relativism.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
That's I posted a video here for you. This is Pagus. He's basically a legendary subjective relativist, and he essentially towards the end appeals to Descartes' demon, which basically states that like he can't know anything because there could be a demon controlling all of his perception. And so he doesn't know if what he's seeing is true at all.
Yeah, I mean, I understand. Like, this is all philosophy, but at some point, like, you can't live that out because it's not real. If everything is subjective, then why murder is wrong? Why stealing is wrong? Yeah.
Do you realize that they lose all credibility to argue any point if they can't even decide that their reality is their reality?
Yeah.
Yeah, they've reduced themselves not even having the basic fundamentals to be able to figure out whether things can be true or not.
No discernment. Yeah.
They have given that ability away to their scientific priests.
And like Pagus showed us that once presented with evidence that goes against his belief, he will just accept any excuse that seems to make that belief plausible. Like we gave him the example of like we see his wife cheating with the next door neighbor through the window, so we let him know, and he sees himself that she's cheating, but he won't accept that. To him, that the neighbor must just be a sex robot from Amazon. That's literally his argument.
Yeah, that argument of everything is relative is just a cop out. I mean, I understand that.
Yeah, another example is if tomorrow NASA decides that the moon is back out of Earth atmosphere, then all the Globers have to accept that.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever the official narrative is, they're forced to accept it.
And they will.
Because they themselves are not able to determine whether what they're hearing is the truth or not.
I'll give you an example of that. We had a guy in here named Saria93. And one of his points that he was bringing up is that the sun rays are coming